Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor. By author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 201-230. Fire Wheel, Battle Moon. On the first day of the 820th year of the 30th millennium, Ning Lu sat on the Black Throne. Even if the Gene Seed Primarch did not deliberately gather information from his surroundings, his superhuman senses still picked up the office's conversations. The sound array master's words caught Ning Lu's attention. Communication operator, this is the 5th time you have not reported on time during this shift, with an average delay of 3.2 seconds. The Gene Seed Primarch's ears twitched slightly, and the sound from the communication headset entered his ears. Sir, my apologies. Communication Base Station A185 and Backup Communication Base Station B274 both experienced abnormalities simultaneously. Confirm the cause of the abnormality and repair it immediately. Ning Lu then noticed that there had been 13 abnormalities in the communication network within one duty cycle. Although interference could be eliminated each time, the cause of the abnormality could not be confirmed. The abnormality touched Ning Lu's sensitive nerves, and he immediately issued an order. Order the receiving ship to open all auger arrays and detect the shadows of the grid. The fleet will activate auger arrays at maximum power, starting all active and passive data arrays. The total energy generated by a ship over a period is fixed, and the commander allocates energy according to the actual situation. In a confrontation with orcs, energy should have been prioritized for weapons, void shields, and power systems, but the Primarch's will was above all else. Ning Lu's order was carried out by every ship in the fleet, and scanning data quickly converged at the original body servant's location. Arsena Dunn examined the data, and the student of ratiocination, relying on his powerful memory and reasoning ability, immediately noticed the anomaly. Sir, there are abnormal gravitational fluctuations within the star system, and the amplitude of the fluctuations has increased by approximately 24.1%. Communication channels are affected to varying degrees, with occasional communication abnormalities. Navigators and star speakers report some light points appearing in the warp. Although they have not caused substantial interference, they are worth noting. Quote. Ning Lu compared many subtle abnormalities with the information in his memory. Open black lens bracket battle moon, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the essence of a battle moon was neither a planet nor an independent void battleship, it was actually the tunnel terminus and signal target for the Orc, Wog Gate. Through teleportation, the Greenskins could continuously deploy troops and supplies. He remembered that during the Beast Wars, the Mechanicus referred to the Battle Moon's teleportation technology as subspace. The Greenskin army did not rely on warp travel but moved at superluminal speeds through a super dimension between the real plane and the immaterial veil. Compared to most unstable, often exploding Orc technology, the Orc subspace travel technology exhibited peculiar stability. Compared to the Imperium's warp engines, the Orc subspace travel technology was safer, but its drawback was that it could not teleport instantly, requiring a period of travel time. The battle moon would approach a planet's subspace in a way that defied physical laws. Its warp jump arrival would simultaneously generate gravitational tides, which would disrupt the target planet's gravitational field, leading to geological disasters and gravity distortion phenomena. Open black lens bracket. The Orc forces in the Flame Wheel star system are massive, they might possess the technology to construct a battle moon. I have no related memory, perhaps Leman Russ ordered the destruction of the reactor, as in the Wolf Lord's eyes, alien technology should all be destroyed. With the space battle going unfavorably, the Greenskins might call for the battle moon to return as reinforcement. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he confirmed the existence of the battle moon and immediately issued an order. All warships, immediately take evasive action, do not approach any planets or moons. After a moment of thought, the Gene Seed Primarch said to the sound array master. Send a message to Leman Russ, warning him to stay away from the inner planets of the Flame Wheel. The black warships within the Flame Wheel star system immediately executed the Gene Seed Primarch's order, replanning their combat routes to avoid approaching any planets. The Grey warships did not slow their attack, they continued to hunt. The 6th Legion's flagship, Ning Lu looked at the holographic image in front of him and asked suspiciously. Have the Order shadows been frightened by the Greenskin counterattack? Their ship formations have changed, abandoning their original advantage. The Wolf Lord frowned, recalling Sanchez's fearlessness in his court, and shook his head. Impossible, Ning Lu's cubs are not lacking in courage, and their losses are not severe. Leman Russ had to admit that Ning Lu had lost far fewer warships than he had, yet achieved greater results. Send a message to Ning Lu to inquire about the reason. Before the Sound Array Master could convey the Gene Seed Primarch's order, he received a communication from the 11th Legion reported by the receiving ship. He dared not delay and immediately reported to the Wolf Lord and the Wolf Lord. Ning Lu roared loudly after hearing the report. What? Stay away from the planets of the Flame Wheel. Our mission is to eradicate the Greenskins. If we don't dare to approach the planets, then we should just turn around and run away. Leman Russ bared his fangs, his ice-blue eyes full of disdain. Witchcraft nonsense. He instinctively thought to ask the Sons of the Storm but suddenly realized they were still undergoing modification surgery before he could speak. Although the Wolf Lord looked down on witchcraft, he knew that there must be a reason for Ning Lu's actions and words. He spoke. Order. Next to the 4th planet of the Flame Wheel, a new moon suddenly rose. Accompanying the moon were thousands of orc warships. A gravity bubble suddenly appeared without any warning, and the entire moon trembled. Everything on this world, rocks, air, and water, changed. The entire planet exploded like a bomb, tons of rock and soil thrown into the air like a blizzard. The ground cracked, and water turned into steam. The volume of seawater spontaneously surged, forming 3-meter-high giant waves that crashed over adjacent hills with enough force to shatter rocks. Splashing rocks and debris, along with mud and water, slammed into the terrified, fleeing orcs. 2 greenskins fell, their heads crushed by massive stones. The orcs fled in panic, shouting loudly. The moon is back. As the image of the moon rising from this world not long ago flashed in their minds, another gravity bubble tore this world apart. Hundreds of thousands of greenskins turned into blood clouds, disappearing in the explosion of rocks and violent tremors. A monstrous wave surged in the star sea of the Flame Wheel, oscillating in the gravitational tide. 4 capital ships and 26 escort vessels of the 6th Legion, which had just received the Wolf Lord's order to retreat, were swallowed by a terrifying gaping maw, flying towards the newborn moon. The Space Wolves warships furiously attacked the rising moon, with lances, torpedoes, and lasers raining down on the moon like a storm. On the Wangquan shadow, Ning Lu watched the newborn moon. Open black lens bracket. The battle moon is much smaller than I imagined, probably only 1/5 the size of Luna. It seems it hasn't been built long and hasn't swallowed any food yet. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that it took time for a battle moon to devour a planet. After the orcs occupied a planet, they had to build gravitational linkage facilities on it, then adapt them to match the same type of equipment on the battle moon. Once the adaptation was complete, the activated gravitational linkage facilities would slowly begin to tear the planet apart, pushing huge mountains and fractured mantle plates into the gaping maw of the battle moon above, eventually becoming part of the main body. The Gene Seed Primarch knew that it had not yet completed a planetary devouring, based on the battle moon's size and the fragments of escort ships orbiting it. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes were deep as he looked at the huge, twisted, and bizarre orc totem on the battle moon's surface, composed of countless metal parts. The orc totem was generally circular, with ripples along its edges and a twisted crescent moon inside. Open black lens bracket. Evil Sons. The Evil Sons built the battle moon. What a coincidence. The Baron of Corruption needs the teeth of the Evil Sons. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he saw mountains on the battle moon's surface churning, and flails turning like giant pythons striking, shooting towards the gray warships. The flails struck the ships, and the armor at the point of contact collapsed inward like thin paper. The collapse point radiated gravitational waves outward, and the ship's keel fractured in a ring, the metal at the break sparkling with the light of high-temperature vitrification. In an instant, the gravitational turbulence snapped the gray warship in half. Ning Lu watched as 30 Space Wolves warships were torn apart, silently thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket. The Battle Moon's main attack method, gravitational whip. The opportunity has come. Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch immediately issued an order, board the moon. Fire wheel, boarding the Battle Moon. Ning Lu knew that the Battle Moon's gravity whip required recharging between each attack. During the recharge interval, the Battle Moon's protective field would also fail. The ships, lances and other weapons could not destroy the Battle Moon during its recharge interval. To deal with the Battle Moon, the only viable tactic was to seize its shield's open window and weapon recharge interval to launch a close-range assault boarding action. There were two tactical options after boarding. One was to destroy its reactor, detonating the entire Battle Moon, leaving no future troubles. The other was to disable its internal portals, severing support channels, isolating it, and then clearing out the Gretchen on it. Ning Lu decided to adopt the second option. Such an advanced alien construct as the Battle Moon could find buyers willing to pay a huge price. He would handle it in the same way he dealt with the Flow battlecruiser before, find a partner and co-develop it with them. Adopting a co-development approach would allow for shared development results and eliminate the need to garrison troops on the Battle Moon. Despite their confusion, the 11th Legion's warship commanders still executed the Gene Seed Primarch's order, launching an assault on the Battle Moon. The Orc fleet, returning with the Battle Moon, immediately sailed towards the black warships. On the 6th Legion's flagship, Leman Russ clenched his fist, gazing through the observation window at the shredded warships. The moon turned his sons into warp dust. The Wolf Lord withdrew his gaze and strode back to the bridge. He saw the 11th Legion's warships launching a full-speed assault on the Battle Moon. Inik Lahivan's eyes showed uncontrollable sadness. Those were his brothers who had fought alongside him. He forced himself into the commander role and looked at the holographic image. The Order shadows are attacking that wicked moon. Once they make up their minds, the courage they display is admirable. They were performing tactical evasions before, but now they are directly crashing into the center of the Gretchen warships. The Wolf Lord saw that as the Order shadows fleet sailed towards the Battle Moon, black warships were continuously being destroyed. According to Rashevan's estimation, if the 11th Legion's tactical intent was to approach the wicked moon, they would pay a considerable price, with losses exceeding the total number of warships they had lost to the Gretchen in the preceding weeks. Ning Lu must have discovered something, perhaps through his sorceress tricks again. Leman Russ had collected intelligence on Ning Lu to win the hunt. He knew that Ning Lu's sons had not engaged in large-scale combat with the orcs before, so his understanding of the wicked moon must have come from psychic foresight. How should we respond? Lahivan looked at his Wolf Lord and asked. Ning Lu warned us before. Although he is walking on the wrong path, he is still. Leman Russ was about to say, brother, but thinking of Ning Lu's attitude towards him, he said. A Gene Seed Primarch. Order the Legion fleet to attack the Orc warships. The Wolf Lord's voice was low, and he emphasized his words. All warships, launch a Wolfpack-style assault, tearing at the flanks of the Gretchen warships. Do not attack the central dense area. Open black lens bracket. I am unaware of the wicked moon's status and cannot predict Ning Lu's subsequent actions. If the Wolfpack fleet enters the central area, it might affect the Order Shadow's tactical maneuvers. Close black lens bracket. The Grey warships, following the Gene Seed Primarch's order, unleashed their fury on the Orc warships, avenging the swallowed allied ships. On the worthy shadow, Ning Lu gazed at the disappearing friendly markers on the holographic image. A flicker of sadness passed through his eyes, but he quickly dispelled it. Ning Lu knew that the method with the least cost was to quickly resolve the Battle Moon. He had to disable the portals in the first wave of attack. The Gene Seed Primarch issued the order, cease fire with broadside weapons. Activate the Augur Matrix at maximum power to scan the moon and confirm the location of all portals. Drop pods and stormbirds, prepare. After the original body servant relayed the order, he reported, "Sir, the choir master reports that his astropathic choir has cleared interference and restored astropathic communication. The 11th battle group has completed warp travel as ordered and is about to warp into the anchor point in real space. The 5th battle group is expected to arrive in 34 ship hours." The Gene Seed Primarch rapidly deduced the subsequent situation in his mind and issued orders. Upon arrival, the 11th battle group fleet will join the warships in the star system to pursue the Orc warships. Upon arrival, the 5th battle group fleet will array around the moon, prohibiting the Space Wolves from approaching. The performance of the Space Wolves in battles such as the Arc Edge cluster surfaced in Ning Lu's memory. The Wild Wolves always strive to destroy everything, turning everything into ruins. Having paid a huge price, he did not want the spoils of war to be destroyed. Arsena Dun immediately relayed the Gene Seed Primarch's order. After hearing the Augur Matrix class master's report, "Sir, the fleet has scanned the entire moon and found a total of 41 portals on its surface." As he spoke, he operated the control stick, and the holographic image displaying the Flame Wheel star system map shrunk and moved to a corner, occupying only 1/8 of the area. The center of the holographic image became a scan of the battle moon. At the same time, the surrounding video screens also switched to scan data. The Gene Seed Primarch surveyed all the video screens, and a torrent of data poured into his brain. Tens of seconds later, the Gene Seed Primarch extended a finger, circling the portal with the highest energy reading. This portal, the Gene Seed Primarch quickly selected 4 surrounding portals, and these are the targets for me and the Honor Guard. The 2nd and 7th battle group will be responsible for the other portals. The original body servant immediately relayed the Gene Seed Primarch's order to the 2 lords. Ning Lu glanced at the holographic image. The Rongguang Nuong class battleship savagely rammed through the obstructing Gretchen warships. The Void Shield feedback report showed warning runes constantly flashing between green and yellow. The Gene Seed Primarch then rose and said to the Lady Captain, "Diana, I'll leave the space battle to you." "Yes, sir." Ning Lu strode to the boarding deck. Black drop pods were neatly arranged on the launch racks, and the Honor Guard had also assembled. Lost Order Shadows members were replaced by personnel from the 2nd and 7th battle group. Excluding Wilshire's squad from Arenas, there were now a total of 583 people. Honor Guard members who had experienced the Battle of Arenas all wore medals forged by the Tech Sergeant on their chests. The medal's design was a black arrow piercing a yellow heart. The Gene Seed Primarch stepped into the custom-made drop pod, and the Honor Guard and Assault Team members from the 2nd and 7th Battle Group entered their vehicles at the same time. After the Order Shadows were in position, the iron-armored petal-like hatches slowly closed, making the drop pods look like ripe seed pods. The alarm sounded, and the launch rack's power coils began to charge. Arsena Dun, who had walked onto the Stormbird deck, heard a piercing shriek and smelled ozone in the air. The power coils were fully charged, and the sudden, violent air pressure change indicated the dissipation of the deck's entire area force field. The drop pod's machine spirit yearned to engage in battle, and the accumulated energy let out a sharp howl. The drop pods shot out like bullets, and the spreading shockwaves caused the boarding deck to tremble incessantly. The drop pods, enveloped in tear-shaped azure flames, successively slammed into the moon. The Gretchen on the battle moon's surface saw the blinding lights rapidly falling from the sky and let out excited roars. An orc, taller, larger, and stronger than all the others, shouted, "Runts, things are falling from the sky again. Quick, follow me and grab them all." Hundreds of Ludas and Gretchen followed their boss, running towards the direction where the light fell, ready to scramble for parts. Rumble. The drop pod crashed onto the battle moon, and the impact wave sent the greedy Gretchen flying. The hatch opened, and black armored warriors emerged. Ning Lu stepped out of the drop pod, raised his left arm, and fired a bolt round at the orc. He simultaneously scanned his surroundings, confirming the area with the highest energy density fluctuation. The Gene Seed Primarch said to the Honor Guard member beside him, 5 o'clock direction, 2.7 kilometers away. Your armor is good, and the Val's sword in your hand is good. I like them. The boss, dressed in yellow and green stripes, greedily looked at Ning Lu's armor, which was even more magnificent than his own boss's armor, and charged straight over. Ning Lu met the boss, and with a swing of the Val's sword, the steel club was cut open like tofu. The orc boss's head flew off and landed on the ground. Fire wheel, Gork's dreadnot. Ning Lu led the honor guard forward, gathering honor guard members along the way. Hundreds of thousands of orcs surged forward madly, but they couldn't slow down the honor guard's advance. The Gene Seed Primarch found the original body servant in most of the honor guard members, and they advanced towards the teleportation gate. It wasn't until they were about 1 kilometer from the teleportation gate that the team encountered trouble. The war bosses who built the teleportation gate appeared in groups in front, leading their Burna boys. For Gork and Mork, the war boss who arrived first on the battlefield roared. The Burna boys let out enthusiastic shouts like they were having a stroke, then sprayed their flamers. Arsena, wearing a rebreather, stepped forward and swung his staff. An invisible, protection field blocked the incoming streams of fire and molten metal. Ning Lu roared, his voice overcoming the crackling of the flames. Flanks, fuel tanks. Honor Guard members on both flanks of the line raised their bolt guns and fired bolter rounds at the iron tanks carried on the back of the greenskins. The adamantium warheads penetrated the outer skin of the iron tanks, and the bolter explosions triggered promethium detonations. Boom boom boom. The orcish leather armor was torn apart by the explosions, and the pyromaniacs were blown into puddles of blood mist. The war boss screamed in terror, turning into black smoke along with the repaired tools on his body. The team continued for another 100 meters, when dozens of war bosses appeared in front, with tens of thousands of Burna boys behind them. Cutting torch. The Burna boys pulled a lever, switching to cutting torch mode. The tallest of the war bosses, his blood began to boil, and the green mist in his heart condensed into a boiling sphere of rage. He roared and raised his modified big gun, firing more than 10 shots into the air. Amidst the rattling sounds, the war boss shouted loudly. A black tin can, a mug of fungus beer. Wog. Green light rose in the burning eyes of the Burna boys. Wog. Burn the black tin cans. Flames from countless flamers converged into a sea of fire, covering the entire honor guard. The silver-haired psyker raised his hands high, releasing his full psychokinetic power to support the protection field. Sweat immediately seeped from his forehead. The moment his psychokinetic power collided with the sea of fire, he felt that the flames spewed by the greenskins had undergone a huge change in both quantity and quality. In an instant, several gaps appeared in his psychic field. Arsena's sweat dripped, and at the same time, his left index finger trembled. Bang! A stream of molten fire broke through the gap and struck an honor guard member. The Astartes, along with his power armor, were immediately burned into charred black. The Order shadows felt the immense pain their battle brother suffered at the moment of his death, and they watched the ashes swallowed by the molten stream, their attack speed increasing. Bolter rounds collided with the raging molten flames, and the booming explosions created waves of sound. At this moment, Ning Lu reinserted Val's sword into his waist and grabbed a piece of greenskin armor from the ground. The Gene Seed Primarch exerted a little force, crushing the hard armor. His fingers precisely controlled the strength of his fingers and muscles, and the armor instantly disintegrated into dozens of smaller iron strips, iron blocks, iron balls, and other objects. Here you go. The briber infused his spiritual energy into his hand and threw it with force, sending dozens of metal objects flying into the air. The metal objects drew arcs in the air, passed over the molten streams sprayed by the Burna boys, and then spun down. Each metal object, under the control of the briber, extraordinary throwing ability, flew in different directions, smashing onto the pulled-down masks of the Burna boys in the back row. The force contained within the metal objects caused them to smash through the masks and hit the faces of the Burna boys. Among them, dozens of Burna boys lost their minds in the rush of hot air. In their eyes, every Burna boy around them became a hateful enemy. They let out angry roars and attacked their surroundings with their flamers. The Burna boys were caught off guard. They usually unleashed their destructive desires recklessly, even spraying flames at each other. But when the war bosses were around, they didn't dare to play with fire randomly. Caught off guard, hundreds of Burna boys were immediately burned to death by the flames. The relatively neat formation of Burna boys maintained by the war bosses immediately fell into chaos. Ning Lu saw this and nodded in satisfaction. Bribe charm would make the target feel a strong sense of goodwill, make it difficult to develop hostile intentions, and even make it unwilling to fight the briber. If the bribe was appropriate, there was even a very small chance that the target would attack its companions in reverse. Open black lens bracket. Sure enough, bribe charm is usually useless, but it has a miraculous effect on orcs. Greenskins are inherently warlike. When there are no enemies, they will attack the orcs around them. The very small probability, on greenskins, will rise to a level where it can be effective, and some orcs will lose their minds and attack their own kind nearby. Close black lens bracket. The briber quickly picked up greenskin armor from the ground, crushed it, and threw it out. Whirlwinds of flames bloomed among the orcs, and tens of thousands of orcs were engulfed in a sea of fire in an instant. The chain wrapped around Ning Lu's right pinky finger flowed with blood, and his depleted spiritual energy was quickly replenished. The original body servant wiped the sweat from his forehead, then suddenly bent down and pushed hard with both hands. The sea of fire surged forward, rolling and engulfing the charging greenskins. The honor guard split into two teams, bypassing the sea of fire on both sides, and rushed towards the teleportation gate. Ning Lu was the first to see a strange yellow mechanical construct standing in front of the teleportation gate. It was as tall as a night mech, and its front was painted with a strange red beast's head. Gork's dreadnot. Ning Lu immediately recognized the orc mechanical construct. It was the earthly idol of Gork, the greenskin god, a machine all orcs dreamed of. The Gork's dreadnot guarding the teleportation gate raised its left arm and fired at the honor guard behind cover. After the two squads of Order Shadows landed, they were farther from the Gene Seed Primarch, so they proceeded directly to the target point marked on their helmets. Ning Lu's team attracted all the war bosses around the teleportation gate, and the two squads successfully broke through to the teleportation gate area. They immediately encountered the Gork's dreadnot, which raised its left arm, and its Deathstorm Mega Shoota spun rapidly. Amidst deafening noise, 6 big guns fired a dense hail of bullets at the black armor warriors. An honor guard member was shot through by bullets. The apothecary in the squad immediately rushed over, helping the wounded was his responsibility. The apothecary collided with the Order Shadows, and they rolled to avoid the attack. The Gork's dreadnot's left arm followed the 2 honor guard members, and the dense barrage of bullets riddled the ground with craters. The honor guard members launched an assault on the strange mechanical construct in front of them, covering the 2 Order Shadows. Bolter rounds struck the Gork's dreadnot's body, shattering pieces of metal. The war boss in the cockpit roared in anger. The damage to Gork's idol infuriated him. Gork's roar echoed in the war boss's ears, and he activated the 2 pairs of rocket launchers on his head. Missiles trailed flames as they shot towards the 2 squads respectively. Boom! The 2 teams of honor guard members dispersed and dodged. The Gork's dreadnot raised its right arm, and the 2 mounted twin-linked big guns roared furiously. A hail of bullets flew, and another honor guard member was hit. The war boss grinned and strode towards the fallen honor guard member, the flamethrower on his chest spewing flames at the black armor warriors, flames capable of incinerating an Order Shadows to dust. Just then, a black figure collided with the Gork's dreadnot like a whirlwind. The war boss struggled to control his body, and he saw a giant much taller than those black armor warriors. He furiously activated Gork's claw, and the roaring massive power claw smashed towards Ning Lu. The Gene Seed Primarch activated his power fist, and golden light shone. Fist against fist, a pure clash of strength. The power fist collided with Gork's claw, creating a booming explosion. The Gork's dreadnot was shaken and slid backward, its feet sinking into the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves. The war boss roared in anger. This was the first time he had been at a disadvantage in terms of strength since being chosen by Gork. The power claw was damaged in the collision just now, and fragments clattered to the ground. Gork's roar echoed in his ears, and flames spewed from the Gork's dreadnot's chest. The Gene Seed Primarch landed on the ground, immediately bounced up, and avoided the torrent of flames. Ning Lu, following Osbar Vaya's first rule, stabbed the war boss with Val's sword. The war boss quickly swung Gork's claw, blocking in front of the cockpit. Val's sword pierced the crack in the massive power claw, and with a bang, Gork's claw was shattered. The Gene Seed Primarch, following Osbar Vaya's second rule, stabbed out with a backhand strike. Blue-white light pierced through the mechanical armor and into the war boss's chest. The tall Gork's dreadnought crashed heavily to the ground. Honor Guard members watched the shadow of their Gene Father instantly kill the orc mech, their eyes filled with admiration. After clearing the obstacle, two tech sergeants immediately rushed to the teleportation gate and began to study it. Ning Lu noticed that the war boss's teeth, like those of other greenskins, emitted a spiritual glow, so he used a Honor Guard member's chainsword to cut off two of its teeth. The Gene Seed Primarch left one squad of Honor Guard members standing in front of the teleportation gate, using the wreckage of the Gork's dreadnought as cover to resist the orcs rushing out of the teleportation gate. Then, he launched successive strikes against the other teleportation gates. The boarding actions launched by the Honor Guard and the 2nd and 7th battle groups severely damaged the greenskins, rendering the battle moon unable to attack. In the void, the 11th battle group, upon arriving in the star system, became the main force for clearing orc warships. Perkasielny, for the first time in actual combat, commanded his ship as a commander to attack the greenskins. Must the Space Wolves beg a better hunter? On the Vostonia's sword, the first capital ship manufactured by the Vostronia shipyard, Perkasielny stood on the bridge. Pel achieved first place in all training, including numerous subjects involving void ships. After completing the void ship training that every Order Shadows candidate must undergo, he was deemed to possess the qualities of a void ship commander. Subsequently, Pel and other candidates began receiving additional training in void ship command. Void ballistics, fleet tactics, formation command, simulated naval combat. As the first in every subject, Pel naturally became the only capital ship captain among the new recruits. New recruits with an overall excellent rating became frigate captains or part of a capital ship's command, while those who were merely qualified could only become destroyer captains or join a frigate's crew. Pel stood with his feet apart, bracing himself against the sudden tilt of the bridge deck. The Vostonia's sword's energy was diverted to its void shield and weapon systems. The capital ship relied partly on its own gravity during emergency turns. To the left, 11 degrees, Pel commanded with fervor, "Destroy it." All screens flickered with runes, friend or foe identification signals filled the vast void, and the molten bones of destroyed starships radiated dazzling light. A Cobra-class destroyer, the smallest independent warship of the Astartes legions. With its engines damaged, it erupted in blue-white flames, streaking past the magnificent ship like a lit firecracker. "Accelerate." Pel's voice was low, his dark eyes gleaming, his superhuman mind simultaneously planning assault routes and evasion methods. The impact from the firing of the lance cannons made the deck tremble, and the forward scan image on the visual display was drowned in a dazzling yellowish glow. A fleeing orc warship, its hull even larger than the Vostonia's sword. Colorful ethereal light, lashing at the orc warship's shields, caused the crackling energy shields to immediately extinguish. Orc fighter bombers are approaching the starboard side. A bridge officer shouted urgently. "Port side number 5 void shield is failing." Another officer said. "Lance cannon charge at 95%. Information flashed rapidly through Pel's mind, integrating into the torrent of tactical data. The Vostonia's sword, following his commands, maneuvered through the void, its prey would not escape. The artillery chief yelled excitedly, "Enemy ship locked. Attack." The artillery chief slammed the control stick forward, and two dazzling flashes pierced the roaring power engines. The unstable engine power balance was broken, and the entire warship began to disintegrate. As the Orc warship completely collapsed and the 6th and 11th Legions pursued the fleeing enemy, the Space Wolves flagship sailed toward the battle moon. On the bridge deck, Ning Lu looked through the viewing window at the neatly arrayed black warships. The 5 capital ships of the Order Shadows were spread out at key nodes in high orbit, with frigates and destroyers forming a perimeter, and escort vessels circling the warships. The 11th Legion controlled the area around the battle moon. No ship could bypass their lines. The Wolf Lord furiously hammered the control panel, roaring loudly. What did they mean? Leman Russ's golden eyes flashed with anger, and he said coldly. Maintain course, do not exceed current speed. Send a message, tell Ning Lu's whelp to move aside, I'm going to the evil moon. Tell them, the evil moon cost the Space Wolves blood. Strictly encrypted communication files were exchanged back and forth in a short time. The Order Shadows warned the Space Wolves fleet not to approach, but the Space Wolves advanced with a hunter's stride. On the surface of the battle moon, after capturing the 3rd teleportation gate, Ning Lu received an urgent report from the sound array master. Ning Lu pondered for a moment, recalling what Leman Russ had said to Magnus when he carried out his destructive campaign in the Ark's Fringe Nebula in the future. Tell him, the Order Shadows discovered the battle moon, and it should be mine to deal with. Ask him, must the Space Wolves beg a better hunter? Moments later, the Space Wolves flagship entered the range of both sides' lance cannons. On the bridge, the sound array master, trembling under the Wolf Lord's fierce gaze, relayed Ning Lu's message. Lu angrily punched, knocking the visual display screen flying. The spinning screen smashed into a servitor at the control console. The immense force knocked the servitor over. Its abdomen was split open, and crackling electrical sparks flickered from the wound. The bridge fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, only the beeping of instruments. Everyone looked at the Wolf Lord, awaiting his decision. According to the laws of Fenris, the prey belongs to the hunter. The pack will not seize his spoils. Leman Russ's decision brought relief to the legions. The Wolf Lord walked over to the Wolf Lord, placing his large hand on his shoulder. Lu, vent your anger on the orcs, and win the duel against his whelp. The Wolf Lord fiercely raised his right arm, pounding his power armor with a loud bang. Father, I will surely win. After encouraging his son, Leman Russ withdrew his large hand and looked out the viewing window. His other hand, hanging at his side, was clenched into a fist. Open black lens bracket. I must cut off the orc warlord's head, win the hunt, and knock down Ning Lu's damned arrogance. Close black lens bracket. The 6th Legion's flagship was the first to attack the orc-controlled planet, targeting the nearest planet 5. Upon reaching high orbit, the Wolf Lord immediately issued orders to bomb the orc orbital defense facilities. Ning Lu received Leman Russ's message of halting, as expected, and a short while later, received a report of the Space Wolves' attack on the orc planet. The Gene Seed Primarch, who had just controlled the 4th teleportation gate, questioned his original body servant. How are the 2nd and 7th battle groups progressing? Arsena Dunn checked his data slate and then replied. My lord, 15 standard minutes ago, Lord James reported that the 2nd battle group has controlled 6 teleportation gates, and the tech sergeant has closed 3 of them. 17 standard minutes ago, Lord Sanchez, the 7th battle group has controlled 9 teleportation gates, and the tech sergeant has closed 4 of them. Ning Lu pondered for a moment before issuing a series of commands. Order the 5th and 11th battle groups to each transfer 2/3 of their forces to land on the battle moon, capture the other teleportation gates, and relieve the 7th battle group. The 7th battle group is to return to its ships and launch an attack on the orc planet. Ning Lu would not underestimate the former lord of the 6th Legion. He could also guess that Ning Lu was now undoubtedly going all out, venting his fury on the orcs. Command the choir master to send messages to the 3rd and 9th battle groups, requisitioning half their forces to come to the flame wheel. The appearance of the battle moon necessitated the Gene Seed Primarch to adjust his plans and legion deployment. Before handing over the battle moon to the buyer, defensive forces needed to be deployed here. Ning Lu had originally intended, after the Reaper Lord won and divined Katachchan, to dispatch other battle groups here to take over and gain combat experience against the orcs. Now, he had to adjust his plans and dispatch other battle groups here earlier. Ning Lu then operated his data slate, noting down the general overview of the battle moon, subspace, navigation technology, energy weapon gravity whips, and savage shield defense fields. He then sent the message to his original body servant. Compile the tech sergeant's data, along with what I sent you, and send it with the transport ship to Necromunda, to the chief forgemaster. Have Rozicki find factions within the Mechanicus interested in the battle moon. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the Gene Father's command, Sanchez dared not delay. He had long heard of Leheven's name and knew he was a formidable opponent. He had to defend the Legion's honor and defeat the Wolf Lord. Chapter 203, Fire Wheel, Pyromaniac. On Fire Wheel 5 planet, gray warships gathered in high orbit. Torpedoes rained down like raindrops on the remaining orbital artillery arrays and missile platforms, and the Orcs' defense system was at an absolute disadvantage, struggling amidst the howling of the wolves. Thousands of weapons joined the bombardment, energy weapons, kinetic weapons, and bombardment artillery, firing at the greenskin defense facilities. The 6th Legion's fleet destroyed most of the orbital defense facilities within 2 ship days. Massive debris fell like a meteor shower, huge, irregular burning objects piercing through the clouds, illuminating the Orc fortress. The largest piece of debris, the size of a cruiser, streaked across the fortress for 14 seconds. Finally, it slammed violently into the ground, carving out a pitch-black canyon along its path, and the entire earth trembled. The greenskins excitedly moved their legs and ran towards the debris. Lances of light descended from the sky, vaporizing the orcs who greedily ran out of the fortress. Multiple sonic booms from hypersonic shells crashed deafeningly onto the greenskin fortress. On the 5th day of the orbital bombardment, Inik Leheven, after confirming that the orcs' anti-aircraft firepower was largely destroyed, impatiently issued the landing order. Iron-gray stormbirds blotted out the sky, their giant blade-like bodies adorned with twin wolf insignias painted on their heads. At the forefront of the formation, the Wolf Lord in the cockpit saw the greenskins frantically turning their ugly, strange cannons. Missiles. Several missiles shot towards the target, and other stormbirds also launched missiles, destroying the artillery in the areas adjacent to the landing zone. After the artillery sweep cleared the greenskins below, the landing gear opened, and the stormbirds slammed heavily onto the ground. The moment the stormbirds landed, the assault ramps crashed to the ground, and Leheven, clad in gray armor, leapt out. The Wolf Lord was draped in wolf pelts obtained from hunting on Fenris, with 2 large fangs protruding from the lower part of his helmet. Leheven roared skyward, his voice drowning out the orcs' battle cries. He raised his hand and fired his bolt pistol, then impatiently lunged forward. Open black lens bracket. I must win this hunt, close black lens bracket. The Wolf Lord's opponent, Sanchez, did not rush to attack, he gazed at the holographic image. Information flickering on the video screen surged into his mind. Sanchez pondered, his voice low. The Snakebite clan, mentioned in the data sent by Gene Father, rears a large number of squigs. Chesney, standing to his left, nodded. The data circulated by Gene Father to the Legion mentioned that clans are a genetic phenomenon stored within orc genes, an effective development and combat model they formed during long-term battles. The orcs entrenched on 7 planet, who extensively rear squigs, should undoubtedly be the Snakebite clan. Jorginho saw the giant totem and the patterns on the tribal battle banners of the greenskins in the scan results. He reached out and tapped, circling several scanned images. It can be confirmed, it is the Snakebite clan. The Reaper Lord's dark eyes were deep. Then we can formulate tactics based on the characteristics of the Snakebite clan. Chesney recalled the data released by the Gene Father, then said. Snakebite orcs prefer tradition over technology. They will ride giant squigs to launch agile and savage frontal assault tactics against enemies. Jorginho noticed another point and spoke. Snakebite orcs despise technology, and they are often influenced by the subcultures among the greenskins, becoming warboss tribes. War boss orcs like to hunt the biggest, most stubborn prey. Worthy targets for hunting are not limited to monsters, large war vehicles and titans are also within the scope. The pyromaniac's eyes gleamed, igniting with fire. This is exactly where we can exploit it. I want to set a fire. After Sanchez formulated the battle plan, the 7th Battle Group launched an offensive against Firewheel 7 planet. On the planet's surface, the Snakebite clan's war boss, Silva, looked up, countless black aircraft descending from the sky. Silva was an orc taller and much more robust than his other kin. He wore raw, untanned hides, smeared with mud and low-quality war paint, adorned with various beast claws and teeth. Silva looked at the weird boy in front of him, baring his fangs. "Marco, it's time for the hunt. Find me the biggest prey for the humies." "Boss, I'll definitely find you the biggest prey." The weird boy, holding a bone staff made of a skull and leg bones, shouted loudly. He was the guide for the war boss orcs during their hunts. Green energy surged from Marco's body, his huge feet stomping left and right on the ground. The surging, powerful energy made the weird boy roar excitedly. He raised both arms, and the energy crackling in his eyes. Tens of seconds later, the light receded, and Marco looked at Silva. "Boss, I found it." The weird boy turned to his left rear, and his right arm violently swung the bone staff. Many big iron vehicles. Green mist surged in Silva's mind, his mechanical claw on his right arm opened and then violently closed, the white claws like a giant python tearing. "Gork and Mork told me to hunt, to smash those humies' big black vehicles." "Wog." The war boss orcs raised their weapons and shouted loudly. "Wog." Silva strode towards his pet, flipping onto the squig's back. The Snakebite boys also climbed onto their mounts, following their war boss, and began the hunt. Hundreds of squigs ran quickly, making the ground rumble. Silva led the Snakebite boys on a rapid charge, the fiery sun slowly descending from its highest point. It wasn't until the sun was about to be swallowed by the horizon that he finally saw the big black vehicle. He had never seen a vehicle so large, like a black mountain range. The war boss also saw black motorcycles spitting exhaust flames, speeding away. On the backs of the motorcycles sat black armored riders, much larger than the humies but not as large as himself. Humies are just humies, cowardly, weak creatures. "Smash them," Silva roared, urging his squig to charge towards the big black vehicle. The Snakebite boys followed behind, excitedly rushing towards the big black vehicle. They jumped off their squigs, surrounded the big black vehicle, and eagerly smashed their weapons onto it. Sanchez, riding a jet motorcycle, kept turning his head to monitor the situation behind him. He saw that the orcs hadn't pursued him, and as he expected, they charged into the trap. The big black vehicle was built by his command, by battle group servants and servitors. It was as large as 36 Mikado heavy tanks. Its interior had no parts, it was merely an empty shell, and the servants completed its construction in just one ship day. After the promethium fuel was unloaded from the transport ship hoisted the big black vehicle onto it, and the pyromaniac's stage was set. His Thunder Wolf was agitated due to his mate's pregnancy, so Sanchez was riding a jet motorcycle today. Sanchez twisted the handlebar, and the jet motorcycle made a circle, heading towards the cannon barrel of the big black vehicle. Entering the range where the pyromaniac could unleash his extraordinary ability, he raised both hands. Spirituality converged, rapidly forming a blazing white spear. The pyromaniac pushed forward forcefully, and the blazing white spear flew towards the cannon barrel, trailing a series of fireballs behind it. Sanchez floored the throttle, the black motorcycle turned direction, and rapidly moved away from the big black vehicle. Behind him, the blazing white spear carved an arc, plunging into the pitch black cannon barrel, and a series of fireballs followed it inside. The blazing white spear passed through the cannon barrel, crashing into the piled promethium fuel drums. Flames ignited the promethium fuel. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions ripped apart the big black vehicle, engulfing the Snakebite boys. Most of the greenskins were burned to ashes during the explosion. Those snakebite boys whose bodies had been hammered larger and stronger through countless battles roared in pain, bursting out of the sea of fire. The pyromaniac felt as if stars were exploding within him from the explosion, and his body felt like it was on fire. A wave of heat rushed over, hitting Sanchez, and even though he was wearing power armor, he felt a surge of heat, his body drenched in sweat. Disperse, don't let a single one escape. The Order shadows, riding black jet motorcycles, fanned out, forming an encirclement, firing bolter rounds at the squigs and greenskins. Boom boom boom. Bolter rounds hit the orcs, triggering secondary explosions of promethium fuel, and the greenskins' bodies were blown apart. Roar. A earth-shattering roar echoed from the sea of fire, and a tall, pitch-black figure charged out of the flames. He was even taller than the Order shadows riding motorcycles. The war boss raised his left arm with a great blade high, and chopped down fiercely. With one strike, he cleaved the Order shadow and his motorcycle in half. Chapter 204, Fire Wheel, Wall of Fire. Sanchez immediately noticed the massive, jet-black creature, and the information his gene father had provided him flashed through his mind. War boss. The pyromaniac leapt off his jet bike, raising his right hand as fireballs condensed. With a flick of his wrist, the fireballs shot towards Silva. Boom, boom, boom. The first Silva war had long been incinerated by the promethium explosion, and the fireballs all struck his body, tearing chunks of flesh. Sanchez's eyes deepened, and he raised his left hand, firing his bolt pistol at the war boss. Through his warped sight, he pinpointed the green skin's weaknesses, and each bolt caused damage to the tough-skinned war boss. Open black lens bracket, it hurts. Close black lens bracket. Silva roared in anger, feeling his body grow heavier and his forward momentum slow. As the war boss's body grew heavier, a sharp cry suddenly rang out in his ear. Boss. Silva recognized it as the weird boy's cry, and he felt power surge through his body as the voice of Gork and Mork echoed in his ear. Wog. The war boss suddenly shot forward, charging at Sanchez. The weird boy burst out of the sea of flames, and after using "Get Up and Fight" on his boss, he turned his head and let out a thunderous roar at the black armored giant attacking his boss. Crackling green mist shot towards Silva. The pyromaniac stomped his right foot, channeling his psychic energy to raise a wall of fire. The psychic energy rapidly condensed into two fire snakes, darting towards the war boss and the weird boy respectively. A blazing wall of fire formed around the pyromaniac, and the green energy stream released by the weird boy crashed into it, producing explosive sounds. After a moment of crackling, the green flames were swallowed by the wall of fire. Marco didn't even have time to be surprised that his scorched earth had no effect when the fire snake was already upon him. The weird boy hastily rolled, dodging the fire snake. The other fire snake lashed out at Silva. The war boss ignored the pain in his body, his eyes were fixed only on the black armored giant. Silva crashed into the wall of fire, ignoring the pain, and brought his great choppa down. Sanchez was faster. He raised his bolt pistol, pressed it against the war boss's lower jaw, and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Silva's head was blown to smithereens, and his massive body collapsed lifelessly. Marco rolled repeatedly to dodge the fire snake, and when he got back up, he was shocked to find that his boss was dead. Open black lens bracket. How is this possible? The boss is the most WoG boss. He is the strongest WoG boss in this world. He only lost once, and only the warlord Soraya Nuo defeated him. Close black lens bracket. Marco looked at the black armored giant in horror, then turned and ran. The pyromaniac watched the weird boy flee and immediately channeled his psychic energy, rapidly condensing a flock of crows around him. The pyromaniac felt that after burning countless orcs, his control over flames had grown stronger, and he could conjure more fire crows. The pyromaniac allocated a bit of psychic energy to each fire crow. After the fire crows left his body, Sanchez felt his manipulation ability become even more skilled. Sanchez found he could adjust the trajectory, keeping the fire crows aimed at the weird boy. Marco could constantly feel the scorching heat behind him, and the sound of heavy footsteps always echoed in his ears. The weird boy dodged left and right but couldn't shake them off. Boom! Marco was struck by one fire crow, then by more fire crows. As Sanchez used fire crow technique to blast the weird boy, he felt tiny streams of fire surging within his body. The other Order shadows killed dozens of snakebite boys. Clear the battlefield. Sanchez gave the order, and the Order shadows immediately began collecting equipment and items that might interest the Gene Father. Several teams of Order shadows used flamethrowers to incinerate the orc bodies. After studying the information provided by the Gene Seed Primarch, the warriors of the 11th Legion all knew that the fungus-smelling green skins reproduced through spores. If the orc corpses weren't completely burned, more and stronger green skins would soon attack them. The cleaner the sweep, the easier the future. Sanchez pressed the comm bead in his ear, contacting the Void Hunter. Chesney, Jorginho, the ambush tactic is effective against the Snakebite clan orcs. Order the battle group to execute in the same manner and clear out the green skins. The Reaper Lord then led his subordinates straight to the Snakebite clan's camp. The resistance of the remaining Wippa boys and Gretchen was quickly crushed. After securing the camp, Sanchez found a large number of squigs in cages. Although they weren't as large as the squig mounts he had killed earlier, they were still much larger than ordinary ones. The Order shadows also discovered venomous creatures like snakes and spiders in the camp. The Reaper Lord knew from the Gene Seed Primarch's information that the Snakebite clan orcs would allow venomous snakes to bite them, which was how they got their name. They used this method to temper their bodies, thereby gaining a powerful resistance to toxins. Sanchez was more concerned that the Gene Seed Primarch might be interested in the venomous snakes and other spoils of war. Therefore, the Reaper Lord compiled a list of spoils and sent it to the original body servant. After controlling the Battle Moon, the original body servant returned to the Wangquan Shadow with the Gene Seed Primarch. Ning Lu sat on the Black Throne, listening to the casualty report. My lord, the Legion lost a total of 41 ships in the Void Battle. 86% of them were destroyed when they launched a boarding assault on the Battle Moon and were attacked by thousands of warships. 2 capital ships, 13 frigates, and 27 destroyers were lost. The Gene Seed Primarch was not too concerned. The 11th Legion was already capable of manufacturing most common types of ships. The Vostronia shipyard had already been built and was capable of manufacturing capital ships. Triton Main Star was in its initial stages, and its future construction capabilities would surpass those of the Vostronia shipyard. Most importantly, Sepra Mundi was growing rapidly, and its future construction capabilities were even expected to rival those of the Mars shipyard. Compared to the ships, he was more concerned about personnel losses. The total number of Order shadows killed in the Void Battle was 1,892, and over 230,000 crewmen and servants. In the battle to capture the Battle Moon, a total of 1,009 people were killed. Among them, 17 members of the Honor Guard, 516 from the 2nd Battle Group, 292 from the 7th Battle Group, and 184 from the 5th and 11th Battle Groups, who joined the battle later, were killed. Ning Lu's thoughts moved, and he calculated that, as of now, the 11th Legion had lost 2,901 lives. His eyes immediately filled with sorrow, and he thought silently. Open black lens bracket, Flame Wheel, is a large-scale campaign, and losses are inevitable. The Space Wolves campaigned for 5 years and lost a third of their numbers. Based on the 6th Legion's numbers and replenishment rate, without losses, their size is estimated to approach 69,000 by 824. So, approximately 23,000 wild wolves died in Flame Wheel, and at a minimum estimate, it should not be less than 20,000. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought that the Imperium had not yet encountered the Battle Moon, and perhaps half of the original Flame Wheel losses for the Space Wolves were caused by the Battle Moon. Open black lens bracket. This estimate is also based on the Space Wolves' fighting style. When the Wild Wolves encounter the Battle Moon, they should charge directly, which is precisely the way to minimize losses. Thinking this way, the losses are still acceptable. Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch used rational analysis to convince himself to accept the 11th Legion's greatest losses. As his thoughts drifted, Arsenadun continued. My lord, the Reaper Lord used a luring strategy against the Snakebite clan on 7 Planet, losing only 4 men. Very good, Ning Lu was greatly pleased. Transmit the battle report to all levels of commanders. Tell them to make good use of the orc data I provided, find the green skin's weaknesses, and conduct precise strikes. The original body servant noted the order and continued to report. My lord, the Death Lord has sent a report that the situation on Necromunda has stabilized. Ning Lu thought silently. Open black lens bracket. Sanchez's luring method might not solve larger, more cunning snakebite tribes, but it should have no problem solving the green skin tribes on 7 Planet. The divination dice are also about to be fully charged, and the conquest of Katachchan should be put on the agenda. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, he gave the order. Send half the forces from the 4th and 8th battle groups here. Prepare landing craft. I want to go to 7 Planet to inspect the spoils. Chapter 205, Beast Tamer, helps Brain Cat become a transcendent being. The black landing craft reached the orbit of Flame Wheel 7 Planet, and the Gene Seed Primarch saw plumes of towering flames through the viewing window. He knew those were the flames set by the 7th battle group during their hunt. A moment later, the landing craft descended, and Ning Lu stepped off the deck, walking into the Snakebite clan's camp accompanied by Sanchez. He didn't go to see the squigs, which were known to be provoker material, first. Instead, he went to the Snakebite clan's snake pit. Ning Lu saw thousands of venomous snakes intertwined in the large pit before him, their forked tongues flicking, emitting sticky hisses, and viscous liquid mixed with venom splattering. Ning Lu activated psychic vision and looked into the pit, streaks of spiritual light shining among the snakes. Not all venomous snakes have spiritual light on them, perhaps only those that have bitten snakebite boys are potion materials. But there are hundreds of venomous snakes in this pit that are potion materials. They can serve as the main potion material for Beast Tamer's subsequent sequence 7 inches vampire. There are thousands of such pits on the surface of 7 Planet, and each pit conservatively estimates at least 100 venomous snakes. Undoubtedly, vampire is the sequence at the sequence 7 level that I can cultivate the most. As Ning Lu pondered, images of apothecaries on Battle Moon flying to rescue Order shadows flashed through his mind. He knew that was the apothecaries' duty. They often risked danger in combat to rescue their battle brothers. They would even often use their backs to block incoming bullets, which made apothecaries different from other Astartes whose power armor was damaged from the front. Their most common injuries were to their backs. Sequence 9 inches apothecary, which can reduce the candidate's rejection reaction and improve the efficacy of potion treatment, continuously improves from the self-healing ability of sequence 7 inches vampire, making Moon the most suitable path for apothecaries. The optimal food for vampire is not human blood, but blood rich in spirituality. My stock is quite ample. Kraken's blood alone is enough for 100 vampire to drink for 100 years. Aversion to sunlight is also not a weakness for Astartes wearing power armor. Ning Lu deactivated psychic vision and looked at the Reaper Lord beside him. Katachchan is a dangerous world, but also a treasure trove. Beast Tamer has great potential there. It would be even better if he advanced to vampire. I wonder if Mikkel can digest Beast Tamer before the 7th battle group departs. The Beast Tamer stepped down from the landing craft, accompanied by 134 Thunder Wolves. Based on the Thunder Wolves' original reproductive capacity, there wouldn't have been so many. He and other apothecaries formulated various potions to increase progesterone and other hormone levels, allowing the Thunder Wolves to give birth to more offspring more quickly. They varied in size, but the largest was only as big as a small horse. They were not yet adults, they were offspring born by the Thunder Wolves under the Beast Tamer's extraordinary ability, animal taming, following the Gene Seed Primarch's command. Chief Apothecary Mikkel stepped forward. Through the auger matrix scan, he had already identified an area with the lowest life signal reading. According to the Augur Matrix Class Master's statistical comparative analysis, the number of greenskins would not exceed 100. Mixed among the gray-furred wolf pack was an orange-furred brain cat, and they ran joyfully around the beast tamer. After walking several hundred meters, the Order shadows felt the ground tremble, his cheeks bulged, and his facial muscles contracted and expanded. Short, powerful beats sounded, and the wolf pack, tamed by animal taming, gathered in threes, forming Thunder Wolf squads. The central Thunder Wolf was forward, with the other two on either side, a body length behind. They all reflexively arched their bodies, ready to attack. The Snakebite boys charged rapidly on 35 squigs, followed by dozens of Gretchen wielding large guns. Mikkel knew from the information issued by the Gene Father that the orcs of the Snakebite clan detested advanced technology, and all ranged weapons were given to the Gretchen. The Gretchen, who were at the bottom of other clans, possessed the best ranged weapons in the Snakebite clan. The Order Shadows raised his left arm and fired a bolt round at the Gretchen. The Thunder Wolf pack pounced on the squigs, the central Thunder Wolf in each squad let out a provocative roar in an animalistic manner. The irritable squigs opened their mouths wide and bit at the Thunder Wolves. The Thunder Wolf responsible for provocation agilely leapt back, while the other two Thunder Wolves lunged forward. The Snakebite boys swung their weapons, driving away one Thunder Wolf, but another Thunder Wolf would always find an opportunity. Some bit the greenskins' legs, while others tore off large chunks of squig flesh. Snakebite Knights attacked by two Thunder Wolf squads found it even harder to cope, and after several rounds of impact, they were torn apart by the wolf pack. The beast tamer communicated with the wolf pack spiritually through animal senses, sharing their senses. He felt a slight melting sensation within his body, not as obvious as when he tamed the Thunder Wolves, but still clearly perceptible. Suddenly, he saw a large saber cleave his body. The beast tamer suddenly felt pain. It didn't come from his physical body, but struck his spirit directly through the shared senses. The beast tamer drew his power sword. With a thought, he felt his anger, and the brain cat's black eyes blazed with fury. The brain cat raised its paw and swung it forcefully. Cracks appeared on the large saber in the greenskin boss's hand. He didn't notice his weapon had been subjected to a technical curse, and charged at the black armored shrimp. The power sword collided with the large saber, and the disintegration field crackled. The greenskin boss's eyes widened as he watched the large saber disintegrate inch by inch. Mikkel swung another sword, killing the greenskin boss. After the beast tamer completed the wolf pack's combat effectiveness test, he called the landing craft to take him to the camp captured by the Reaper Lord's team. Upon seeing the Gene Seed Primarch, Mikkel spoke. "My lord, I have completed the task you assigned me. The Thunder Wolves can now reproduce in the void, and I have also developed fertility-enhancing drugs that slightly increase their reproductive capacity." "Well done," Ning Lu nodded with satisfaction. "Hand over the stable Thunder Wolves to the 7th Battle Group warriors, prioritizing members of the royal court." The Reaper Lord immediately selected his subordinates, summoned them, and had them receive their Thunder Wolves from the beast tamer. After Ning Lu took some effort to move all the potion materials back to the Nation of Disorder, he found the beast tamer. "You come with me." Ning Lu brought Mikkel to a temporarily set-up camp. "You communicate with it first and get to know each other." As he spoke, he picked up his brain cat and forcibly placed it in the beast tamer's hands. The brain cat felt the presence of a natural enemy, and its fur stood on end. Ning Lu soothed the startled brain cat through their psychic link. A moment later, the brain cat's ginger fur became smoother, and it accepted the beast tamer's communication. Ning Lu went to the tent set up for his personal use. After going to the Nation of Disorder, he ordered the space monkeys to concoct the monster potion using Yogal's mutated cubs and ice crystal butterflies. He had comprehensively considered the extraordinary abilities and magical items he possessed. The Hand of Order could attack and restrict enemies, the Val's sword had strong lethality, the Bloody Chain enhanced recovery ability, the ring could release powerful fire spells, and the pet Black Wolf could pull people into dreams. The mosque's ability should be related to summoning undead, which would allow him to form an army by himself in the future. The divination dice could be used for divination but not in combat. As a gene seed Primarch, he had high defense and strong perception, making him a well-rounded warrior overall. At this point, what could affect the outcome of the battle was luck. After comprehensive consideration, Ning Lu decided to cultivate the brain cat into a transcendent being of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. He took the monster potion and returned to Mikkel's tent. Ning Lu directly picked up the brain cat and poured the silver-white potion into its mouth. Ning Lu placed the brain cat in the beast tamer's hands, then said, "Use your spirituality to caress its body and help it alleviate its pain." Ning Lu knew that ordinary, unintelligent creatures could not learn to meditate immediately and would most likely die or collapse into monsters after drinking the potion. If they survived, they would become transcendent beings. The beast tamer could assist creatures in becoming transcendent beings. The brain cat had some intelligence, but not much. The gene seed Primarch's eyes glowed with light and shadow. His psychic link with the brain cat became increasingly tight, as if they were merging into one. Illusory whispers sounded in the gene seed Primarch's ears, and images flashed rapidly through his eyes. The images were chaotic and random, as if randomly drawn from countless images. The gene seed Primarch ascended to the first level of his mental state, lower than the illusion triggered by the potion, and at the same time guided the brain cat to learn meditation and condense its power through the psychic link. The beast tamer, following Ning Lu's command, gathered his spirituality in his hands and caressed the groaning brain cat. Ning Lu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw an image. Huang Laohan placed Jushin's spear in his hand. "Ning Lu, this is a powerful artifact." The image and sound disappeared, the gene seed Primarch's temples throbbed slightly, and the brain cat was soaked with sweat. Mikkel's spirituality was almost dry, yet he felt a red star within his body completely shatter. He knew he had become a true beast tamer. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 206, John, the Monster. After observing Mikkel's aura and questioning him, Ning Lu confirmed that he had digested the beast tamer potion before heading to the Nation of Disorder. The auxiliary materials for the vampire potion were spiritual creature blood, 500 milliliters of Fenris ice worm blood, 600 milliliters of giant spirit spider blood. The space monkeys, one by one, followed the instructions, placing more than 10 types of spiritual creature blood into the furnace, and finally adding the snakebite clan's venomous snake. Ning Lu gazed at Mikkel, who drank the potion with his head tilted back, and clearly saw his chiseled, marble statue-like face become softer. His nose bridge remained high, but it tapered into an exquisite curve. The sharp straight line of his lips subtly curved upwards, forming an arc even when he wasn't smiling. Mikkel's many changes were subtle, but they made his face softer. Compared to helping animals become extraordinary creatures, Mikkel's own advancement was much easier. After drinking the nearly blood-like vampire potion, he entered a meditative state, and within 3 minutes of ship standard time, he contained the scattered power. The most obvious feeling after advancing to vampire was that his sense of smell became more acute, allowing him to detect the strange fungal scent on the ground outside the tent. Mikkel clenched his fist, feeling his body filled with power and lighter. Besides the amplification, he also felt discomfort in his body. The lumen lamp hanging inside the tent shone on him, making him feel disgusted. He felt uncomfortable, subconsciously furrowing his brows and tensing the muscles in his neck. "Put on your helmet," the gene seed Primarch keenly noticed Mikkel's discomfort. "From today onwards, you don't need to take off your helmet in meetings and other occasions." "Thank you for your understanding, Father." The vampire put on his helmet, and after blocking out the light, he felt much more comfortable. "For the next period, your main tasks are threefold. Soon, you and your subordinates will go to a forest-covered death world, which will become the recruitment ground for the 7th Battle Group. That is a world rich in species. In addition to the apothecary's duties, you must tame creatures and search for potion materials. The chief apothecary responded, his voice more magnetic than before. I will not let you down. Ning Lu nodded slightly and continued. Your first task is to select more subordinates to join the royal court. The training of apothecaries must also be accelerated. Secondly, 2 space monkeys on the Wangquan Shadow are pregnant. You are to bring an apothecary to prepare potions for them to help them give birth successfully. After Mikkel responded, Ning Lu continued. Your last task is to cultivate spiritual bone parasites. The tech sergeant is researching spiritual bones, but progress is slow. You are to join the research team and explore the possibility of solving the problem from a medicinal perspective. After assigning tasks to Mikkel, Ning Lu added. As a vampire, your most suitable food from now on will be the blood of spiritual creatures. The Wangquan Shadow has the blood of creatures like Kraken. You must carry supplementary blood food with you to prevent yourself from going mad due to hunger. Mikkel hadn't expected his Gene father to pay attention to his diet. He said gratefully, Father's concern, I will bear it in mind. After Mikkel left, Ning Lu picked up the brain cat to examine it. Unlike Mikkel, who underwent significant changes after advancing to Sequence 7 Vampire, the brain cat, a sequence monster, showed no obvious external changes. The only change was that the brain cat was in a trance, its dark eyes unfocused. Through the mind link, Ning Lu could perceive the occasional whispers in the brain cat's ears and the fleeting images before its eyes. Open black lens bracket. It really is more like a monster. Being in this state for a long time, his mind won't be too good. I wonder if he can master Telemaria mind realm now. I shouldn't use it anymore, I should use he. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu thought of this, he realized he should give the brain cat, now an extraordinary creature, a name. He now had intelligence, and it would be too disrespectful not to have a name. Ning Lu knew that after advancing to Sequence 8 machine, the monster would gain terrifying computational ability and corresponding intelligence. From now on, he would have to interact with the brain cat in a new way. Open black lens bracket. Nostradamus. No, he excels at interpreting prophetic poems and deducing astrological fates. The Wheel of Fortune pathway, monster, or both closer to instinct. John D., who excels at angel communication and mapping spacetime fate lines, is a better fit. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu thought of this, he gently held the brain cat in his left hand and said, From now on, you shall be called John. The brain cat murmured, speaking haltingly in Vostonian. Joe. John. His vocal cords were unusually stiff from speaking for the first time. As if a switch had been triggered, John's Vostonian became increasingly fluent. Green, tall creature, your enemy is a powerful orc. Through the mind link, Ning Lu saw more of the images the brain cat perceived. An orc encased in super heavy armor, black with yellow flames. The image suddenly shattered and vanished. The monster could only occasionally glimpse future scenes, he couldn't actively predict like a diviner or other sequences. Only after advancing to Sequence 8 machine would he gain the ability of divination and anti-divination. Open black lens bracket. Guguji, the orc warlord has Guguji. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu pondered, he sent the methods and experiences of the first layer of Telemaria mind realm to John in several increments. Waves of thought impulses appeared in John's mind. Each time his brain couldn't bear it, the thought impulses would temporarily stop. Only after his discomfort subsided would the thought impulses resume. After Ning Lu transmitted the first layer of Telema mind to John telepathically, he switched to Vostonian and said, You are to cultivate according to the method I told you and strive to master Telemaria mind realm. Once mastered, when you are troubled by disturbing whispers and complex images, awaken your true will, and you will feel much better. Okay, Master. John tried to understand Ning Lu's words. Through the mind link, after more than 10 seconds, he understood his master's meaning. Ning Lu watched John lie comfortably on the ground, his eyes deep, entering a meditative state. Suddenly, the Gene Seed Primarch felt a stir. He perceived John's senses, the brain cat, transcending physical limitations and entering a more transcendent state, connected to him by a faint, ethereal thread. The Gene Seed Primarch had never before perceived the existence of this invisible thread, but the monster possessed super strong spiritual perception. The monster's extremely high spiritual perception was the highest among all Sequence 9 levels, even surpassing the Sleepless in the Darkness. When a seer activated his Eye of Secrets, he wouldn't see more than a monster, he would only be more skilled at observing the target's astral body, etheric body, and mental body states, scrutinizing the various details of the astral body. Through John's spiritual perception, the Gene Seed Primarch sensed that he was gaining specks of mental power through the invisible thread attached to the mind link. He couldn't help but think, open black lens bracket so, brain cats need to establish a mind link with someone because they will gain mental nourishment from their master. Perhaps, it is this invisible link that makes brain cats grow closer and closer to their masters. Close black lens bracket. Over the next 10+ days, Ning Lu traveled between various snakebite clan camps, moving potion materials back to the Nation of Disorder. At the same time, he began teaching the Honor Guard members the war mask technique suitable for the Order Shadows. By drawing Slaughter, the Black Wolf General, into a dream, the Gene Seed Primarch excavated the war mask technique from the depths of the Season's mind. The Gene Seed Primarch spent some time improving the Eldar technique, developing a war mask suitable for his offspring. The Order Shadows had stronger perception than the Astartes of other legions, closer to the super strong sensory abilities possessed by the Eldar. Therefore, 16 standard days later, 2 Honor Guard members had initially mastered the war mask technique. Wilshire, who had freed himself after Arenas was restored to order, arrived. Perkasielny, the most outstanding of Vostronia's first wave of recruits, had just joined the Honor Guard due to his excellent performance in void combat. 16 standard days later, the Honor Guard and the 3 battle groups' brief rest ended. Ning Lu ordered the 5th battle group to remain on the battle moon, while he led the 2nd and 11th battle groups to launch an offensive against Flamewheel's 2nd planet. It was a construction base for the Greenskin Empire. Conquering it would severely cripple the Orcs' war potential. Chapter 207 Fire Wheel, War Mask. Wangquan Shadow, Monarch Court. Arsena Dun operated the control stick, displaying a holographic image of the Flame Wheel star system's 2nd planet. Scanning results show that this planet contains rich mineral deposits. The architecture of this world still retains some characteristics of human buildings. The Greenskins have transformed human hive cities and factories into a fortress world, with the planet covered in fortresses and armories. Ning Lu sat on the Black Throne, listening to the original body servant's introduction. There is a large structure in orbit around this world. According to the scan analysis, it was once a spaceport built by humans. The weapons manufactured by the Greenskins are sent here and then sold to other planets. Arsena looked at the people in the court and stated the basis for his judgment. According to the information issued by the Lord Monarch, Orcs have a simple trade system, using teeth as currency. The Evil Sons became the wealthiest clan among all Greenskins because their teeth grow much faster than other Greenskins. Based on the Orc totems on the battle moon and other existing conditions, it is inferred that the Orc warlord of the Flame Wheel star system may have originated from the Evil Sons. After the original body servant introduced the relevant situation, the topic returned to the 2nd planet. Augur matrix scans show that the 2nd planet has 5 large fortresses, all of which were originally human hive cities. The largest fortress is directly below the spaceport. If the holographic star map is unfolded, Arsena said, operating the control stick to display the corresponding star map. The other 4 fortresses are precisely centered around the largest fortress, distributed along a circular channel. The circular channel may also have been built on a human foundation. Although rudimentary, it is 152 kilometers high. By counting the number and frequency of vehicles traveling on the channel, we can conclude that this circular channel functions similarly to our high-speed transport channels. The student of ratiocination introduced his conclusions, based on the scan results, to everyone. Inside the hall, 1,542 honor guard members were seated neatly. Among them, 703 were from the 7th Battle Group, and there were also 154 apothecaries. Ning Lu, considering the scale of the war, appropriately increased the size of this batch of honor guard members. He also considered that the 7th Battle Group and apothecaries would soon be deployed to Katachchan, so he correspondingly increased their proportion in this batch of honor guard members. Unlike when he first joined the honor guard, Wilshire moved from the last row to the front, and sitting beside him was Primarch. Wilshire's eyes were fixed on the video screen, and he saw numerous oddly shaped, thick cannons towering in the fortress, pointing straight up like long spears. Each cannon was different, with black smoke spewing from its muzzle. Open black lens bracket. The greenskins, defensive power is very strong, this will be a tough battle, close black lens bracket. While Wilshire was deep in thought, the Gene Seed Primarch spoke. Ning Lu absorbed all the information into his mind and asked, considering the situation. Tell me your thoughts, how should this battle be fought? James, the lord of the 2nd Battle Group, who had gained information from the previous space battle and the Battle Moon combat, was the first to speak. Father, we should first eliminate the defensive fortifications outside each greenskin fortress, and then attack the fortresses. Ning Lu said nothing, and Diana Bolin, who was attending the meeting, entered observer mode. Open black lens bracket. This is consistent with James's cautious style, close black lens bracket. Morrison, the lord of the 11th Battle Group, then also spoke. Father, we should first attack the orbital spaceport to draw out the orc reinforcements, and then strike them while they are coming. The observer continued to maintain her scrutinizing state, thinking to herself. Open black lens bracket. Morrison is more adventurous than James, his eyes are more aggressive, close black lens bracket. After listening to the plans of the two lords, Ning Lu looked at the honor guard members behind them. Wilshire, what are your thoughts? Wilshire felt the gazes of the two lords and others, and even more so, the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze focused on him. He showed no fear and directly stated his thoughts. Father, the void of flame wheel is already under our control. For the war bosses, the strategic importance of the spaceport has decreased, so using it as bait will not be very effective. However, the circular high-speed channel connecting the 5 orc fortresses is very important to them all. Whichever war boss controls the circular highway will control the lifeline of this world. He will possess unprecedented and unstoppable mobility and the ability to transport greenskin armies. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. He had not misjudged, Wilshire had indeed not disappointed him. Excellent. Although the Gene Seed Primarch only spoke one word, the observer read from his tone and admiring gaze that he was very satisfied with Wilshire's answer. Upon realizing this, Diana immediately felt a melting sensation within her. Wilshire was elated that his idea had received his Gene father's approval. Ning Lu shifted his gaze from Wilshire to Primarch beside him. Pell, what are your thoughts? Father, Wilshire's suggestion is very good, but there are also areas for improvement. The observer saw Pell's confidence in the smile radiating from his face. I studied the information Father provided. Greenskins love infighting. The orcs on the 2nd planet are even the most greedy of the Death Skull clan. Pell said, stepping out of his seat and walking to the video screen, tapping his finger on more than a dozen screens one by one. The orcs all had the same patterned mark hanging on them, a blue-horned skull. Pell looked at the Gene Seed Primarch and said confidently, the Death Skull clan will go to any lengths to scavenge everything they can lay their hands on. If given the chance, they wouldn't even mind snatching things from other careless greenskins. That spaceport structure, and the items within it, are treasures to the orcs of the Death Skull clan, an irresistible temptation for them. Seize the spaceport, then smash it onto the surface, between the central fortress and the other 4. The Death Skull clan's scavenging lads will surely fight over the wreckage. To them, it's materials, wealth, something they'll fight for no matter what, and they'll start infighting. After listening to Pell's words, Ning Lu felt that his understanding of the greenskins' way of thinking and their primitive order surpassed that of the two lords and Wilshire. The Gene Seed Primarch recalled Pel's previous training experiences, especially his final confrontation with the 1st Battle Group recruits in the tribunal. Open black lens bracket. He is truly suited to be a lawyer. Very suited to the Black Emperor path. Close black lens bracket. The observer read different shades of appreciation for Pel and Wilshire in the Gene Seed Primarch's shining eyes. Open black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch's gaze seemed to have something more. Close black lens bracket. She couldn't decipher more information, only seeking answers by analyzing the differences in their speeches, actions, and expressions. Open black lens bracket. The biggest difference between Pel and Wilshire is that Pel considered not the value of the circular highway, but how to use the orcs' habit of infighting for targeted strikes. The Gene Seed Primarch appreciated their different ways of thinking. Is Pel's idea more similar to his own way of thinking? Close black lens bracket. The observer, with this conclusion, looked at the Gene Seed Primarch again, and she saw more hidden recognition within it, a kind of recognition for kindred spirits. When the observer realized this, she felt the stars within her completely shatter. After listening to everyone's ideas, Ning Lu issued his orders. Pel, according to your idea, you will lead 500 Honor Guard members to capture the spaceport. Afterward, smash the wreckage of the spaceport onto the surface of the 2nd planet. When the orcs are deeply embroiled in infighting, we will launch surprise attacks on the 4 battlefields. Ning Lu looked around at everyone and continued. James and Morrison will lead the 2nd and 11th battle groups, respectively. I will lead 500 Honor Guard members to attack the largest orc battlefield. Wilshire, you will lead your guard members to attack the smallest greenskin battlefield, and Pel will come to support after the orbital battle is concluded. After the War Council, Pel quickly selected 500 men from the Honor Guard and immediately launched an attack on the orc-occupied spaceport. Stormbirds roared as they flew towards the spaceport, missiles trailing dazzling tail flames, smashing into the spaceport. Amidst the roar, an explosion tore through a section of the steel passage. The Stormbirds circled the breach, and Pel led the assault team, taking large strides to run, then activating their jetpacks and leaping into the spaceport passage. The Honor Guard advanced in rows of 5, providing covering fire for each other. Greenskins rushed towards the black armor warriors in groups of 3 to 5, and the Honor Guard raised their bolt guns, firing at the scattered orcs. Diamond-tipped rounds tore through green flesh, and explosions destroyed the orcs' bodies. The Honor Guard continued their advance until they had cleared a quarter of the circular area. The Order shadows suddenly heard heavy footsteps approaching, and a massive figure charged forward. His body was completely obscured by the steel wrapped around him, looking like a chaotic mass of metal glued together to form a body. The pieced-together armor was painted blue. The Honor Guard members knew that the orcs of the Death Skull clan firmly believed blue to be a lucky color, and thus often painted themselves blue, hoping to avoid harm. Having identified the orc as belonging to the Death Skull clan, they were not at all surprised that the orc before them had completely encased himself in steel. The Honor Guard members raised their guns and fired at the greenskin. Boom, boom, boom. Dense bullet rain slammed into the bizarre blue steel body. The passage vibrated with explosions, and steel fragments scattered like rain. Through the swirling debris, Pel keenly saw that the massive figure had not been killed. It was charging towards them at high speed. Pel thought, "This is bad," and immediately rushed forward. The orc in blue armor suddenly swung the large axe in his hand, delivering a fierce horizontal slash. The axe blade cleaved an Order shadow in half, and with its remaining momentum, it swung towards another Honor Guard member. Pel roared in anger, letting out a furious bellow, and donned his war mask. He drew strength from his rage, and savage power surged within his body. Pel's rage was exposed, but his mind remained calm. He observed his body from a perspective beyond the physical, harnessing the power unleashed by his fury. Pel violently swung his power sword, attacking the greenskin with the 7th method of hacking from Osber Via, honed over more than 10 years of rigorous training. Everything around him seemed to halt, and in the blink of an eye, the blow landed on the orc. The energized blade sliced into the red armor, cleaving the greenskin in two. Chapter 208 Fire Wheel, Wilshire's pre-battle speech. After Pell occupied the spaceport, dozens of tugboats immediately headed towards it. Magnetic grapples firmly attached to the stress points calculated by the tech sergeants, and the tugboats flew along the planned routes, pulling the chains taut. The massive spaceport was torn apart by 4 different pulling forces at the same time. The tugboats flew into Second Planet's black atmosphere, releasing their magnetic grapples outside the war boss's anti-aircraft range. 4 mountain-like pieces of wreckage rapidly smashed towards the planet's surface. The tech boys pulled down the telescopes they had snatched from humans, which they wore on their heads, and stared intently. They saw the steel parts inside, through the blinding light generated by the intense friction. A Death Skull Clan tech boy jumped up and down, yelling to the scavenger boys, "Things are falling. Things are falling from the sky. Gork and Mork sent them to me. Follow me. Don't let those greedy gits snatch them away. Only I am worthy of them." The scavenger boys roared excitedly, following the tech boy as he charged towards the mountains of junk falling from the sky. The rapidly falling spaceport wreckage disintegrated amidst the violent friction. Pieces of debris, varying in size, rained down on the unlucky Death Skull Clan war bosses. Not a single Death Skull war boss fled. When it came to snatching things, war bosses from other clans were far less insane than they were. The falling wreckage from the sky was a treasure they would fight desperately to seize. Different war bosses, and even tech boys under the same war boss, mercilessly attacked their competitors. Conflicts quickly escalated within a few days, and 5 war bosses led their subordinates to join the chaotic brawl. More and more greenskin tribes joyfully joined the massive free-for-all. Ning Lu did not rush to attack. He continuously monitored the density of life readings in the brawl area. It was not until the 25th day after the brawl began that he ordered the attack to commence as planned. As the fleet launched orbital bombardments around the battlefield, striking the war boss's anti-aircraft facilities, Ning Lu stood on the boarding deck, gazing at Wilshire, who was delivering a pre-battle speech to the assembled Honor Guard members. "Ever since I joined the Legion, I've heard a few whisper our name. Now I ask you, what are you called?" "Order Shadows." Over 500 voices answered in unison, their voices echoing on the boarding deck, but Wilshire was not satisfied. "What are we?" Wilshire roared loudly. "Order Shadows." Everyone shouted out, deafeningly loud. "We are Order Shadows, but we are more than just Order Shadows. We are the Honor Guard." A cheer responded to his words, but it was not enough, far from enough. "Never before have you borne such consequences for your actions as you do today, and never again will you fight in the name of the King's Honor Guard like this. No responsibility is more important than this, and no glory is more real than this. We are the King's Honor Guard. On this day, we will carve our legend into the body of every greenskin we kill. Will you stand with me?" Now the cheers erupted, the Honor Guard's cheers thundering in the air around him. "Will you stand with me?" Another roar. "Sons of the King. We are the sons of Lord Ning Lu. The war bosses dare to invade our cities, dare to desecrate our world. When the last dawn arrives, we will crush their corpses." Wilshire pressed the runic symbol and raised his power hammer. Blue light reflected on his chiseled face, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. "We are Order Shadows. We are the Honor Guard. Say it. Say it. Shout it out loud, so the greenskins below will hear our wrath. We are Order Shadows. We are the Honor Guard." The Honor Guard members felt the surging battle intent from Wilshire, his fanaticism for the Legion and the Gene Seed Primarch. "We are Order Shadows. We are the Honor Guard." The Order Shadows felt the surging battle intent from their comrades around them, and perceived the fanaticism of others. Their emotions resonated with each other, falling into a frenzy. Wilshire perceived the emotions of the Honor Guard members, he was satisfied, and he roared loudly. "For the Order Shadows! For the Honor Guard! For the King! For the Order Shadows! For the Honor Guard! For the King! For the King! Louder! For the King! They can't hear you, brothers! For the King!" Wilshire deactivated the runic symbol and shouted loudly. "Purify the filthy greenskins! We are Order Shadows, we are the Honor Guard, for the King. For the King. For the King. For the King. Wilshire swung his arm forcefully, and the Honor Guard members frantically entered the drop pods. The Primarch watched Wilshire's entire speech, keenly perceiving all Honor Guard members. Even the Honor Guard members assembled behind him, who were not the direct audience of Wilshire's speech, were affected. Their battle intent was high, and dozens of them even followed with low roars. Ning Lu couldn't help but think to himself, open black lens bracket Wilshire is a natural priest. He also perfectly fits the sun pathway. He possesses the characteristics of sequence 9 inches bard, sequence 7 inches sun priest, and even sequence 5 inches priest of light. Unfortunately, I'm still missing one main ingredient for the bard potion, the golden sunflower. I wonder when I'll be able to find it. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he waved his hand, and the Honor Guard members entered the drop pods one after another. The black drop pods rapidly descended, smashing into the greenskin horde. Wilshire was the first Order Shadows to land on second planet, and he roared. For the King. The Honor Guard members all heard his roar, and they poured out of the drop pods, shouting, for the King. The Honor Guard fired a dense rain of bullets at the war bosses, at an attack speed far exceeding their usual pace. They advanced with orderly steps, firing, reloading. Greenskins fell in swaths, like a wheat field after a harvester has passed through. As the Honor Guard advanced unstoppably, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A tall greenskin with a glaring red light in his left eye, covered in blue tattoos, and with machinery wrapped around his back and right arm, roared and charged forward. The war boss roared, "Wog!" All the war bosses roared, "Wog!" in response, charging towards the Honor Guard. Bolter fire roared, and greenskins fell in swaths. The war boss's body exploded with blood and gore, but he did not fall. He swung his red choppa, cleaving towards Wilshire. Wilshire put on his war mask, drawing strength from his anger, and swung his power hammer to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the war boss violently sent Wilshire flying, and his bolt pistol fell to the ground. The war boss charged into the Honor Guard's formation, swinging his choppa downwards. The choppa smashed through a black helmet, crushing an Order Shadow's head. He then swung his choppa again, sweeping away several Honor Guard members who lunged at him. Wilshire, who had scrambled back to his feet, knew he had to kill the war boss immediately to uphold the Honor Guard's faith. Wilshire charged forward rapidly, his dark eyes fixed on the war boss, who was even taller and stronger than the Gene Father. Open black lens bracket. The Gene Father taught us that every enemy has a weakness, close black lens bracket. 2 steps away from the war boss, Wilshire's eyes suddenly lost all their whites, his black pupils occupying his entire eyeballs. Wilshire saw a palm-sized wound on the greenskin's right rib, hidden by strange machinery. He dodged the war boss's attack, and with a powerful swing of both arms, he brought down his power hammer. The charged power hammer struck the war boss's right rib. The disintegration field crackled, and the wound burst open. The war boss's body slammed heavily to the ground, and Wilshire swung his power hammer again, smashing his head several times. After killing the war boss, Wilshire murmured to himself, "Just now, did I use the subspace insight that Father taught us?" Chapter 209 Fire Wheel, Killing Can. On the second planet of Fire Wheel, Ning Lu airdropped onto the largest battlefield. As soon as he jumped out of the drop pod, he saw 2 war bosses of the Death Skull clan fix their gaze on him. The smaller one, similar in size to a Gene Seed Primarch, had a blue mechanical backpack and held a twin-linked daka. The taller orc was a green-skinned tech boss, with hammers and wrenches crossed behind his head, connected to a vertical iron rod, rotating like a windmill, and he also carried tools like iron pliers. He held a twin-linked custom big daka, connected by cables and gauges to a supply box on his back, forming a single unit, adorned with tooth trophies and other decorations. 100 meters behind the tech boss, there were 25 can-shaped walking mechs, with a pair of piston mechanical legs, running quickly. Ning Lu recognized them as killing cans, whose peculiarity was that the drivers were not green skins but Gretchen. After undergoing a surgery similar to that of a dreadnot, but more primitive and brutal, the Gretchen permanently resided inside. Unlike Astartes, who were passively interred, Gretchen, who were at the bottom of the green skin ecosystem, would engage in fierce and bloody internal competition, resorting to murder and brawls. Ning Lu saw greed in the eyes of the two Death Skull clan war bosses, their eyes fixed on his armor and the power fist covering his left hand. Wog! The two Death Skull clan war bosses roared with excitement simultaneously, taking large strides and charging towards him excitedly. As they ran, they fired a dense barrage of bullets from their dakas at Ning Lu. The twin-linked custom big daka in the tech boss's hand vibrated wildly when firing, emitting intense sparks. Behind him, countless green skins holding various types of dakas looked at the tech boss with envy and jealousy. The dense rain of bullets struck the black armor, then bounced off the cast iron scales. The green skins stared blankly at the black armored giant, unable to comprehend why the giant's black armor wasn't penetrated. Ning Lu charged forward, stooping to pick up an iron plate from the ground as he ran, and squeezed it hard. The briber swung his arm in a full circle, throwing dozens of fragments with extraordinary force. The fragments arced, passed over the two war bosses, flew for dozens more meters, then rapidly descended, embedding themselves into green skin and flesh. Bribe charm caused more than 10 green skins' eyes to turn red. They raised their dakas, pulled the triggers, and bullets flew towards the surrounding orcs. The Death Skull green skins immediately fell into chaos, their innate desire for scattered wreckage ignited, and they furiously attacked the surrounding green skins. Seeing this, the Gene Seed Primarch thought to himself, open black lens bracket, bribe charm, is much more effective on Death Skull orcs than on other clans, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu drew his power sword and simultaneously gave orders to the honor guard members behind him. Prioritize killing the tech boys. The honor guard members understood the Gene Seed Primarch's order. Before the battle, they had thoroughly studied the information issued by the Gene Seed Primarch. The Death Skull clan had a large number of scavenger boys, all commanded by the tech boys. In the Death Skull clan's social culture, the tech boys' status was far higher than that of other clans. They reassembled recovered parts and wreckage into weapons and dakas. Tech boys also repaired the green skins' unstable weapons. Precisely eliminating them would severely cripple the scavenger boys' sustained combat capability. The Gene Seed Primarch did not need to deliver inspiring speeches like Wilshire. Every Order Shadow who followed him into battle would be highly motivated by following their Gene Father. The Honor Guard raised their bolt guns and, following the Primarch's command, launched a swift strike against the green skins. Bang bang bang. The tech boys were torn apart by the bolter rounds. Their deaths made the scavenger boys even more reckless. They frantically pounced on any fragments and wreckage they saw, attacking hostile tribes, and even scavenger boys from their own tribe. During the green skin melee, Ning Lu rapidly rushed in front of the two war bosses. The tech boss turned and ran, shouting loudly, "Cans!" The remaining 19 killing cans rushed over quickly, their long-barreled big guns firing wildly. Da 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 da. A storm of bullets erupted, and two honor guard members suffered concentrated fire, their visors shot through. The war boss did not turn and flee. He held a twin-linked daka, his eyes wide, letting out a roar. My daka will definitely penetrate your armor. The war boss heard Gork and Mork's roars in his ears, and green mist rose in his mind. The bullets fired from the twin-linked daka clanged against the black war armor. The bullets seemed to instantly turn into armor-piercing rounds, and pieces of cast iron scales clattered down. Ning Lu instantly donned the war mask, transforming the anger over his son's death into power. His speed suddenly surged, and in a flash, he appeared before the war boss, the Val's sword slashing out. Blue and white light flashed, shredding the war boss's body. He did not stop, charging towards the killing cans. Ning Lu leapt into the air, severing a killing can with a single sword strike. After he landed, 3 killing cans surrounded him, moving with agile steps, attacking Ning Lu from behind and both sides. The power sword crackled, and the buzzsaws screamed as they attacked Ning Lu. The tech boss kept an eye on the situation behind him as he fled. Seeing the black-armored warrior surrounded by the killing cans he had created, he immediately stopped fleeing, turned, and charged back. Ning Lu twisted his body, and with a flick of his wrist, the Val's sword, following, Osber via, Article 9, savagely backhanded a horizontal slash while his body was twisted. The tech boss's eyes widened. The black-armored giant had, in the blink of an eye, swung a sword in an impossible posture, shattering 3 killing cans. He turned and fled, thinking to himself, "Open black lens bracket, all my good stuff was forcibly bought by Soraya Nuo. When I build bigger, more wog dakas and shootas, I'll kill you then, and everything you have will be mine." Close black lens bracket. The tech boss jumped onto a daka, kicked the driver out, and fled madly. He looked back and suddenly realized that all the killing cans had fallen. The black-armored giant picked up a piece of killing can wreckage and threw it at him. The tech boss quickly turned and sharply swerved the steering wheel to the right. Boom! The daka and the tech boss were sent flying, tumbling in the air. After the tech boss scrambled to his feet, he saw the black-armored giant appear before him. Ning Lu raised his sword and slew the tech boss. He reached out and tore off the wrench, hammer, and pliers from the tech boss's back. They all glowed with psychic light, being materials for elixirs. The great melee on the second planet lasted for 13 standard days. The number of Death Skull clan orcs who died from infighting was no less than those killed by the Order Shadows. As the 11th Legion's servants and servitors cleared the surface with flamethrowers, Ning Lu received a communication message relayed by the sound array master. The 9th battle group had arrived, and the 3rd battle group would arrive 2 days later. Ning Lu immediately ordered the Honor Guard members and the 2 battle groups to continue clearing the green skins from the second planet, while he returned to the Wenquan Shadow. Ning Lu met Thomas in the Primarch's office and, after listening to the briefing, tapped his finger lightly on the back of his chair. Although the 11th Legion currently has the position of think tank, it does not yet have a corresponding organizational structure. I have decided to establish a think tank department to oversee the Legion's psychers. I would like you to step down as battle group commander and transfer to the position of think tank curator. Are you willing? Thomas did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately accepted the new appointment. Father, I am willing. Thomas inferred from the Gene Seed Primarch's previous orders that the think tank would be an important component of the Legion. More crucially, while Lords independently commanded battle groups, the think tank curator's department should be for the entire Legion, overseeing all think tanks while being closer to the Gene Father. The newly appointed think tank curator immediately took on his role and asked, "Father, how should the organizational structure of the think tank department be set up?" Think tanks, like tech sergeants and apothecaries, will report directly to you, but also assist the various battle groups in combat. Ning Lu recalled the think tank's future structure during the battle group era and decided to refer to a hierarchical setup, continuing. Below you, there will be 3 levels, from lowest to highest: scribes, recorders, and astropaths. Psychers who have just joined the think tank will be scribes. They will be responsible for combat report-related duties and submit them to those responsible for Legion records. Recorders will be responsible for evaluating reports written by scribes and finalizing them for inclusion in the think tank, providing strategic overviews of operations to commanders. Astropath's duty is to serve as chief communication officers both on and off the battlefield, a role filled by psychers capable of projecting their thoughts into the warp. Unlike star speakers who are responsible for interstellar communication, astropaths are responsible for closer range communication, coordinating attacks and combat orders. Father, I will carry out your will. Besides true psychers, I will also designate a portion of the worthy shadow members who have not yet served as commanders to join the think tank department. The think tank curator pondered the deeper meaning in the Gene Seed Primarch's words. Chapter 210. Ning Lu's 3-segment description. After a moment of thought, Thomas asked, "Father, do you mean that members of the royal court who receive power from you will call themselves psychers when using their abilities?" "That's right. Ning Lu considered that for a period in the future, he might have to cooperate with other legions, and Beyonders would inevitably have to use their extraordinary abilities due to circumstances. Aside from external manifestations like warrior, sleepless, and sailor being considered physical attributes, many sequences would exhibit clear differences. Psykers have diverse abilities, making them the best disguise for Beyonders. Moreover, with a think tank background, it would be even harder for anyone to uncover the secrets of Psykers. Each Psyker, from an ordinary order shadow to a commander, would undergo a complex process. They would move from their respective battle group, enter the honor guard, join the think tank, return to their battle group, leave the think tank, and finally become a commander, with their identity changing several times. Non-Legion members could not possibly cross multiple internal Legion organizations to trace the trajectory of Psykers, making it difficult to understand them, and naturally even harder to explore related secrets. I understand. After the think tank curator finished speaking, Ning Lu continued. Chesney will take over as the Lord of the 9th Battle Group. Ning Lu chose Chesney from among many First Company captains to be a Lord. He was his earliest follower, and his abilities also met the standard for a Lord. The 9th Battle Group will temporarily remain under your command until the 7th Battle Group concludes its campaign on the 7th planet. The gamble between Sanchez and Inik Laheven had not yet ended, so Ning Lu naturally could not withdraw his First Company captain and some tyrant pathway Beyonders. Losing some commanders would inevitably affect the 7th Battle Group in the short term. The 9th Battle Group will be stationed on the Battle Moon, replacing the 5th Battle Group. Ning Lu turned his head and spoke to the original body servant who stood by, recording the Gene Seed Primarch's orders. The 2nd Battle Group and the 11th Battle Group will withdraw from the 2nd planet for rest and recuperation, with the 5th Battle Group taking over for subsequent cleanup. Upon the arrival of the 3rd Battle Group, they will serve as the main force to attack the Orc Fortress, with the 5th Battle Group providing assistance. Ning Lu learned from the report submitted by the Dark Lord that he had already begun to integrate Mordian culture into the Legion, reshaping the 3rd Battle Group and Mordian culture. For this reason, Bukayo Arshaven did not come in person. He dispatched 2nd Company Commander Mikhailovsky and 3rd Company Captain Gregory, leading half of the battle group's order shadows. Bukayo, following Ning Lu's orders, selected Mordian elite soldiers to form the 3rd Battle Group's auxiliary army. The 3rd Battle Group and the auxiliary army underwent a series of targeted training on Mordian. The 3rd Battle Group strengthened its urban combat capabilities and extended them to warship combat and satellite space warfare. The 5 fortresses on Flame Wheel's 2nd planet would be the touchstone for the new 3rd Battle Group. After making a series of Legion deployments, Ning Lu asked the seer, "Have you made any progress in the mystical languages and rituals of mysticism?" "Father, in addition to the mystical language data I sent to the original body servant, I have been studying the primitive beliefs of various worlds. Among them, there is a deity called the God of Fire, and his followers would address him thus when performing rituals." The mystery prior said with deep eyes and a profound tone, "Great God of Fire, you are the master of volcanoes. You are the Crimson King who wields flames." Quote. Ning Lu leaned back on his throne, absorbing the ritual process described by the mystery prior one by one. After the mystery prior recounted all the rituals he had collected from various worlds, Ning Lu closed his eyes slightly and analyzed the ritual magic. The Black Emperor pathway did not grant him abilities in this area, so although Ning Lu had some related knowledge in his memory, he did not easily attempt it. There are many secondary gods and demigods in the warp that appear and disappear, and even he only knew of a few, such as Vashtor. Once the direction was wrong, he didn't know what unknown existence he might provoke. To ensure success, Ning Lu collected myths and rituals from Terra and various races. Arsena, at his instruction, also collected myths and legends of various races, especially the prayers obtained from the Fenris Cairns, which held extremely strong reference value. Ning Lu spent a considerable amount of time analyzing all the data, eliminating ineffective parts, and gradually perfecting the ritual process. What the mystery prior had just described confirmed his thoughts. Open black lens bracket. Indeed, as I remember, ritual magic can be broken down into 3 parts. The first part is the sacrificial part to please or attract the interest of the corresponding existence. The second part is the incantation describing the object of supplication. The third part is the substantive part of what help is sought. Each part needs to be elucidated using formatted corresponding language and symbolic representations. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's mind raced. The symbolic representations could use those of the Black Emperor. The language could be the Dun language, which contains mystical power. So, the most crucial part was the incantation. Open black lens bracket. I need to ensure that the directional description points to myself, connecting me with the nation of disorder. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu currently did not have the ability to hear prayers. To receive prayers across the galaxy, or even the warp, he could only rely on the Imperium he possessed. Open black lens bracket. What description would most accurately point to the nation of disorder, and to me? The structure is fixed, a 3-segment description. The first sentence, the Black Emperor of the Order Shadows, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu further analyzed his inspiration, confirming its feasibility. Open black lens bracket. Black Emperor is the shadow of order, and I have already named the 11th Legion the Order Shadows. Although not directly called the Black Emperor, Monarch is a synonym, and by not directly using Black Emperor and substituting Monarch, it is precisely a shadow. This description can point to both the Black Emperor and the real me. Close black lens bracket. After determining the first sentence, Ning Lu began to ponder the second sentence. Open black lens bracket, the mysterious master of the chaotic kingdom. This points to the nation of disorder. The Imperium is the core of ritual prayer. Close black lens bracket. After determining the second sentence, Ning Lu began to consider the last sentence. Open black lens bracket. The last sentence should be related to the authority of the nation of disorder. Order has already been expressed, so the last sentence should emphasize rules. The King of Light and Shadow who wields rules. The Justiciar establishes rules, which is light. The Black Emperor alters rules, which is shadow. Close black lens bracket. After determining the ritualistic language, Ning Lu opened his eyes and looked at the mystery prior and the student of ratiocination. I want you to assist me in a ritual. All this time, you have been unable to unleash the power I bestowed upon you. You cannot use ritual magic because you have no object of prayer. The original body servant looked at Ning Lu with anticipation upon hearing this. Thomas was hesitant for a moment. What the Gene Seed Primarch said was faith, a violation of the imperial truth. This went against the education he had received in the past. As the mystery prior hesitated, he suddenly thought of the Heart Slayer in the Crystal Mirage. He could clearly feel that it was a real existence. He also thought that the mystery prior ability he had gained could not be explained by the imperial truth. How could he gain such an ability just by drinking a potion? Thomas's gaze became firm. What the Gene Father said was what he would carry out. The Gene Seed Primarch sensed Thomas's emotional changes and waited until he made his decision before continuing. Now, I will tell you an object of prayer. Father, to whom shall we pray? The mystery prior had greater ability in ritual magic than the student of ratiocination, and he asked curiously. You will know, but before that, I will first tell you a technique. Ning Lu then used telepathy, sending a thought impulse to them. Ritual magic requires an undisturbed spiritual environment, which we must create ourselves. The method is to first enter meditation, accumulate spiritual energy, and then use a medium to guide our spirituality out, constructing it around us. As Ning Lu spoke, he picked up a crystal box from the desk, opened the lid, and took out a small black knife. To the Gene Seed Primarch, it was a small knife. To an ordinary person, it was a short dagger. He walked around the desk to stand in front of the two, spreading his palm. This ritual knife is made of even-numbered black gold. Arsena looked at Ning Lu's hand, recognizing from the white irregular 11 and 33 on the black matte metal that it was from even-numbered mountain, which produces from a high-gravity world. This technique is very simple, Ning Lu said. Hold the ritual knife and recite the following in Dun language. I sanctify you, blade of ritual. I purify you, that you may serve me in ritual. In the name of the Black Emperor, you are sanctified. Ning Lu recited the short, powerful words in Dun language. After finishing, he pointed the tip of the knife outwards and walked around the desk. With each step, the mystery prior and the student of ratiocination could feel an invisible force surging from the ritual knife. Spirituality connected with the air, forming a sealed wall. When Ning Lu completed one circle, the desk was isolated from its surroundings. The spiritual environment has been constructed, Ning Lu then said, it's easier to dispel. As Ning Lu spoke, he pricked with the ritual knife, and the invisible wall around them was pierced. Ning Lu then opened two more boxes, which contained one long and one short black knife. The long one was only slightly shorter than his, while the short one was a small knife in the ordinary sense. Chapter 211, Ritual Procedure. The seer and the student of ratiocination walked to the table, picked up the ritual daggers, and moved to either side. They imitated Ning Lu's earlier movements, speaking in Dun language. I sanctify you, blade of ritual. I purify you, that you may serve me in the ritual. In the name of the Black Emperor, you are sanctified. Then they circled once, completing the spiritual environment setup. Ning Lu activated his psychic vision to look. The environment they constructed was already isolated from the outside world. You did it. Their sequences were all proficient in ritual magic, so this was not difficult for them. The key now was whether the ritual magic Ning Lu designed could point to him, and whether he could respond. Open black lens bracket. The ritual I designed, referencing numerous sacrificial procedures, should be fine. Moreover, I am a gene seed Primarch, different from an ordinary sequence 7. The briber are just a little bit away from being fully digested, and I already have certain authority in the nation of disorder. Close black lens bracket. His eyes flashed as he anticipated the consequences of failure. Open black lens bracket. The Black Emperor's prestige cannot be diminished. If it doesn't succeed in the end, then I can only let them temporarily take the blame. They just learned about the Black Emperor and aren't devout enough. That's a reasonable excuse. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was contemplating, as the two pierced the spiritual environment with their ritual daggers, he sent them a thought pulse. Prepare an altar made of obsidian. Place 11 candles on the altar, arranged in this manner. Scenes appeared in the minds of Thomas and Arsena Dunn. To the left of where they stood, candles were inverted on metal candle holders. Further to the left, the candle holders were at a 33-degree angle to the vertical direction. The seer and the student of ratiocination frowned slightly. This was different from the rituals they knew. While those rituals were mysterious, or even deliberately created mystery, the altar's arrangement would follow a certain pattern, even among the primitive Fenris. The altar arrangement Ning Lu showed them made them feel chaotic. While they were contemplating, the thought pulse came again. I have already prepared the candles for you. The candles were extracted from the wood of the Twin Peaks. Divide a circle into 12 equal parts, and place the candles in the other 11 directions outside of where you stand. Starting from your left hand, place the following items in order: a black iron scale, and Monarch's iron law, that I compiled. The seer and the student of ratiocination saw the 11 items and immediately realized their purpose was to attract the attention of the prayer target, to make them focus their gaze on themselves. They also knew that sacrifices usually served this purpose in rituals. They both thought of how, during the Heart Slayer's rituals in the Crystal Mirage, followers would use the hearts of living people as sacrifices. The seer and the student of ratiocination simultaneously noticed that among the 11 items, the central cauldron bore a holy emblem they were very familiar with. This symbol was engraved on the breastplate of every Order Shadows member. It existed on the Legion's warships, vehicles, and buildings. And it was brought to the Legion by the Gene Seed Primarch. Thomas and Arsena exchanged glances. As the two psychics' eyes met, they understood each other's thoughts. Thomas asked the original body servant, open black lens bracket, is father a believer of the Black Emperor, close black lens bracket. Arsena, Open black lens bracket Lord Ning Lu would not worship others, he is the Black Emperor, close black lens bracket. Thomas. Open black lens bracket It's possible. The abilities he bestowed upon us, the Wolf King couldn't achieve, and even the mighty Horus couldn't achieve, close black lens bracket. Arsena. Open black lens bracket The Monarch, no, the Black Emperor, he did not explicitly state it because now is not the right time. This is a blatant violation of imperial truth. Close black lens bracket. Thomas. Open black lens bracket We only need to follow Father's commands. Close black lens bracket. Thomas no longer hesitated. He was unwilling to believe in others, but if the object of faith was his gene father, he was willing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly. The gene seed Primarch observed the interaction between the two. He sent them the most important part of the incantation. Use the ritual dagger to create a spiritual environment on the altar, then recite the incantation in Dun language. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. The mysterious master of the chaotic kingdom. The king of light and shadow who wields rules. The seer and the student of ratiocination looked at each other again, trying their best to understand the incantation. The seer. Open black lens bracket Isn't Order Shadows the legion name changed by the Gene Father? Close black lens bracket. The student of ratiocination. Open black lens bracket Wielding rules. Could it be that Lord Ning Lu uses the rules he controls to grant us these abilities? Close black lens bracket. The seer. Open black lens bracket Why is it a chaotic kingdom? Is it related to the flagship's decor in the Primarch's palace? Close black lens bracket. The student of ratiocination. Open black lens bracket The Legion monastery designed by Lord Ning Lu is also like this. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu did not pause for too long this time, he sent the final part to the two. I pray for your gaze. I pray for your favor. He paused for a moment before continuing his telepathy. The specific content of the prayer should use this sentence structure. I pray for your, followed by stating the specific content of your prayer. Finally, conclude as follows. O scale, the balance of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. Comma. Monarch's iron law, the foundation of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. The seer and the student of ratiocination heard the last 10 sentences, which were requests for power from the ritual items other than the holy emblem. As a seer, Thomas remembered and understood most of the content. He actively said, Father, I will immediately prepare to pray too. Thomas originally wanted to say, you, but then thought that the Gene Father had not explicitly stated that he was praying to him personally, so he changed his words and said, The Black Emperor. Arsena then said, My lord, I will complete your instructions as quickly as possible. Before Arsena left, the communication bead in his right ear chirped. After listening to the report, the original body servant spoke. My lord, one of the 2 pregnant space monkeys has given birth successfully. I see. Ning Lu then took the newborn space monkey to the 3rd level of the Nation of Disorder, settled him, and then came to the area where Slaughter and the Black Wolf were. Slaughter lay exhausted on the ground, his face mask torn off long ago, his hair disheveled, and his eyes unfocused. The Eldar Zan keenly sensed someone approaching. He knew that only Ning Lu would come to this place, and his unfocused eyes instantly sharpened. Slaughter stared at Ning Lu with eyes full of fury, and said bitterly, Monkey, you won't be smug for long, you will surely die. Heh heh, Ning Lu said disdainfully, you can't even commit suicide, yet you still have so much energy. The black wolf wagged its tail and walked to Ning Lu, its fur smooth, its eyes shining. Having devoured the Eldar's nightmare, he had fully recovered. The black wolf asked expectantly, Shall we continue? Begin. Slaughter shivered, Monkey, if you have the guts, kill me, otherwise. His voice abruptly stopped, his eyes closed in a second, and he fell into a deep sleep. Slaughter appeared on an Eldar craftworld. He looked around, and black armored warriors were sweeping through. It was the Order Shadows. They mercilessly attacked the Eldar with their bolt guns. Every moment, countless Eldar were torn to shreds by explosions. Slaughter felt as if he had experienced this scene countless times, as if he were in a dream. As he was bewildered, the Order shadows rushed to his side, their chainswords roaring, sawing a guardian in two. Slotta was bathed in blood, and furious hatred surged within him. The Season immediately put on his war mask, transforming his rage into power. All monkeys should die. As Slotta lunged towards the Order shadows, he was suddenly struck by a violent force. Ning Lu. As he screamed in terror, the Gene-Seed Primarch broke through his mental defenses. A moment later, Ning Lu finished reading his mind. Open black lens bracket. I didn't find a way for Slotta to resurrect John Grammaticus and make him an immortal, but I did learn the runic array used by esoteric order agents for communication. Close black lens bracket. After a moment of thought, Ning Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. Open black lens bracket. Even if the esoteric order confirms Slotta's failure, they cannot divine what happened in the Nation of Disorder, nor do they know that I have mastered their communication methods. I can send someone to contact the esoteric order, claiming to be an agent developed by Slotta, and infiltrate the esoteric order. Since they want to deal with me, it's better to take the initiative and resolve potential threats. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought of the esoteric order being an ancient organization that had existed for countless years, and he couldn't help but think. Open black lens bracket. I can also gain many mysteries, and quite a few potion ingredients. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Lu decided to find an opportunity to deal with the esoteric order. Ning Lu then looked at the Black Wolf, seeing a tight black line connecting him and himself. Open black lens bracket. I have established a stable link with the Black Wolf. Close black lens bracket. He placed his hand on the Black Wolf's back, bringing him back to the real world. Chapter 212. The Changes of Mordian. In the Primarch's palace, John, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up and met the gaze of the Black Wolf. The monster trembled all over, instinctively sensing the Black Wolf's danger. The Black Wolf had grown accustomed to being in the Nation of Disorder, and his sudden return to the real world, appearing on the void ship, felt like an eternity. While he was dazed, he suddenly felt hostility. The Black Wolf glanced at the brain cat, knowing he was Ning Lu's pet. Open black lens bracket. No, he is Ning Lu's pet, and so am I. No, he and I are not the same. Close black lens bracket. The Black Wolf took 2 steps, circling Ning Lu, and then, head held high, he said arrogantly. From now on, you listen to me. Sigh. The Black Wolf sighed in a human-like manner. You don't understand what I'm saying, and you can't answer. This is us. John watched the Black Wolf warily, doing his best to suppress the fear that his super-high inspiration was generating. I can understand what you're saying, but I arrived earlier than you. The Black Wolf froze, looking at the brain cat in astonishment. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. You are also. The Black Wolf didn't know how to refer to creatures like them. In his long life, he had encountered other creatures similar to himself. But each time they met, after careful engagement, they would avoid each other by mutual and spoken agreement. The Black Wolf stared at the brain cat for a while before finally speaking. No, you and I are still different. Ning Lu watched John's fear, the Black Wolf's arrogance, and their interactions, a slight smile playing on his lips. He reached out a large hand and patted the Black Wolf's thick fur. Do you have a name? The Black Wolf held his head high. My followers used to call me Wolf God. Wolf God. Horus's image flashed in Ning Lu's mind, and the curve of his lips became more pronounced. I know another bald man called Wolf God. You'd better change your name. Thinking of how the Black Wolf liked to pull people into nightmares, he said. Freddy, you'll be called Freddy. Freddy. The Black Wolf's tone was deep. Ning Lu no longer paid attention to the power struggle between Freddy and John. The outcome was already decided. The Black Wolf was an incomplete mythical creature, far beyond what a transcendent creature could compare to. The next day, as the Gene-Seed Primarch was handling official duties in his office, an original body servant walked in. My lord, the 3rd battle group has arrived. 2nd Company Commander Mikhailovsky and 3rd Company Commander Gregory request an audience. Let them in. A moment later, Two black armored warriors, with a deep black crescent moon painted on their right shoulder pads, entered. They bowed respectfully. Father. No need for formalities. Ning Lu glanced at the items they held. He noticed the disc-shaped flower encased in crystal in Mikhailovsky's hand. It was like a blooming sun, its edges undulating like golden waves. Ning Lu saw a spiritual radiance shining on the flower. Open black lens bracket. It's the golden-edged sunflower. The Bard potion is complete then. Close black lens bracket. The two company commanders felt Ning Lu's gaze, and Mikhailovsky spoke. Father, what I hold is the golden-edged sunflower. Mordian is half in eternal night and half in eternal day. Neither environment is suitable for plant growth, yet this flower grows on the eternal day side, which is very peculiar. Very interesting. This is the peculiarity of life. Ning Lu asked with a smile, how many flowers are there? We have brought 1,023 flowers, as well as other rare items, which have already been sent to your treasury. Very good. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. He had already decided that the second battle group, where Wilshire was located, would focus on developing Transcendence of the Sun pathway. Their purification abilities were most suitable for combating chaos. He had already selected 154 members from the honor guard through observation, so the sun golden-edged flowers were temporarily sufficient. Ning Lu then asked, how is the third battle group doing? Mikhailovsky had presented the sun golden-edged flower and received the Gene Father's praise. He left the opportunity to report to his good friend. Gregory spoke, Father, the battle group has completely controlled Mordian. After the Dark Lord understood the situation on Mordian, he found that the suicide rate of Mordian people far exceeded the imperial average, with two natural factors contributing. On one hand, because the Mordian people live in eternal darkness, and on the other hand, the planet lacks the Coriolis effect due to a lack of rotation, preventing the formation of any strong winds, thus the atmosphere is thick and dark. Those who do not commit suicide become gloomy and fearless. Lord Bukayo has decided to preserve the heroic quality of the Mordian people while eliminating their suicidal tendencies. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He knew that besides Nostromo, where Conrad Kurz landed, Mordian was the world with the highest suicide rate. After the Great Crusade ended and Nostromo was destroyed, Mordian became the planet with the most suicides among the imperial worlds. This was not an achievement to be proud of. It was a good thing that Bukayo could change the suicidal tendencies of the Mordian people. The Modian Iron Guard wearing their colorful uniforms was a form of rebellion against the oppression. Very good. How is the progress? My lord, there is another factor contributing to the high suicidal tendencies of the Mordian people. Hundreds of millions of Mordian people live on land only 1/10 the size of Terra. The scarce resources are controlled by the four kings, and the populace constantly lives in hardship, relying entirely on armed forces for suppression. In Ning Lu's memory, after Mordian returned to the Imperium, the high suicide rate never changed. The four kings transformed into regent kings, strictly controlling and rationing the planet's meager resources, which naturally bred discontent among the populace. When the Modian Iron Guard were not deployed to war zones, their main job was despotic suppression. Lord, starting from this point, the food delivered by the sea cradle has allowed the Mordian people to experience joy they had never known. The Mordian people now wholeheartedly support the new order and praise your name and the Lord's name. According to statistics, the suicide rate of the Mordian people has decreased from 1.44 per thousand to 5.2 per 10,000. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction, well done. How are the legions and auxiliary army doing? The quality of soldiers on Mordian is very good. A total of 18,453 candidates passed the initial selection and are currently undergoing further training and selection. A total of 7,913 auxiliary army members passed the selection training and have been organized into 3 regiments. All of them have come with us to the Flame Wheel Star system this time. When Ning Lu heard that the Mordian auxiliary army had taken shape, he decided to name them after their future designation. The auxiliary army of Mordian shall be called the Modian Iron Guard. Father, this name is very suitable for the Mordian people. After hearing the briefing, Ning Lu was satisfied with the development of Mordian. He also believed that Bukayo could reshape Mordian's order and integrate the essence of its culture into the third battle group. Strategic map. Arsena operated the control staff, displaying the flame wheel star system and highlighting a holographic image of the second planet. The 5 orc fortresses on the second planet will be your proving ground. Father, we will not disappoint you. The 2 company commanders replied in unison. After they left, Ning Lu began to summon the honor guard members, intending to cultivate those who passed the test into Transcendence. Ning Lu spoke with each new member of the royal court individually. 2 days later, the last person he met was Wilshire. After Wilshire drank the golden potion, he reigned in his dispersed power under the Gene Father's guidance. Ning Lu looked at the bard and said, "Use the power I have bestowed upon you wisely to inspire the other order shadows." In Ning Lu's mind, the most suitable position for Wilshire was that of a priest, but Lord Aurelian had not yet returned, and the role of priest had not yet been introduced into the legions. He had no intention of being the first to establish the position of priest. It was best to let the situation develop naturally. Wilshire said with overflowing confidence, "Father, I will not disappoint you." At the same moment Wilshire returned to the second battle group. The third battle group also completed its landing. Heavy transport ships crushed the shattered bunkers, spewing out armored vehicles modified for siege warfare. Troop transports slowly descended, and groups of Order Shadows and Modian Iron Guard stepped onto the soil of the second planet. While Stormbirds and bombers conducted airstrikes on the Orc fortresses, Mikhailovsky inspected the defensive arrangements of the Orc fortresses. Chapter 213. Fire Wheel, Modian Iron Guard. Gregory's right hand, armored, tapped on the holographic projection. He zoomed in on a strange building and said to Mikhailovsky, who was beside him, "It's hard to tell what a human hive city looks like from an Orc fortress. The nest towers have been dismantled and used as materials to construct the greenskins, strange buildings. The tower-like structure was not as slender as Gothic architecture, tapering at the top to form a spurred shape. The greenskins buildings were sturdier and more bizarre, appearing as if they were assembled from parts scavenged from a junkyard, iron sheets, gears, chimneys, and other items haphazardly put together." Mikhailovsky chuckled, "They count as towers too. According to the data provided by Father, they are called WOG towers. They function like generators, accumulating WOG energy for the orcs, filling their bodies with strength, and making their Daka and turret cannons more powerful. Although I still can't fully comprehend all of this, once we breach the fortress, these are the structures that should be prioritized for destruction." Gregory looked at his friend. "It sounds like you already have a complete attack plan." Mikhailovsky said confidently, "That's right. We will deploy our forces and launch simultaneous attacks on the Greenskin fortress from 4 directions. Since the WOG towers buff the greenskins, we will break through from the south, where they are least numerous. Once we breach, the orcs will surge south, allowing the other directions to break through opportunistically." The second company commander closed the holographic image and laid out his strategic deployment. "My second company will lead the main assault from the south, and your third battle group will launch an offensive from the north. Send a request to the 5th battle group, asking them to attack from the west and east, respectively." The Gene Seed Primarch authorized the 3rd battle group to lead this assault on the second planet. Lord Carlo of the 5th battle group deployed his forces according to Mikhailovsky's plan. Mikhailovsky walked out of the temporary camp and boarded his Vistroyan Rhino armored command vehicle. The Vistroyan Rhino is a variant based on the Phobos pattern Rhino armored vehicle. Compared to the original model, it is longer, wider, and taller, allowing the Order Shadows it carries to be equipped with jump packs. Around the second company commander's command vehicle, the Order Shadows were already on standby in their armored transports. After the 3rd battle group established itself on Mordian, Bukayo's reformed battle group underwent its biggest change. The entire battle group became armored. Factories in Vostronia produced a large number of vehicles according to standard construction templates, supporting the battle group's transformation. The Mikado defender of the 1st Modian Iron Guard Regiment advanced first, followed by the Vestroyan Rhino. Bringing up the rear were the 1st Company and 2nd Company's siege dreadnoughts, totaling 52 units. The 1st Company suffered the heaviest losses in the Mordian conquest due to Sarmiel's insubordination. Many experienced veterans, buried within the dreadnoughts, accompanied Mikhailovsky to Flame Wheel. As soon as the Orc fortress appeared within the auger array range of the 1st Mordian Iron Guard Regiment, artillery shells, trailing black smoke, streaked towards the area of the black heavy tanks. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the shells, due to long range and inherent inaccuracy, landed around the steel torrent, kicking up clouds of dust. A few lucky shells struck the hulls of several Mikado defenders. After a deafening explosion, the hulls were merely scorched black. The Defender variant is one of the most unusual and effective variants of the Mikado, a true mobile fortress used to counter enemy strongholds and fortifications. The Mikado defenders sped through the artillery fire. The Modian Iron Guard, unaffected by the roaring explosions, were terrifying crushers only when their tanks broke through to close range. The Death Skull clan tech boys commanding on the Orc fortress saw the black Daka of the Shrimps lining up, approaching like a wave. A tech boy with a string of teeth around his neck jumped to the highest point and shouted, "The Shrimps, Daka shells are too hard. Hit them one by one." The greenskins yelled, swiveling their cannons in the direction he pointed. Dozens of artillery pieces fired simultaneously. With a deafening bang, a cobbled-together Orc cannon exploded, sending black smoke spiraling into the sky. The tech boy and a dozen Gretchen were blown away, and a several-meter-wide gap was blasted into the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells hit their targets. The Mikado defender's armor was penetrated, and 4 of the 8 crew members were instantly killed. The escape hatch opened, and the other 4 crew members, engulfed in flames, screamed as they crawled out of the furnace-like interior. The Modian Iron Guard did not slow down. The Mikado defender brutally pushed aside the wreckage and continued to advance. 3 Mikado defenders were destroyed in quick succession, but the black steel torrent, like cold machines, only surged forward, not wasting a single shot. Only when the city wall came within effective range did the first row of crusher cannons fire their shells simultaneously. Unlike the Orcs' scattered attacks, 50 shells landed within a 200-meter radius around the breach. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The continuous explosions tore apart the greenskin city wall. The breach grew larger and larger, and a tens of meters wide section of the wall collapsed with a roar. The Modian Iron Guard, who had been steadily advancing, plunged into the breach like bloodthirsty sharks. The greenskin artillery aimed below the city wall, unleashing a furious barrage of shells. 1, 2, 3. The 1st Mikado defender charged into the breach, and the greenskins surged forward like a tide. The Mikado defender's 5 heavy bolt guns, which replaced the transverse turrets, screamed as they fired, covering 360 degrees around it. The overwhelming barrage tore through green flesh. The Mikado defender was unstoppable, Orcs fell in swaths, and it ferociously charged through the breach, driving into the city. Hundreds of thousands of big shootas within the Orc fortress spat fire, striking the black armor. The Mikado defender, dragging its stumbling steps, continued to advance. Inside the cramped vehicle, it was like a fiery furnace. The Mikado defender has 5 heavy bolt guns, and also carries weapons on its sides, forcing the commander to double as a heavy gunner. He loaded the shells into the breach. With greenskins all around, he didn't need to aim, firing directly. Just as he was about to reload, a stray bullet suddenly pierced through a hole and shot in. The commander slammed to the ground with a thud. The soldier on the front left of the vehicle immediately dropped his heavy bolt gun, entrusting the defense to the gunner below who was operating the flank weapons. He quickly picked up a shell, loaded it into the barrel, and fired at the enemy. The greenskins noticed that the black Daka of the Shrimps had weakened its left side firepower and yelled as they charged over. The left side gunner fell, and the right side gunner filled in. The Mikado defender charged nearly 100 meters alone before being destroyed. The Modian Iron Guard, before their demise, killed thousands of greenskins. The second, the third, the fourth. 4 Mikado defenders were destroyed, their wreckage burning fiercely. More black tanks surged in. They were harvesting killers in the close-quarters combat of the city. After the Modian Iron Guard ruthlessly carved through the orcs' defenses, the Vestroyan Rhino armored vehicles of the 3rd Battle Group's 2nd Company spewed out 1,000 Order Shadows. The Order Shadows, trailing plumes of fire, leapt onto the city wall and charged at the Death Skull Clan tech boys. They were orderly and purposeful, systematically eliminating the firing points on the city wall. 3 hours after the Greenskin city wall was breached, the defensive line was already on the verge of collapse. The orcs inside the fortress frantically surged towards the south city wall. Gregory, on the north city wall, had been commanding the Vestroyan Rhino, relying on its advanced and excellent machine spirit to repeatedly charge the city wall. After drawing the Greenskin artillery fire, they would quickly retreat. After repeated charges to wear down the orcs, Gregory finally detected a vulnerability in the orc fortress's defenses. Attack! With the 3rd Company commander's command, the armored vehicles launched an overwhelming assault on the Greenskin fortress. The blinding grenade auto-launchers automatically locked onto life signals ahead, flying up and slamming into the city wall. The blinding grenades exploded, releasing a dazzling flash of light. The greenskins scattered in a panic. The destroyer cannons of the 2nd and 3rd Regiments of the Modian Iron Guard approached the city wall, unleashing a torrent of shells. Artillery fire continuously pounded the north wall of the orc fortress, and the barrage from the storm bolt guns hammered against the city wall. The firepower of the Modian Iron Guard suppressed the greenskin defenders. Just then, the 3 Wog towers within the city roared. A green mist rose in the greenskins' minds, and they roared in unison. Wog! Countless orcs swarmed onto the city wall, operating the turrets to attack the black tanks below. The Wog-powered shells were incredibly destructive, screaming as they tore through the steel bodies of the Mikado defenders. Thousands of greenskins leapt from the city wall, frantically charging the black torrent. The shooters in their hands unleashed a barrage of Wog-infused bullets. Chapter 214 Fire Wheel, Siege Dreadnot. Inside the Orc fortress, a surging green tide held back the first group of the Mordian Iron Guard. Every moment, every Mikado defender could kill dozens of greenskins. But there were too many orcs, even with a large number of greenskins dying in the melee. The number of orcs in the fortress still exceeded 100 million. Mikhailovsky noticed that the first group of the Mordian Iron Guard was bogged down, so he dispatched his trump card. The siege dreadnoughts advanced with thunderous strides, stepping over rubble, and launched their attack. The inferno cannons on their right arms spewed molten fire, and as the muzzles swung, the fiery dragons they spat out engulfed the charging greenskins. Numbers were meaningless in the face of the destructive molten flow. The charging orcs were incinerated. The rain of bullets fired by the orcs hammered like raindrops against the thick dreadnought armor of the black behemoths. The mechanical components of the siege dreadnoughts rattled incessantly, their armor was covered in bullet holes, and the banners on their backs were tattered and torn. The siege dreadnoughts were covered in dust, but they continued to advance. No orc could slow their advance. They strode towards the Wog Tower. The assault drills on their left arms spun rapidly, roaring as they crashed into the steel tower, and the built-in heavy flamers spewed flames. One Wog Tower after another was ignited, and within seconds, the jumbled iron chunks were burned into slag. As the Wog Towers were destroyed one by one, the green mist in the greenskins' minds receded like a tide. The 11th Legion's advantage became more apparent, and the Order Shadows, accompanied by armored vehicles, began to systematically cleanse the city of greenskins. Midnight poet Mikhailovsky chanted poetry as he advanced. The eternal night of Mordian. The realm where the sun is lost. Darkness woven into a cocoon. Quote. The midnight poet seemed out of place on the noisy battlefield. Wherever he went, the greenskins would always become disoriented and their eyelids would grow heavy. Mikhailovsky then used his bolt pistol to blow the orcs' heads off. As he smoothly pushed through to the center of the fortress, a greenskin charged at him with a monstrous weapon. The greenskin's choppa, similar in shape to the Order Shadow's chainsword, roared as it spun. But it was also haphazardly studded with spikes and chains that swung wildly as he wielded it. The war boss collided head-on with a guard member, and with a flick of his arm, the chain, like a python, lashed out at the guard member. The chain rattled as it wrapped around the guard member's arm, and the war boss grinned as he swung his weapon, the motor roaring, slicing the power armor and the Astartes inside in half. The guard member's massive corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Mikhailovsky charged at the war boss, his power sword, in accordance with the 7th article of Osbar-Vaya's Way of the Slash, struck at the greenskin. The war boss swung his sword to meet it, and the moment their weapons clashed, Mikhailovsky's arm went numb. Mikhailovsky was greatly astonished. This was the first time his strength had been at a disadvantage since he became an Order Shadow. His arm tensed, and the veins in his temples bulged, just to keep the power sword from flying out of his hand. The war boss, failing to land a hit, grew even angrier, green mist filling his mind, and Gork and Mork roared furiously in his ears. He stomped forward heavily, and the ground trembled violently. The war boss swung his weapon strangely, and chains shot towards Mikhailovsky's arms and legs. Mikhailovsky swiftly slashed, deflecting the incoming chains. He couldn't understand how the war boss did it, it was beyond the scope of swordsmanship. The midnight poet began to chant, the eternal night of Mordian. It was as if Mikhailovsky's surroundings were dragged into a silent world, and the war boss's raised weapon rapidly slowed. Mikhailovsky swung his sword, aiming directly at the war boss. When the sword was still half an arm's length from the war boss suddenly let out an angry roar. Wog! The surrounding greenskins also shouted, Wog! The war boss instantly sobered up, and he fiercely swung his weapon, meeting the energized blade. The midnight poet was startled. The war boss had actually broken free from his chanted poem. Just as Mikhailovsky was about to withdraw his sword and retreat, to look for another opportunity to attack, suddenly his entire eyeballs were consumed by pitch-black pupils. Instead of retreating, the Order's shadow advanced, launching a swift strike in accordance with the 23rd article of Osbar-Vaya. The power sword bypassed the greenskin's strange weapon and struck his chest. The disintegration field crackled and flashed, tearing apart the greenskin's body. After killing the war boss, Mikhailovsky whispered, I have mastered the subspace insight inherited from my gene father. After killing the war boss, Mikhailovsky continued to launch fierce attacks on the greenskins. At the same time, he did not neglect his responsibility as a commander, monitoring the progress of other fronts in the command channel. Mikhailovsky, my third company has broken through the greenskin lines and attacked the fortress from the north, and is now cleansing the greenskins. Well done, Gregory. As Mikhailovsky finished replying to his friend, Carlo's voice then sounded. Mikhailovsky, my 5th battle group has also achieved breakthroughs on the east and west sides, and the greenskins are in full retreat. The offensive of the 3rd battle group and the 5th battle group on the greenskin fortress lasted for 23 standard days before the cleansing was completed. The entire fortress had been swept by fire. After completing the first phase, capturing the largest greenskin fortress, the 2nd company commander reported the progress to the Wangquan Shadow. After receiving the report, the original body servant reported to Ning Lu. My lord, the 2nd battle group and the 5th battle group have already cleansed the largest greenskin fortress on the 2nd planet. The 2nd battle group's 2 companies suffered a total of 142 Order Shadows killed in action, losing 23 Vistroyan Rhinos, and 5 siege dreadnoughts. The Mordian Iron Guard suffered 960 killed in action, losing 120 Mikado defenders. Ning Lu nodded and then asked, what are the losses of the 5th battle group? The 5th battle group suffered a total of 534 Order Shadows killed in action, losing 21 Mikado heavy tanks, and 11 dreadnoughts. The 3rd battle group bore the main attack responsibility, with fewer losses and greater results. Bukayo's work in building the battle group has been very effective, Ning Lu said with satisfaction, and then he asked, when will the 4th battle group and 8th battle group arrive? Although a major victory was achieved, the 11th Legion also suffered significant losses, especially the 5th Battle Group, with more than half a company killed in action. My lord, the 4th Battle Group is expected to arrive in 5 ship days, and the 8th Battle Group is expected to arrive in 12 days. Additionally, the Knights of Vickers Trex will also arrive in 15 days. Ning Lu leaned back in his chair and said, "Order the 5th Battle Group to be responsible for cleansing the occupied fortresses and the orc tribes in the wild." The Gene Seed Primarch assigned the relatively easier task to the heavily damaged 5th Battle Group, allowing them to rest and regroup at the same time. He did not want to continuously exhaust a certain battle group, rotating them for tempering was also the result he desired. The remaining 4 fortresses have weaker greenskin defenses and fewer numbers. After the 4th Battle Group and 8th Battle Group arrive, order them to attack the orc fortresses in the northeast and southeast directions, respectively, with the 2nd Company and 3rd Company of the 3rd Battle Group. After the original body servant recorded them one by one, he continued to report. The chief apothecary, along with the tech sergeant, has completed preliminary research on the Void Weaver and the Psychobone parasite. They used the remains of the Void Weaver to create 5 experimental hover tanks. These do not use Psychobone structures and do not require Psychers to pilot them. Although the hover tanks are not as powerful as the Eldar's Void Weaver, Mikkel, after experimenting with parasites cultured in liquid medicine, confirmed that they can also devour greenskin corpses and many other experimental targets. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu knew that his previous decision was correct. Research into alternative parasites indeed required Mikkel. Send 4 of them to the 3rd Battle Group, and look for opportunities to test them on the battlefield. Arsena immediately complied, and he finally said, "My lord, Thomas and I have isolated 2 lower decks and are building altars in them, respectively. I am ready, and today I will perform the ritual magic as you instructed. Thomas is busy with matters concerning the 9th Battle Group and the think tank, and will return in 3 days." Ning Lu nodded, thinking to himself, "Open black lens bracket today I will know if the ritual magic I designed is effective, close black lens bracket." After the original body servant finished his work, he took the elevator to the lower deck. As one of the most powerful individuals on the flagship, second only to the Gene Seed Primarch, his orders were strictly carried out, and the entire deck was sealed off. Chapter 215, The Ritual. After bathing, Arsena Dunn took the elevator down to the K-11's lower deck. The Wangquan Shadow's lower deck, unlike those of other void ships, was not a place where the lower-ranking crew struggled, but it wasn't exactly tidy either. However, the K-11's deck was exceptionally clean, with marble covering the floor. There was no strange odor in the air, a faint scent of incense permeated it. Arsena, clad in a black robe, walked straight to the center of the K-11's deck. A black obsidian altar appeared in his line of sight. The altar was 11.11 meters in diameter and 3.3 meters high. The student of ratiocination discovered the existence of these 2 numbers from the twin stones and the buildings ordered to be constructed by the Gene Seed Primarch. Thus, he used these 2 numbers in the construction. Arsena ascended the altar via 33 inclined steps. The items on the altar had already been arranged, but Arsena still cautiously checked them once more. After confirming that the black iron scales on his left and the cast iron, Monarch's iron law, on his right were both placed in their correct positions, he walked to the candelabra. Arsena hovered his palm above the candlewick, rubbing it with his palm to ignite the candle with psychic vision. After lighting 11 candles, some upright and some inverted, he took out a ritual dagger from his person. Arsena spoke, chanting in the Dun language, named after his surname. "I sanctify you, blade of the ritual. I purify you, that you may serve me in this ritual. In the name of the Black Emperor, you are sanctified." Psychic vision surged from the dagger's tip, and Arsena walked around, an invisible force emanating outwards. After completing a circuit, the student of ratiocination activated his psychic vision and felt that spiritual walls had indeed risen around him, excluding all impurities. Subsequently, Arsena took a deep breath and entered the Telema meditation state that Ning Lu had recently taught him. After his body, mind, and soul quieted down, he knelt on a black onyx cushion and recited the formal incantation in Dun language. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. The mysterious master of the chaotic kingdom. The king of light and shadow who wields rules. I implore your gaze. I implore your favor. I implore you to bestow upon me the mysteries of fire, that I may possess greater power. O scales, the balance of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. The monarch's iron law, the foundation of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. Arsena knew from the information provided by Ning Lu that fire was an effective way to deal with orcs and could completely annihilate orc spores. Arsena could not obtain more from the Flayo's fire spells. After the Gene Seed Primarch explained the ritual magic process, he decided to pray for the mysteries of fire. As soon as Arsena finished reciting the incantation, he felt a sudden gust of wind within the sealed spiritual wall. This was exceptionally abrupt in the sealed lower deck of the void ship. At the same moment Arsena repeatedly chanted the incantation, in the palace of the Wangquan Shadow, Ning Lu, who was attending to official duties, suddenly paused. Blurred voices echoed in his ears, their disturbance making him feel annoyed. Invisible whispers reverberated in his mind, and his temples trembled slightly. He could not clearly hear the content of the summons, and the sound disappeared after about 10 seconds. The Gene Seed Primarch's annoyance quickly faded, and his temples calmed down. Open black lens bracket Arsena is performing ritual magic, close black lens bracket. As he pondered, with a thought, he arrived at the nation of disorder. Ning Lu found a pure white orb of light flickering on the shadowy side. This orb of light continuously contracted and expanded, with small but constant fluctuations. Ning Lu extended his own psychic vision, spreading it towards the pure white orb. Upon contact, his mind was instantly filled with blurry and distorted images, and ethereal and overlapping sounds arose. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. The mysterious master of the chaotic kingdom. I implore you to bestow upon me the mysteries of fire, that I may possess greater power. The monarch's iron law, the foundation of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. Arsena's voice continuously echoed, and Ning Lu's spirit became agitated. The Gene Seed Primarch instantly ascended to the first layer of Telemaria Mind Realm, and his brain regained its tranquility. Ning Lu looked at the blurry image, then clearly saw Arsena, clad in a black robe with silver hair, kneeling amidst the flickering candlelight. He respectfully bowed, continuously reciting the incantation. Ning Lu's heart swelled with joy. He had confirmed that the ritual incantation he had conceived precisely pointed to the nation of disorder, and to himself. Open black lens bracket it succeeded. Close black lens bracket. After Ning Lu rejoiced at the success of his designed ritual, he immediately turned his attention to the content of Arsena's prayer. The mysteries of fire. He had given all the data crystals regarding fire from the Flow to Arsena, and he himself had not researched this area. Open black lens bracket to maintain the Black Emperor's prestige, I must respond to Arsena's prayer. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's brain spun rapidly, and he found the mysteries of fire he possessed in his mind. The path of the fire dragon that Slaughter had walked. Warriors of this sect believed that the fire dragon symbolized Cain's predilection for pure destructive desire, and their sole goal on the battlefield was to destroy all enemies and eliminate all obstacles. Ning Lu had not yet obtained all the mysteries from Slaughter's memories, nor had he researched them to transform them into secret arts suitable for humans to master. But he had obtained the method for drawing the fire dragon rune. The warriors of the sect who walked the path of the fire dragon used the fierce, fire-breathing dragon creatures from Eldar legends as their rune, symbolizing the brutality of war and wanton destruction. Simulating the shape of the fire dragon rune and engraving it on staves and weapons would not grant benefits. But using psychic power, following the drawing method, to outline the rune would grant fire benefits. After Ning Lu confirmed the fire dragon rune's effectiveness, he immediately thought that the fire dragon rune was used by shrines that worshipped Cain, and engraving it might cause an adverse effect. Ning Lu's eyes were deep as he analyzed whether teaching the Fire Dragon rune's drawing method to Arsena would cause hidden dangers. Open black lens bracket Cain, and the escaped laughing god Sigoric, and Isha, the god of life taken by Nurgle, are different. He was shattered, and his soul was devoured by Slanesh. Moreover, the Fire Dragon sect was established by a sermon student Fuegan after the fall of the Eldar, and there is no close connection between the Fire Dragon rune and Cain. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Lu confirmed there was no problem, then outlined the Fire Dragon rune in his mind and transmitted the engraving method through that subtle connection to the Orb of Light. On the lower deck, black mist suddenly rose in Arsena Dun's mind. Within the mist, a blurry figure stood in the deepest part. The Fire Dragon rune appeared in Arsena's mind, and at the same time, the method for engraving the rune also flooded into his mind. The silver-haired psychic vision user's eyes were filled with shock. As an ether master, he could clearly perceive ether power. He had not felt any ether power just now. The method of transmitting information to his mind was not like telepathy and had no connection to the warp. Arsena felt that a mysterious power had penetrated his mental defenses, directly injecting pictorial information into his mind. The student of ratiocination's brain spun rapidly, thoughts flashing one after another. Open black lens bracket I prayed to the Black Emperor, and I truly received a response. The Black Emperor is indeed a divine-level existence. If Lord Ning Lu is the Black Emperor, then his bestowal of power upon me, upon his descendant, is very logical. Arsena reined in his thoughts, and he respectfully spoke in Dun language. Thank you for your lord's bestowal. Arsena knelt for a moment longer before rising and piercing the invisible barrier with his ritual dagger. The original body servant walked out of the K-11's deck and said to his trusted subordinates and the enforcement captain, "Seal off the K-11's deck. No one is allowed to enter." Arsena knew that the current imperial policy of imperial truth would not permit the worship of the Black Emperor. He could not let anyone know, to prevent any adverse effects on Lord Ning Lu. Open black lens bracket if Lord Ning Lu is the Black Emperor, perhaps this is why he didn't explicitly say so. Close black lens bracket. Within the nation of disorder, after disconnecting from Arsena, Ning Lu couldn't help but think. Open black lens bracket what will Thomas pray for? The seer should inquire about mysteries related to occultism. Even if it's a prayer I cannot fulfill, it doesn't matter, the divination dice has been fully charged, and I can perform a divination. If I can fulfill his prayer, then I can proceed with the planned divination of Katachchan. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then thought. Open black lens bracket if I can receive prayers, then besides ritual magic, perhaps real-time inter-system communication can also be achieved. Close black lens bracket. Star speaker communication is not real-time, easily interfered with, and can even fail due to factors like warp storms. Even if a star speaker receives a message, it is fragmented and incomplete. Open black lens bracket if feasible, I can inform Howard Fend and other trusted subordinates, and they can communicate with me in real time. It would be even more convenient to contact extraordinary individuals who need to remain hidden in the shadows, such as Swindler Tierney and Maria Kurnikova the assassin. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then thought. Open black lens bracket if it's verified that sacrifices can also be realized, I can immediately receive special items found by the treasure hunting team and others. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's mind raced, thinking of numerous extended uses. Ning Lu then returned to the real world. 2 days later, he received a report that Sanchez had cleared the Greenskins from the 7th system, winning the challenge against Inik Lahivan. Chapter 216 Russ Wolf Helmet. Ning Lu didn't think the Wolf Lord would renege, so he gave Sanchez the order. After he collects his reward from the 6th Legion's flagship, have him meet me on the Wenquan Shadow. 5 hours later, Inik Lahivan, the other party in the duel, learned that Sanchez had completed the cleansing of 7 planet. The Wolf Lord, who was maintaining his chain axe, was momentarily distracted and cut his right index finger on the axe blade. Blood dripped onto the ground, drawing the gaze of the wild wolves under his command. After more than 10 seconds, Rashevan came back to his senses, picked up a can of spray, and pressed it. The Wolf Lord stood up and said to the wild wolves looking at him, "Move out. We won't stop until the last greenskin is killed." 4 hours later, the 6th Legion's flagship, a black Stormbird, with 7 red arrows painted diagonally, landed on the boarding deck. Before the engines completed their cooling cycle, 11 provokers disembarked from the deck. Their appearance instinctively disgusted the waiting wild wolves. Just seeing these outsiders made the wild wolves agitatedly reach for their weapons. The Thunder Wolf beside them, usually the animal they felt most affectionate towards, now made them feel disgusted. The Space Wolves veterans tried their best to suppress the roar in their hearts. They were not the blood claws of the wolf pack, they were the Legion's finest soldiers. They were wolf servants, wild wolves' guards, and representatives of the Wolf Lord. It wasn't until Sanchez, clad in black power armor, emerged from the Stormbird that the wild wolves' guards turned their gaze to the Reaper Lord. The wild wolves' guards ignored the 1-meter-long feline creature to the Reaper Lord's left and looked at the massive Thunder Wolf to his right. Some members of the 6th Legion had tamed Thunder Wolves, but none were as massive as Sanchez's, except for the Wolf Lord's brothers, Frecky and Jerry. The wild wolves' guards, wearing masks made from beast mouths and no helmets, stared at Sanchez with beastly eyes. "Come with me. Lead the way." Sanchez felt the gaze of the wild wolves' guards and sensed their suppressed anger, saying calmly. He had expected this and walked forward, following the fur-covered wild wolves' guards. Walking down the narrow corridor leading to the wild wolves' hall, Sanchez saw ivory tusks lined up on both sides. 2 or 3 wild wolves' guards gathered together, like a group of shouting drunkards. Their armor was adorned with various decorations, the only commonality being the red howling wolf emblem on their left shoulder pad, which was also the new symbol of the 6th Legion. Sanchez walked into the wild wolves' hall, feeling the heat emanating from the braziers and seeing the burning animal fat in the basins, which covered the ceiling with accumulated grease. Everything in this environment felt familiar to him, awakening his memories of the Fenris wolf dens. Open black lens bracket. The Wolf Lord had left his mark on his legion and his ship, close black lens bracket. The provokers followed the Reaper Lord, and with each step, they felt the scrutiny and sensed the suppressed anger in the eyes of the surrounding wild wolves' guards. The provokers felt a gradual melting sensation within them. They were increasingly able to control the power they had gained. The wild wolves' guards led Sanchez through the wild wolves wearing various leather masks, to stand before the Wolf Lord. "My chieftain," the wild wolves' guards shouted. "I have brought him." As the pyromaniac gradually approached the Wolf Lord, he perceived more than he had during their last meeting. He felt as if he were stepping into a storm, and the light dimmed. A subtle pressure acted on their senses. He perceived the danger hidden in the darkness. Around the Wolf Lord, it seemed to become a more primitive place. Approaching him was like walking into humanity's distant past, when people held torches to ward off beasts in caves, and every stone had its own name. Sanchez met Leman Russ's eyes, which were like ice lakes, for several seconds that felt like a century. "The hunt welcomes you," the Wolf Lord suddenly laughed. "You are an excellent hunter. Rashevan losing to you will not tarnish his glory." Sanchez felt that the surrounding wild wolves' guards, upon hearing the Wolf Lord's words, were no longer as suppressed as before. "Give him a seat, and bring some mead." Upon hearing the Wolf Lord's words, a chair was brought out. Sanchez sat down, and someone handed him a bronze drinking horn. "Drink, hunter." At Leman Russ's urging, Sanchez took a sip of the liquid inside. As expected, the mead burned his mouth, then his throat, and finally his stomach, as if a fire had been lit inside him. Sanchez suppressed a cough and, at the Wolf Lord's urging, drank a few more cups. Only then did Leman Russ pick up a helmet from a nearby shelf. Sanchez stood up and walked to Leman Russ. The Wolf Lord placed the Russ wolf helmet in Sanchez's hand. "It is yours. It was made for me by the Allfather's personal craftsman." Sanchez saw their jealousy towards him through the eyes revealed by the wild wolves' guards' masks. "You have won again. But you won't always win. My sons will reclaim the sword and the wolf helmet. Sanchez felt the dazzling light in the eyes of the wild wolves guards looking at him, a hunting gaze. Sanchez took the Russ wolf helmet. As soon as he held it, he keenly sensed a mysterious power contained within it. Open black lens bracket. A helmet forged by the Emperor's personal craftsman is no ordinary item. Close black lens bracket. Sanchez began to look forward to the next hunting competition, and he said calmly, "I look forward to the next hunting duel." Saying this, Sanchez put the Russ wolf helmet on his head. All the wild wolves guards timidly averted their gaze. Sanchez, wearing the Russ wolf helmet, made them feel fear. The provokers looked at their lord, feeling Sanchez's figure grow more imposing and more awe-inspiring. When Sanchez left the 6th Legion's flagship, on the medical deck, Joran had just finished the taste perception neural implant. He gulped down a large mouthful of mead, feeling the organ implanted at the back of his mouth, and savored the unique taste of the mead. Joran was about to drink his second cup of mead when his ears suddenly twitched slightly. Damn it, Sanchez won again. He first won the chieftain's sword, and now he's won the helmet the Allfather gave to the chieftain. Yeah, another person echoed. I saw his guards from afar, they're as annoying as he is. I really want to knock them down and stomp on their hateful faces. After he finished speaking, he slammed his fist heavily on a wine barrel, making a large hole. Joran's cloudy eyes instantly sharpened, and he quickly walked towards the operating room. Impossible, the heavily bearded apothecary shook his head and said. You just underwent a modification surgery yesterday. You must wait for your body to fully adapt before you can undergo the next modification surgery. Too slow, I can't wait. I am a man of Fenris. I am Russ's close companion, I am Joran, I will not fall. Joran swung his fist forcefully and said loudly. At the same time, Thomas, after handing over to Chesney, the new lord of the 9th Battle Group, left the battle moon with his think tank members. Stepping off the boarding deck of the Wenquan Shadow, he took 52 think tank members to the think tank library, where he said to them, "From now on, this will be our place for studying psychic spells." He then said to the only astropaths, "You take them and familiarize yourselves with this place." Afterward, Thomas walked into his suite. After running water in the bathtub, he took out a bottle of ritual essential oil he had prepared and dripped it into the bathtub. As a seer, he had discovered from the sacrificial histories of various races that priests always cleansed their bodies and quieted their minds before performing rituals. This was a sign of reverence for the gods. The seer used golden mint, golden bergamot, and other materials to prepare the amber-colored ritual essential oil. The seer's massive body slipped into the bathtub specially built for him by the Legion's attendants. After soaking for 11 minutes, Thomas rose from the bathtub and dried himself with a towel. He did not put on his power armor again but instead donned a black robe, then eagerly walked to the elevator. Thomas took the elevator and arrived at the K-33 lower deck. Chapter 217, The Seer Suffers Slaanesha's Corruption. Thomas walked up the 11 steps and ascended the altar. After inspecting the altar items, he dripped a drop of ritual essential oil on each candle before igniting them with his spirituality. Thomas created a sealed spiritual environment with a ritual dagger, knelt on the black onyx cushion, and chanted incantations in Dun language. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. Mysterious Master of the Chaotic Kingdom. King of Light and Shadow who wields rules. The seer activated his Eye of Secrets to perceive his surroundings, feeling an invisible energy ripple within the spiritual wall. As a think tank curator, he could confirm that the energy did not originate from the warp. It came from a different realm than the whispers he heard in the crystal mirage. The seer's eyes were filled with shock, almost unable to maintain his Eye of Secrets. He composed himself and continued to chant the incantation. I pray for your gaze. I pray for your favor. I pray that you tell me the origin of the Heart Slayer, worshipped by the natives of the Crystal Mirage. Oh, balance, the balance of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit your power to my incantation. Monarch's Iron Law, the foundation of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit your power to my incantation. The seer had encountered dozens of beliefs during his expeditions to various worlds, but only the heart slayer of the crystal mirage truly existed. Moreover, from the brief contact, the seer intuitively felt that he seemed to have been targeted by the heart slayer. To anticipate the enemy, Thomas wanted to know information about the heart slayer to prepare. In the Primarch's office, Ning Lu, who was working, heard a faint sound in his ear. Invisible whispers echoed in his mind, lasting for more than 10 seconds before disappearing. Open black lens bracket. Thomas is performing ritual magic. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he left his office, and with a thought, he arrived at the disordered country. Immediately, on the shadowy side, he saw a glowing orb shimmering with purple light. This orb continuously contracted and expanded, with small but constant fluctuations. Ning Lu extended his own spirituality, spreading it towards the purple orb. Upon contact, blurred and distorted images immediately appeared in his mind, and illusory and overlapping voices sounded. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. I pray that you tell me the origin of the Heart Slayer, worshipped by the natives of the Crystal Mirage. Monarch's Iron Law, the foundation of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit your power to my incantation. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. I actually know this, I can proceed with the plan to divine Katachchan. Close black lens bracket. After a moment of thought, he decided to also tell the seer about Slanesh and Keeper of Secrets, Greater Demon of Sensuct, in addition to the Heart Slayer's information. Currently, within the Imperium of Man, apart from Huang Laohan and a few others, knowledge of the warp was limited. The Imperium denied the existence of warp creatures, Huang Laohan promoted imperial truth, and even Horus would rebuke Leman Russ for not having heavenly realm. Since Thomas was both a think tank curator and a seer, he would often come into contact with chaos, so it was appropriate to tell him the truth in advance. Thinking of this, Ning Lu selectively transmitted information into the orb. On the lower deck, black mist suddenly rose in Thomas's mind. In the mist, a blurred figure stood in the deepest part. The moment the Eye of Secrets saw the blurred figure, it instinctively closed. The seer trembled all over, he dared not open his Eye of Secrets again to look directly at the Black Emperor. Thomas calmed his fear and began to receive a large amount of information pouring into his mind. Even for the superhuman brain of an Astartes, the amount of information pouring in was immense. The content, moreover, completely subverted the teachings Thomas had received since childhood, entirely overturning imperial truth. As the seer received the information, it was accompanied by the shattering of stars within his body. The four chaos gods, there are truly gods existing in the warp. Slanesh, the Eldar call their great enemy Lanshesh, also known as the Thirsting Lady. Keeper of Secrets, Greater Demon of Sensuct, they know the most private desires of mortals, using this knowledge to gain an undeniable power, uttering irresistible whispered promises to tempt them. In the ocean of information, the seer found the information he had inquired about. The Heart Slayer is Keeper of Secrets, Greater Demon of Sensuct. The Thirsting Lady has set her sights on the Eldar craftworld, Bil Tan. The Heart Slayer is one of the demons assembled to conquer this craftworld. The webway portals of the craftworld are guarded by powerful defenders, and the psychic key held by the Eldar Zon of Bil Tan is the only key to open it. As Thomas digested all the information, he felt the stars within his body completely shatter, and he became a true seer. Thomas respectfully and devoutly spoke in Dun language. Thank you for your gift, my lord. After the seer finished speaking, he suddenly felt the sea of souls surge and vibrate, more turbulent than anything he had ever seen before. In an instant, the storm disappeared, and he felt as if he was in a dizzying, hallucinogenic fragrance, with whispers echoing in his ears. Purple mist rose in Thomas's black eyes, and countless illusions appeared in his mind. The seer ignored the glittering wealth, the pleasure of the senses. The seer rejected 1,000 temptations, but the whispered knowledge and mysteries directly drilled into his mind. I can tell you the secrets of the curse, your emperor, the creation of the gene seed Primarchs, and you Astartes. I can also tell you the secrets of the Voynich manuscript. Quote, quote. The seer's head was spinning. He longed to acquire a myriad of mysteries, but then the information the Black Emperor had just told him suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately realized this was the power of the warp, the corrupting power of Slaanesha's domain. The seer's will, a strong shield, struggled to resist. In the disordered country, Ning Lu was about to disconnect from Thomas when he suddenly saw purple mist rising and staining the black mist. Ning Lu was startled and thought to himself, this is not good. Open black lens bracket. Could Thomas be suffering from Slaanesha's corrosion? Close black lens bracket. With a thought, he immediately returned to the real world. Ning Lu's consciousness spread downwards, touching Thomas's mental gate. Thomas was struggling to resist the illusions and could not prevent Ning Lu's consciousness from infiltrating. Establish a psychic link with me. Thomas, like a drowning man seeing hope, immediately opened his mind to Ning Lu. As the psychic link was established, Ning Lu immediately sent the Telemaria First Realm to Thomas. As Thomas built his mind according to the information pouring into his head, Ning Lu blocked most of the mental illusions. But he could still feel that Thomas's mental defenses were still struggling to resist the remaining illusions. Ning Lu ran rapidly, while thinking to himself, open black lens bracket. Even if Thomas inherited my perception talent, and is a psyker, and as a seer, he is far more susceptible to warp incursions than ordinary people. How could it be such a coincidence? Close black lens bracket. As he pondered in confusion, he had already arrived at the elevator entrance on the upper deck. Ning Lu found the answer in Thomas's mind. He himself had told Thomas the mysteries of Slaanesh and others, allowing him to digest the seer's potion. Open black lens bracket. So that's it, that makes sense. Most sequences of extraordinary beings, when digesting potions, will have a better mental state and be less susceptible to erosion. But seers are different, they are prone to perceiving certain presences hidden behind things. The moment they become true seers, their perception is amplified, and he is also of the order shadows and a psyker, so he is essentially facing the corrosion of Slaanesha's domain directly. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, his speed surged. Open black lens bracket. If Thomas hadn't established a psychic link in time, I would have had to pull him into the disordered country. Close black lens bracket. The bridge of the Wangquan Shadow, like other void ships, did not have an elevator to the lower deck. But the upper deck had two elevators leading to the lower deck, usually used by arbiters. They would go to the lower levels to arbitrate disputes, to master their own abilities. Before the enforcers could react, Ning Lu had already rushed into the elevator. The elevator plummeted rapidly, and before it had even stopped, the Gene Seed Primarch had already crashed through the door. Then, before the enforcers on deck K-33 could react, he crashed through another door. Ning Lu suddenly stopped, feeling through the psychic link that Thomas had comprehended his true will and erected a wall of will. He said to the rushing enforcers, "It's nothing, step back outside the door." Thomas felt the illusions recede and the whispers disappear. He then felt another cluster of information in his mind, which was the Telemaria Second Realm. After his gene father disconnected the psychic link, Thomas withdrew from the Telemaria First Realm. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before standing up. Thomas took out his ritual dagger and walked towards his gene father. "Father, you have gone to great lengths for me. It's fine." As Ning Lu spoke, he sent a thought pulse to Thomas. "You should master the Telemaria Second Realm as soon as possible, and teach the other think tanks the First Realm." Although the Seer's subsequent sequence 8 inches Fighting Scholar has a lower risk of losing control, the risk will rise again after advancing to sequence 7 inches Wizard. The Hermit pathway is more prone to losing control than most other pathways. Thinking of this, Ning Lu sent another thought pulse to Thomas. "If you cannot resist, pray to the Black Emperor." Thomas had already established a stable link with the disordered country, so he should be able to hear prayers himself, without needing to be like today. Open black lens bracket. I just don't know if I can directly pull him into the disordered country without touching his body. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then thought, Open black lens bracket. The disordered country is my greatest reliance and should not be exposed to others. Although the seer is only sequence 9, if he advances to sequence 4 inches mystic, later, it's hard to guarantee he won't see something. If there was a separate space that could respond to prayers, pull people in, and not expose the disordered country, that would be great. Perhaps other layers of space unlocked in the future can make this idea of mine a reality. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he returned to the Primarch's office, then went to the disordered country, and used the divination dice to divine the star map to Katachchan. Chapter 218, Award Ceremony. On the Wangquan Shadow, in the Primarch's office, Ning Lu listened to Sanchez's briefing. Father, Lord Russ did not make things difficult for me. I have already received my hunting reward, the Russ wolf helmet. As Sanchez spoke, he moved the helmet he was carrying in his left hand to his chest, then held it with both hands and presented it before the Gene Seed Primarch. Ning Lu activated psychic vision, glancing at the Russ wolf helmet, which showed no spiritual radiance. After gazing at it for a moment, he praised it, a fine helmet. You have defended the Legion's glory and earned your reward. Russ's wolf cubs will still come looking for you. You may accept their challenges as appropriate. Ning Lu emphasized, but you must make them pay. For hunting competitions without good rewards, let them play by themselves. I understand. I am already looking forward to the next hunting competition, Sanchez replied with a smile, and Ning Lu asked again. How is the 7th Battle Group doing? Father, the 7th Battle Group had a total of 6,954 men before the 7-planet campaign began. Before the Battle of the Flame Wheel began, the 11th Legion numbered about 85,000, but the 12 battle groups did not have the same number of personnel. After the Gene Seed Primarch determined that the recruitment worlds for the 3rd Battle Group and the 7th Battle Group were Mordian and Katachchan respectively, he successively stopped replenishing personnel for the 2 battle groups. The 3rd Battle Group was the first to stop recruiting new soldiers, so it had the fewest personnel, fewer than 4,000. Once the Mordian recruits joined, the 3rd Battle Group's numbers would begin to gradually increase. The 7th Battle Group stopped replenishment only after departing Fenris, so it had a larger number of personnel. The 1st Battle Group and the 11th Battle Group, whose recruits came from Vostronia, were the first 2 battle groups to reach 11,000 men. Ning Lu's development of the 11th Legion's structure was divided into 2 phases. In the first phase, each battle group would form 11 companies, with each company having 1,000 men as the standard. In the second phase, the 11 companies of each battle group would continue to expand. The first and second battle groups had already completed the first phase of construction and had entered the second phase. The 7th Battle Group suffered 1,483 casualties in the Battle of the Flame Wheel. In the Battle Moon combat, there were 512 casualties. On 7 Planet, there were 971 casualties. As Sanchez spoke, his smile faded, unable to hide his sadness. Ning Lu's eyes were also filled with sorrow. After both men and Arsena Dunn, who was recording beside them, remained silent for more than 10 seconds, Sanchez continued, among the fallen, 74 veterans were interred in dreadnoughts, continuing to fight for you. Of the remaining 5,471 men, 923 have already transferred to the 9th Battle Group. These more than 900 individuals were all exceptional individuals of the Tyrant path. They accompanied Chesney to the 9th Battle Group to assist the Storm Lord in quickly taking control of the battle group. Ning Lu nodded and pushed a data crystal from the table towards Sanchez. He had used the divination dice to scry the star map of Katachchan before and had input the information he knew into it. This is a star map to the Katachchan system. Its main planet is a death world, and in some respects, it is even more dangerous than Fenris. Those who survive death hunting are excellent hunters. Katachchan will be the future recruitment world for the 7th Battle Group. Ning Lu saw Sanchez pick up the data crystal and continued, your battle group's mission at the Flame Wheel has concluded. After the awards ceremony, you will depart for Katachchan. The tech sergeant has already designed and manufactured medals commemorating the Battle of the Flame Wheel for the 7th Battle Group. Tomorrow, I will hold an awards ceremony for the 7th Battle Group on the flagship. Sanchez bowed slightly. Thank you, Father. This is the honor you deserve. Ning Lu turned the topic back to Katachchan. Mikkel will go with you to assist in the training of new recruits and to research the flora and fauna of Katachchan. Although he regretted not being able to continue fighting alongside his Gene father, he was still in good spirits, as he would receive a recruitment world exclusive to his battle group, and that world sounded very suitable for his tactical thinking. Father, I will certainly follow your will and integrate Katachchan into the 7th Battle Group. Ning Lu nodded and sent a mental pulse to Sanchez, transmitting the ceremony's procedures to him, then told him, establish an altar on the Void Hunter. Upon arrival at Katachchan, hold the ceremony and report to me. Ning Lu decided to have Sanchez conduct an experiment to verify whether he could receive information across star systems. After Sanchez left, Arsena Dun reported to Ning Lu, Lord, the Chief Forgemaster has sent a psychic message. Many factions are interested in the moon. These include Mars, the casting world Mezine, the casting world Grey. Besides the casting worlds, there are also exploration fleets from the Mechanicus who have indicated their interest to Mikkel, among them the great sage Ryan Ramirez. Ning Lu heard of more than 10 casting worlds and dozens of great sages, and the name Ryan Ramirez caught his attention. He remembered that Ryan Ramirez had discovered the STC for the Ramirez-class star fort. This powerful star fortress's volume could rival a small moon. In the void, a Rongguang Nuong-class battleship compared to a Ramirez-class star fort was like a frigate to a capital ship. In the next 10,000 years, over 1,200 of these star fortresses would be built, serving as the core of star system defense systems and as repair, command, and supply facilities for expeditionary fleets. Among the Astartes battle groups, there were also many who acquired Lamelisi-class star fortresses. The Death Guard, S-Watch Fortress Arioch, the Firehawks Battle Group, S-Fortress Monastery Raptor King. Ning Lu gathered his thoughts and asked, what are they willing to offer? The psychic communication could not elaborate. The Chief Forgemaster reports that his research on Necromunda has shown initial results, and he has already set off to personally report to you. Ning Lu nodded, thinking to himself, if cross-system prayer can succeed, I can further attempt sacrifice. In such situations, if Mikkel just sacrifices a data slate or data crystal to me, I can quickly receive the information, and it will be complete. The next day, the Order Shadows of the 7th Battle Group were neatly arrayed on the boarding deck of the Wenquan Shadow. Ning Lu individually pinned medals on them. The medals, named Fire Wheel 7, were divided into 2 types. Order Shadows who killed more than 10 orcs in combat were eligible for the medal. Every member of the 7th Battle Group had killed more than 10 orcs, so all received the honorary medal. The Tyrant Path exceptional individuals who had joined the 9th Battle Group also rushed to attend this award ceremony, as it was their bond with the 7th Battle Group. The pattern engraved on the medal was 7 red arrows piercing a green venomous snake, with the snake representing the Snakebite clan. They would all also be members of the newly formed Orc Hunter chapter. After pinning the medal on each recipient, Ning Lu would encouragingly pat his scion's shoulder and state their achievement. Klaus, you killed 12 orcs with your chainsword, demonstrating excellent skill, which is admirable. Klaus puffed out his chest, his face full of pride and honor. Among the elites, a higher grade medal was awarded. The medal's pattern was flames scorching a green venomous snake, eligible only for Order Shadows who had killed over 1,000 greenskins. Ning Lu pinned the medal on the new 1st Company captain of the 7th Battle Group, the provoker Thibaut, and praised him, you killed 10,724 greenskins. Your achievement is truly admirable. Throughout the entire 7th Battle Group, Thibaut's combat record was only lower than Sanchez's and those transferred to the 9th Battle Group, Chesney and Jorginho. Father, I will surely uphold your will and strive to kill the enemy. At the end of the award ceremony, Ning Lu pinned the medal on Sanchez. I await your good news. Father, I will not fail your expectations. The 7th Battle Group's fleet set off towards the Mandeville Point. At the same time, Ning Lu sent the newly born space monkey into the third spatial layer of the Nation of Disorder. He brought another space monkey, which had just established a connection with him, back to the real world. Ning Lu said to Arsena, "Order a frigate to be prepared, leaving only the necessary crew." An hour later, he boarded the frigate with the space monkey. Chapter 219 Flame Wheel, Beast-Slaying Tank. Frigate Nanri O Gran. Ning Lu's mind stirred, and he pointed at the steel and other materials brought by the battle group's servants. Use them to apply an ape field to this ship. Do not alter the ship's original structure. Ning Lu remembered that in the future, the Demon Inquisition of the Calaxis sector would drive space monkeys to construct ape fields to resist chaos. He was experimenting with this frigate. If the ape field could stack with the Geller field, warp travel would be safer. The space monkey immediately sprang into action. He approached a handcart and quickly rummaged through it, finding a pile of parts. In a flash, he fashioned a steel net resembling a basket, filling it with materials. Ning Lu said to the engine seer, "Take him outside the ship." The tech priest's faceplate flickered with light, and it was several seconds before he withdrew his gaze. His bionic eye's signal capturer could barely keep up with the movements of the orange-furred ape creature. The tech priest's electronic synthesized voice sounded, "Your command is obeyed." He also wanted to know what even a non-speaking ape could do. The engine seer sent the space monkey into the elevator and operated a drone to follow him. The engine seer watched as the space monkey exited the elevator, clung to the black hull, and then his slender fingers began to move rapidly. The engine seer's mechanical tendrils thrashed in anger, and his electronic synthesized voice trembled. Blasphemy. He had once built warships for the Omniscia at the Mars shipyard. Before each construction, the tech priests and their servants would ring bells, chant hymns, and build according to the holy template. The space monkey's behavior, in his eyes, was like an ape at play, utterly ridiculous, and a blasphemy against the Omniscia. The engine seer wanted to activate the artillery and kill that ape. But he stopped, remembering that the ape had been brought by the Gene Seed Primarch. The engine seer suddenly noticed data flickering on his faceplate, readings transmitted by the drone. The ape is not playing, his modification is effective, impossible, unreasonable, illogical. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness followed the space monkey. After he began to act, his eyes flickered with light, and he looked up at the outside of the hull. His gaze penetrated the hull, and he saw an invisible barrier covering the ship as the space monkey's fingers moved rapidly. At least building an ape field is feasible. Whether it conflicts with the Geller field and how effective it is, will only be known through testing. If there's no conflict, an extra layer of protection isn't a bad thing. Thinking this, Ning Lu instructed the battle group's servants. Provide him with materials. As soon as he stops, notify me immediately. The space monkey had already established a connection with him and would no longer be driven by its instinct to escape. Before Ning Lu left, he gave the space monkey another order. After building the ape field, return to the cabin. Do not make any other modifications to this ship. Besides its escape instinct, the space monkey also had a building instinct. If left to its own devices, Ning Lu didn't know if it would transform the ship into their race's polyhedral open-plan vessel. The next day, the 4th battle group arrived in the Flame Wheel star system. After confirming that Adams had assimilated the Gravedigger potion through questioning and observing his aura, Ning Lu promoted him to Spirit Medium of Sequence 7. Ning Lu dispatched both the 4th battle group and the 8th battle group to the 2nd planet to attack the Orc fortress. Mikhailovsky and Gregory, who were leading the battle on the 2nd planet, decided after discussion to deploy 5 experimental hover tanks to the southeastern battlefield. The 9 companies of the 8th battle group launched attacks from the north, west, and east, attracting the attention of the Greenskins, after which the 3rd company launched its offensive. Gregory, upon discovering that the Orc fortress's city walls were just over 10 meters high, directly ordered the Vestroyan rhinos to charge. The jetpacks of 100 Order Shadows activated, trailing dazzling light as they ascended the city walls. Their objective was clear: to directly assault the Greenskin artillery. In the command vehicle, Gregory watched the city walls. After seeing the assault team destroy the greenskin artillery as planned, he issued an order. Experimental team, attack. A black armored vehicle, painted with gears, was located over 100 meters behind the command vehicle. Inside, a tech sergeant replied through his communication headset. Received. Beside him, screens flickered with various data. The tech sergeant gave the order, attack. 5 experimental hover tanks flew to the city wall, and the driver pushed the joystick on his left. The spherical mechanism in the tank's belly rotated rapidly, silver-white solution churned, and beige, human finger-sized parasites rapidly divided and reproduced. The solution flowed to both sides, along brass conduits. Moments later, the solution was injected into the bullets. The hover tank's 2 gun barrels spat out a stream of bullets, hitting the orcs. The tall greenskins paid no mind, one of them shouting loudly. These shrimps are truly useless. Such tiny bullets, and they still use them as weapons. The shrimps' stuff is only good for scratching an itch. The orcs didn't notice that within their green flesh, dozens of rice grain-sized parasites were tearing and devouring the green flesh with open mouths. The parasites' abdomens rapidly swelled, emitting a series of bang bang bang, bursting sounds. At this moment, the orcs finally noticed the abnormality within their bodies. They frantically scratched themselves with their hands. After the parasites were full, thread-like larvae emerged from their tails. The larvae burrowed into the green flesh, tearing, devouring, rapidly growing, and spreading. Within tens of seconds, the parasites had spread throughout the orcs' bodies. The sluggish orcs finally began to feel the abnormality within their bodies. They felt their bodies tearing apart, and it was constantly spreading. The shrimp's weapon. A tall orc widened his eyes and cried out in terror. He didn't understand how such a small bullet could cause him so much damage. His entire body was about to shatter. The next instant, he lost the ability to speak, and his consciousness began to blur. The integrated sensors in the bullet casings transmitted data to the tech sergeant's experimental vehicle, recording it in a data crystal. Gregory's eyes widened as he watched the orcs on the city wall rapidly disappear as if dissolving. He switched command channels and, with a tone of astonishment, said to his friend Mikhailovsky, "The new tanks are truly powerful. The orcs are gone, their entire bodies gone, even more effective than burning. Their fungal spores were all eaten by the parasites." "Is that so?" Mikhailovsky replied with interest, "Then I must witness it with my own eyes." After hanging up the communication, Gregory issued an attack order. Attack. The Vestroyan rhinos sped towards the city wall, their ramming horns vibrating at high speed. Hundreds of black war vehicles crashed into the city wall with a deafening roar. Accompanied by grating friction sounds, cracks appeared on the city wall. Rumble. The entire section of the city wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. As the rubble slid down, the Vestroyan rhinos streamed in. The hover tanks advanced in sync in the air, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets on the orcs below. An hour later, the hover tanks gradually withdrew from the battlefield as their parasitic solution ran out. After the tech sergeants compiled the experimental data, they prepared a report and sent it to the Wenquan Shadow. 13 hours after the hover tanks were deployed to the battlefield, Ning Lu received the experimental briefing. "My lord, the tech sergeant and the 3rd Battle Group's 3rd Company Commander Gregory have sent a report stating that the hover tanks performed exceptionally well in combat. Data captured by sensors shows that the orcs' bodies were completely devoured by the parasites, with no fungal spores remaining." Ning Lu looked at the images displayed by Arsena, nodding with satisfaction, and asked, "What is their sustained combat capability?" "The parasites on the Aeldaries Void Weaver parasitize the Wraithbone, allowing for continuous proliferation. Our hover tanks use an alternative method. The Chief Apothecary's prepared solution produces parasites at a fixed rate daily. After considering factors such as reproduction speed and safety, the tech sergeants believe that it is estimated to supply 94 hover tanks." Ning Lu nodded slightly. After a few seconds of thought, he spoke. "For now, it can only be used as a sharp weapon to break the stalemate. My lord is discerning. Gregory, after receiving the report from the tech sergeant, reached the same conclusion. He believes that deploying 10 hover tanks in a localized area can quickly gain an advantage within a 3-kilometer range. Ning Lu listened to the report and nodded with satisfaction. Although it didn't achieve his ideal best effect and couldn't be used on a large scale, he was still satisfied. Name this type of hover tank the beast-slaying hover tank. Proceed with mass production and temporarily allocate them for use by the 3rd Battle Group. Order the tech sergeants to continue their research. Mikkel did not take all the apothecaries. The Legion flagship still had 14 newly promoted beast tamers and 35 apothecaries. One beast-slaying tank after another entered service, providing the 3rd Battle Group with a sharp blade to tear through the orc defenses. Mikhailovsky and Gregory deployed them to the most heavily fortified orc areas, conquering one defensive node after another. The progress of conquering the 2 fortresses significantly increased, and the Vickers Trex Knight household arrived in the Flame Wheel star system. Chapter 220, Fire Wheel, Bard. After resting, the 2nd Battle Group and 11th Battle Group once again stepped onto the battlefield. The 2 battle groups and the Vixtrix family knights launched attacks on the Orc fortress to the northwest and southwest, respectively. Wilshire, acting as captain, gave a speech to everyone. His squad was not the only one listening, there were also 10 other squads. Despite being of the same rank, the 10 captains spontaneously followed Wilshire. This was both because Wilshire was a knight of the royal court and because he was convincing. Wilshire's voice resonated through an amplifier, which he had specifically asked a tech sergeant to create for him, allowing his speeches and singing to achieve maximum effect. "Do you know me?" Wilshire roared at them, his voice overcoming the roar of the engines. "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. "I am Wilshire." A cheer responded to his words, but it was not enough. "Today is our day of glory. By the king's command, we shall purge the greenskins. Will you stand with me?" "Yes." Over 100 Order shadows roared in unison, following behind Wilshire. Beside the formation, engine sounds gradually faded as the Vixtrix family's Green Knight mechs descended from the landing deck. Lord Hitler sat in the cockpit of the Glorious Victory, a massive stream of information flowing through his neural interface. Runes scrolled across his retina as he observed his surroundings through the Knight mech's external auger array. He had become one with the Glorious Victory, feeling its desire for battle. For the first time in millennia, they had emerged from Darksos to rejoin the battles in the Star Sea. Knight King Campbell Vixtrix commanded the attack on the southwest fortress, while he, as the strongest knight apart from the Knight King, was responsible for the battle in the northwest fortress. 19 Knight mechs followed the Glorious Victory, including Bowen Delicia's Daxus Shield and Alvarez de Go's Holy Mars. Ward opened his communicator, his majestic voice rumbling across the communication network. "Activate power systems." The Glorious Victory was the first to activate its power train, smoke and incense spewing from the armor's exhaust vents, hydraulic tendons flexing, and gears accelerating. 20 Knight mechs rapidly approached the Orc fortress. As Ward saw the walls of the Orc fortress in his vision, he spoke into the communication network. "Knights of Darksos, noble descendants of the Vixtrix, Delicia, Hitler, and other families. Today, we obey the command of King Ning Lu, we are the cleansing flame. For the king and Darksos." 20 Knight mechs simultaneously activated their ion shields. On the south side of the northwest fortress, the Glorious Victory's Avenger Gatling cannon let out a piercing shriek. Shells erupted like a torrent, collapsing walls in their path, and the orcs behind them were torn into bloody corpses. On the left, the Holy Mars, and on the right, the Daxus Shield, stepped towards the 2 corners of the south wall, their right-arm thermal cannons roaring to life. As the thermal cannons activated, target data flooded their minds, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. Blinding flashes illuminated the Greenskin fortress, and with a scorching explosion of superheated energy, the corners collapsed. As the structures fell, enemy runes disappeared in swaths. The automatic machine guns of the other Knight mechs spun rapidly, wildly raking the greenskins on the walls, green flesh splattering everywhere. Greenskin artillery roared, attacking the green mechs. Ward shouted loudly into the communication network, "Raise your shields." The Knight mechs all raised their arms, their external wall-mounted ion shields blocking in front of them. Greenskin artillery shells struck them and then bounced off. The glorious victory strode forward, charging to the wall, gripping its control gauntlet, and slamming its armored fist heavily onto the wall. The power fist struck the front of the wall, and rubble thundered down. Ward roared and unleashed another punch, striking the gap created by the Avenger Gatling cannon. Boom! The wall collapsed, and the green mechs charged into the fortress. The orcs roared and rushed at him. The glorious victory swung its fist, instantly tearing apart dozens of orcs. At the corners on both sides, Bowen and Alvarez violently swung their control gauntlets, their death chainswords cleaving the corner connections. The walls collapsed, and the two Knight mechs crashed inside the walls. The Dark Souls Knight mechs breached the Greenskin fortress. At the southeast corner of the wall, Wilshire opened his mouth, letting out a long chant. His singing, amplified, spread across the battlefield. 109 Order shadows looked at the bard back, the song lingering in their ears and surging into their bodies. Every Order shadows felt courage from it, they felt stronger and faster than usual. The bard strode forward, not stopping his chanting. The Order shadows followed behind, their steps lighter as they ran. Even when infected by the bard, and in a frenzy, the Order shadows could clearly perceive that their speed was indeed faster than usual. The feeling just now was not their imagination. The Order shadows, inspired by the bard, swiftly charged into the wall, launching a furious attack with the weapons in their hands. The black armored knights, like a whirlwind, crashed into the greenskin tide. They swung their weapons, mercilessly slaughtering the greenskins. The bard led the way, and it was not just his followers who gained strength from his song, but also himself. Wilshire swung his power hammer with his right arm, and the blue disintegration field, like lightning, sped through the greenskin tide. The greenskins he struck were torn to shreds. Diagrams flickered on Ward Hitler's retina, and alarm data was transmitted directly to his cerebral cortex. Ward nearly pulled his control gauntlet, intending to attack the crackling, wildly flashing areas on the auger array with his heavy machine gun. Just as his hand was about to exert force, the auger array's rune identification suddenly turned into a green friendly marker. Ward paused for a moment. He shifted power, allocating more to the motion capture sensors. The holographic image blurred for a moment, then was replaced by a series of views. The image on the holographic stone flickered again, and when it became clear again, Ward distinguished the tall, robust figures from among the greenskins. They were Astartes in black armor, they were Order shadows. 100 Order shadows quickly caught up with the Dark Souls Knights and then surpassed them. Their movements were extremely fast, even faster than the striding Knight mechs. Their killing speed was also no slower than the Knights. A memory surfaced in Ward's mind. The elite Knights of Dark Souls had lost to the Order shadows time and time again. Ward felt the voice of the mechanical throne echoing through his neural link, and he roared into the communication network. For Dark Souls, charge! Servomotors whirred, and iron-clad feet powerfully stamped the ground. Ward pulled and pushed his control gauntlet, and each time, dozens of orcs were blasted into fragments. The knight intended to personally kill the war boss within the city, to gain glory for Dark Souls. The glorious victory crashed through several defensive fortifications along the way. Its auger array updated real-time data, and it captured a tall figure. He was 3.3 meters tall, wielding a 2-meter-long cleaver. Wilshire also saw the tall greenskin. That was his target, his trophy to offer to his Gene father. The bard sang loudly, his voice even overpowering the din of the battlefield. Power surged within the bard. He instantly bypassed the glorious victory and charged in front of the war boss. The Order Shadow's eyes were filled with black. The moment the tall greenskin raised his cleaver, he swung his power hammer from below, smashing into the war boss's ribs. Ward, who arrived 2 large steps late, witnessed the disintegration field tearing apart the war boss's massive body. He helplessly turned sharply. The servomotors short-circuited due to immense pressure, electrical sparks flashed, and the war machine tilted to the right. Wilshire felt the mech behind him tilt. His expression was calm, and he muttered to himself, "I have also awakened subspace insight." Chapter 221, Choosing a buyer for the Battle Moon. In the last month of 820, the 11th Legion completed the cleanup of the second planet. The 6th Legion also finished clearing the 5th planet, and Leman Russ launched his offensive on the 6th planet later in the year, with the battle still ongoing. Time flowed, and a new year arrived. Just as Ning Lu was about to launch a new round of attacks, he received a star speaker communication from Huang Laohan. In 821, M30, Hannibal, the Primarch of the Second Legion, returned to the Imperium. Huang Laohan's order was that after Hannibal's welcome celebration on Terra, Ning Lu would be responsible for teaching him. After listening to Arsena Dun's report, Ning Lu mused inwardly. Open black lens bracket Huang Laohan previously placed the Second Legion under my command, so it's only logical that I teach Hannibal now. Hannibal, is he more like a silent lamb, or Hannibal Barca, the commander of ancient Carthage, close black lens bracket? Ning Lu thought of the anomalies with Suarez and Erlang, and mused inwardly. Open black lens bracket perhaps both, close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was contemplating, the silver-haired original body servant spoke again. My lord, the chief forgemaster has arrived. Let him in. A moment later, Rozicki Czech entered the Primarch's office. Father. After bowing, the chief forgemaster began his briefing. Adams and I excavated a ruin from the dark age of technology and obtained a large number of data crystals from it. As of now, my tech sergeants and I have analyzed 1,390 of them. The most crucial gain is mastering the Round Spider Alliance's technology for building, using, and maintaining teleportation gates. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu immediately became interested. The 11th Legion was still expanding, and the Legion's territory was continuously growing and scattered across the galaxy. Although the 63 conquered star systems formed a contiguous area with Vostronia at its core, there were also isolated key nodes like Sepra Mundi and Mordian. Furthermore, there were 6 star systems in Necromunda in the solar system at the galactic center, and Tanis in the Pacific star region in the western galaxy. Considering the upcoming expansion into Katachchan in the Limit Star territory, and the future expansion into Bosal, the 11th Legion's territory was quite dispersed. Establishing a network of teleportation gates to connect the dispersed territories was of great significance. Moreover, the Round Spider Alliance's teleportation technology, which allowed navigation during the warp storms of the Old Night, would play an important role in future events like the Horus Heresy. What are the similarities and differences between teleportation gates and warp travel? Rozicki took out a data crystal shining with a dazzling blue light and placed it into the holographic projector in the office. The Round Spider Alliance's teleportation technology and the warp travel technology adopted by the Imperium are both faster than light travel technologies, but they are completely different in principle and other aspects. The archaeologist said, operating the holographic projection to display a light spot. Humans who had not yet left Terra, in ancient times, once believed that matter could not exceed the speed of light. But scientists soon discovered that faster-than-light matter existed in the universe from the very beginning, and they called them tachyons. One interesting characteristic of tachyons is that they always travel backward in time, and the Round Spider Alliance's technology is based on the study and application of tachyons. Ning Lu frowned slightly. According to his understanding, the use of tachyons would require a large amount of energy. The mechanical tentacles behind the archaeologist extended, lightly tapping on the touch screen. The tachyons in the holographic projection disappeared, and the image split into two, showing a set of comparative data. After mastering the use of teleportation gates, I dispatched ships of the same class from Necromunda to the other 5 star systems for a total of 25 comparative voyages. In each comparative voyage, 2 ships departed simultaneously, traveling via warp and teleportation gates, respectively. As of before my departure, 19 voyages have been completed, and teleportation was faster than warp travel, averaging about 1 week quicker. Ning Lu nodded slightly. This sample size was already sufficient to draw an initial conclusion. Teleportation technology was faster than warp travel. Building teleportation gates requires a large amount of resources, and each teleportation also consumes a large amount of energy, which is why the Round Spider Alliance built them near stars. Teleportation technology also has a drawback. The direction of travel is fixed, and it can only go from one interstellar teleportation gate to another. During warp travel, the destination can be temporarily changed, even if this is dangerous and unpredictable. Ning Lu was not surprised after listening to the archaeologist's report. Overall, warp travel was more flexible, consumed fewer resources, and was more suitable for human interstellar travel and large-scale expansion. Teleportation technology indeed had many drawbacks, otherwise, it would have long replaced warp travel as the primary mode of interstellar travel, and Huang Laohan would not have pursued the Webway project. However, teleportation technology also had its unique aspects, capable of establishing an exclusive interstellar travel network for the 11th Legion, he said. Your research is highly effective, it is a major discovery. The archaeologist, having received feedback and had his research results recognized by the Gene Seed Primarch, suddenly felt as if stars were exploding within him, and his spirituality became more vibrant. Rosicky, having had similar experiences, knew that he had become a true archaeologist. Star map. The original body servant gestured to the chief forgemaster, then turned off the holographic projector and used a control staff to bring up the star map. Teleportation gates consume a lot of energy and are not suitable for large-scale deployment, but they can be deployed at key nodes. Vostronia, Mordian, Sepra Mundi, Tricon, Vigilance Star System, Necromunda, Tanis. First, build teleportation gates in these 7 star systems. Ning Lu said, pushing a datapad towards Rosicky. The Arbitrator Lord discovered the construction template for the Fortress-class energy shield on Vigilance Star, and all data is backed up in the datapad. While building the teleportation gates, deploy Fortress-class energy shields in important cities on these worlds and arrange for tech sergeants to maintain them. The Fortress-class energy shield was a powerful shield capable of protecting an entire hive city, but it required maintenance by those skilled in the arts of the Omniscia. As you command. After receiving the order, the chief forgemaster continued his report. In addition to the data crystals, the Death Lord and I also discovered atomic decomposition weapons and archaeological pistols, and we have begun organizing research. As of now, progress has been made on the archaeological pistol, and we are now able to produce scorching destructive rays that draw energy from a planet's radiation layer. Ning Lu had a preliminary understanding of this when he listened to Adams's report earlier, but he was naturally not as clear about the technical research progress as Rosicky. Experimentally manufacture some samples, to be chosen by the mid-level commanders themselves. What are the factions that want to acquire the battle moon willing to offer? The Savant instantly recalled the conditions proposed by all factions, and he began to introduce them one by one. The chief forgemaster of Mars is willing to build a Rongguang Nuwang class battleship for you and dispatch Titans of the Flame Legion to fight alongside the Legion. That's it. Ning Lu asked. The price from Mars was much lower than he expected. Mars has many internal factions, and they have disagreements regarding the study of Xenos tactics. Some also believe that, according to the Olympia Treaty, all technology should belong to the Mechanicus, and you should hand over the battle moon to them for handling. Ning Lu twitched his mouth. The Jiu Lao were truly whimsical. He also knew about the conflicts between different factions within Mars, which would even lead to civil war during the Horus Heresy. The Rongguang Nuwang class was a bit lacking, he might consider an Abyss class. The Casting World Mezzine is willing to sign an alliance with you to provide supplies for the Legion. The Casting World Grey is willing to sign an alliance with you to provide supplies for the Legion, and dispatch the Morning Star Titan Legion to fight alongside. Among the conditions offered by the various casting worlds, Grey's offer was what interested Ning Lu the most. Grey, known as the Crown of Miracles, had its main forge factory network, the Crown of Grey, capable of independent flight. The Crown of Grey's massive fusion engines enabled it to escape planetary gravity and travel to the nearest Mandeville point, where it could traverse the warp. Open black lens bracket. This has strategic significance in prolonged wars where supplies are inconvenient, allowing the Legion to receive continuous supplies. Moreover, the 11th Legion would also gain an ally in the Storm Star region in the southern galaxy and acquire a supply base. Close black lens bracket. Although Ning Lu was satisfied with Grey's offer, he did not make an immediate decision, and he continued to ask. What about the explorer sages? The savant retrieved his memory again, and after confirming, he spoke. After Mars signed the Olympia Treaty with the Emperor, it received support from navigators and star speakers from the Imperium before it began to organize large-scale exploration fleets. The sages in charge of commanding the Mechanicus Arcana have all promised to share future discoveries with the Legion, but as of now, there have been no major discoveries. Ning Lu nodded slightly and asked, "What about Great Sage Ryan Ramirez? Has he discovered a standard building template?" "No," replied the chief forgemaster. This meant that the Great Sage had not yet discovered the STC for the Ramirez-class star fort, so Ning Lu made his decision. "Grey's conditions satisfy me the most, but I have an additional request. I want to share their research results. For this, I will send 5 tech sergeants to research with them." Upon hearing this, Rosicky immediately understood that the Gene Father intended to adopt the same method as with the Flow battlecruiser, collaborative research. "I will convey your request to the Chief Forgemaster of Grey." Through questioning and observing his aura, Ning Lu confirmed that Rosicky had digested the archaeologist potion. He instructed the Chief Forgemaster to send the message and return to Disordered Country, where he prepared the appraiser potion using the bionic eye of the Iron Lord found in Necromunda. Immediately, Rosicky Chek was promoted to Sequence 7. The next day, Ning Lu received news that the Space Monkey's modifications to the frigate had been completed. Chapter 222 The Primarch of the 2nd Legion. Ning Lu boarded the frigate with Rosicky Chek and Arsena Dun. He said to the Chief Forgemaster, "You will inspect the frigate and confirm whether the Geller field can coexist with the Ape field." Ning Lu's eyes flickered with light and shadow as he looked out. His warp vision immediately detected an invisible energy barrier outside the ship's hull. Open black lens bracket. The Ape field is a tangible energy barrier. Close black lens bracket. A moment later, the Geller field was activated. Open black lens bracket. Well, the Geller field does not project a barrier to block warp intrusion, but rather projects a space that conforms to the laws of operation of real space, enveloping the ship within it. The Geller field is a bubble created by psychers sealed deep within the ship, which envelops real matter, stabilizing the reality around the ship in the ever-changing warp. Demons, which usually cannot exist in the real world, are thus repelled. Close black lens bracket. After a moment of careful discernment, Ning Lu concluded, the tangible energy barrier, the Ape field, can coexist with the non-energy barrier of the Geller field. Open black lens bracket. Such an energy barrier should consume energy. The means by which the Old One's integrated technology and psychic power are truly peculiar. The Ape field consumes very little energy, not even requiring a reactor like a Fortress-class energy shield. Close black lens bracket. 29 minutes later, the Chief Forgemaster completed his inspection and returned to report to the Gene Seed Primarch. "Father, I have confirmed that the Geller field and the Ape field can coexist. The Ape field is a special energy barrier. It cannot withstand attacks from the physical world, but it can resist the erosion of the warp. I found that the Ape field consumes relatively little energy, but it still consumes continuously when activated. I believe we should research a device to control the Ape field's activation and deactivation." Ning Lu nodded. Keeping the Ape field constantly active was a waste, especially since he could only control 2 space monkeys for replenishment, requiring economical use. "You will lead the tech sergeant in researching the Ape field control device." "As you wish." Ning Lu sent the space monkeys to the flagship of the 4th Battle Group and brought out another space monkey from the Disordered Country, with which he had just established a connection, to begin constructing the ape field. Upon returning to the Wenquan Shadow, the Genseed Primarch decided to launch a new round of offensives, and he said to Arsena, "Begin a new round of offensives. Order the 2nd, 8th, and 9th battle groups to attack the 8th planet, and the 4th and 11th battle groups to attack the 4th planet. The 5th battle group will replace the 9th battle group in guarding the battle moon, and the 3rd battle group will return to Mordian for rest and recuperation. Dispatch half the forces of the 1st, 6th, 10th, and 12th battle groups to participate in the battle at Flame Wheel." The 8 battle groups of the 11th Legion had all gained combat experience in their engagements with the orcs. It was time for the other 4 battle groups to also undergo tempering. After arranging the Legion's various affairs, Ning Lu led the honor guard to the 4th planet. 2 standard months later, Ning Lu received a report that the Primarch of the 2nd Legion had concluded the grand celebration on Terra and had arrived at Flame Wheel. Ning Lu returned to the Wenquan Shadow to receive Hannibal. At the obsidian dining table, Ning Lu looked at Hannibal opposite him. He was not wearing armor, but a brown casual suit, like a Vostronia noble. His short golden hair was neatly combed to the left, his lips curved upwards with sculpted elegance, yet his eyes held the keen glint of a predator. Ning Lu shifted his gaze to the front, where the pincers of the shuttle crab had turned coral red after steaming. The moment the chef lifted the crab shell, a savory aroma wafted forth. Ning Lu put the creamy crab meat into his mouth. It immediately slid down his esophagus into his stomach, leaving a tender sensation on his tongue. The shell of the salt and pepper mantis shrimp had been fried in hot oil, forming an intricate, crispy, and translucent pattern, reddish-white in color. The chef peeled the crisp shell, and Ning Lu put the shrimp meat into his mouth, where the sweetness of the shrimp collided with the pungency of the salt and pepper. Ning Lu savored the delicious seafood from the sea cradle and cast his gaze towards Hannibal. Hannibal elegantly used the fork in his hand to pick up a steak of ironscale kraken. The charcoal fire licked the bone-in steak, and the fat burst into golden sparks under the high temperature, while the myoglobin transformed into amber juices, winding down the marble like marbling. The snowflake-like fat layers in the ribeye melted into liquid gold during grilling, and the crispy exterior enveloped tender fibers, making it delicate and juicy when bitten. Truly delicious. Hannibal's face was beaming with an undisguised smile, and he spoke in a standard, modulated tone. "I've eaten even more delicious steaks. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll host a banquet for you." Hannibal's smile was charming, and his high Gothic was very standard, a dialect Ning Lu had only heard from Terra nobles. The Genseed Primarch looked at Hannibal, who resembled a Terra noble, and keenly caught a subtle peculiarity mixed within his demeanor. Open black lens bracket. What kind of steak? Is it something normal people eat? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, his peripheral vision sweeping over Suarez and Erlang to Hannibal's left. Their cheekbones were more noticeably overgrown outwards, their foreheads and parietal bones were distinctly raised, and the calcification of muscle fibers from their temples to their mandibular angles was more pronounced. Ning Lu's peripheral vision also swept over maids to Hannibal's right. He had not yet undergone modification and was just an ordinary person. His pupils were grayish, and there were distinct grayish-blue patches on his neck and wrists. Open black lens bracket. Suarez and Erlang have clearly eaten a lot of Xenos during this time. Maids, even more so, must have eaten something that caused such obvious abnormalities in his body. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's stomach involuntarily churned with a slight discomfort. He did not touch the steak again, focusing instead on savoring the seafood from the sea cradle. Hannibal and his sons ignored other foods, eating only the ironscale kraken steak. After the banquet, Hannibal elegantly pulled a white handkerchief from his breast pocket to wipe the grease from his lips. He folded the handkerchief, with even the creases identical to before. Hannibal looked at Ning Lu and said with an impassioned tone, "Ning Lu, my brother, father and Mikado have sent me to learn from you, to understand the mysteries of war. When shall we begin?" Ning Lu leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing Hannibal. Open black lens bracket. His deliberately urgent tone is concealing something. Close black lens bracket. After a moment of careful discernment, he mused. Open black lens bracket. It's somewhat similar to the Wolf King's smile when hunting, but there's a big difference. It has a little less wildness and a little more longing for food. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes narrowed, and he tentatively asked. Hannibal, you seem to be impatient. Hannibal stood up. That's right, I've heard about the greenskins for a long time, and I want to see them right now. Suarez, Erlang, and Maids stood up simultaneously, a green light flashing in their eyes. Ning Lu also stood up and said. Then let's depart. In the Primarch's palace, as servants helped the Gene Seed Primarch don his armor, Ning Lu asked Geoffrey. During this time traveling with the Faceless Ones, have you noticed anything unusual about them? Geoffrey pondered for a moment and then spoke. Father. Geoffrey met the Gene Father's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and then said. I cannot be certain, but I believe the Faceless Ones have done something to the orc corpses. They always show unusual eagerness towards me and others after battles, always engaging us in conversation at that time. After Geoffrey recounted the unusual things he had keenly observed, he continued. I wanted to find out what they were hiding, but I never found a suitable opportunity. I understand, Ning Lu nodded, you have completed my task. A moment later, Ning Lu handed a bottle of Arbiter elixir to Geoffrey, instructed him on how to become an extraordinary being, and then proceeded to the embarkation deck. Chapter 223, Hannibal's Culinary Class. The Black Stormbird landed on the fourth planet, and Ning Lu and Hannibal disembarked from the boarding ramp. Ning Lu noticed Hannibal's nose twitching. The smell of meat mixed with fungus. Ning Lu looked at Hannibal, who seemed to be sniffing out food, and said, your sense of smell is truly keen. Hannibal's charming smile was tinged with gloom. Lecter was a world with scarce food, Maids and I were always hungry. So, you understand, hungry people are always very sensitive to food. Hannibal said gloomily that there were too few Xenos on Lecter, Flame Wheel was simply paradise. Ning Lu nodded slightly and said to Arsena Dun. Holographic scan. The original body servant raised his left arm, operating the projector embedded in his left arm, and projected a scanned image of the fourth planet before the two Gene Seed Primarchs. Lord Hannibal, the fourth planet is the closest to the star among the 8 planets. Due to gravity and many other factors, this world's volcanoes are very active. The land after volcanic eruptions is fertile and brings minerals from the Earth's core to the surface. Human colonists built their territories around these volcanoes, outside the eruption range. After the Greenskin tribes occupied this world, their strongholds were also built on the original human territories. Hannibal looked at the unfolded holographic image and saw dense light spots on it. The silver-haired Arsena highlighted 16 of these light spots before continuing. There are 16 large greenskin strongholds in total, with many smaller strongholds scattered around them. Ning Lu, who had been silent, now spoke. Based on the situation on the fourth planet, my cleansing plan is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is to capture the large fortresses, and then withdraw from these fortresses. During the journey from Terra to Flame Wheel, Hannibal had heard Suarez and Erlang explain the characteristics of orcs. Although the 2 company commanders had experienced smaller-scale battles before, it gave him some understanding of orcs. Hannibal pondered for a moment and then understood Ning Lu's tactical intent. After withdrawing from the large fortresses, the greenskins from the surrounding small strongholds will surely pour into the large fortresses, and their infighting will consume a large number of greenskins. Exactly, Ning Lu looked at Hannibal admiringly. Wait until the greenskins decide a victor, then attack them when they are greatly depleted. What Ning Lu did not mention was that this tactic was only suitable for situations like the fourth planet, where there were many orc tribes, but their numbers were not in the hundreds of millions. Orcs would grow stronger in battle, and the strength of the final victorious war boss would greatly increase, and his tribe would become more wog. This would be evident in the future Octarius. Ning Lu decided to launch an offensive immediately after a victor was decided in each stronghold, and would not wait for the birth of a unified planetary war boss. He adopted this strategy because he was confident in his ability to contain potential threats. Ning Lu said to Hannibal, "In the first phase of the war over the past 2 months, my legion has already cleansed the strongholds marked as 1st, 4th, and 11th. Hannibal noticed that the 3 stronghold fortresses in the holographic image were green, while the other 13 were red. In the second phase of the war, my legion will launch an offensive against strongholds 3, 13, and 14. The second legion is responsible for the offensive on stronghold 2. According to the Augur Matrix's scan, that stronghold is the second largest orc fortress." "Good." Hannibal maintained his charming smile and responded readily. From Ning Lu's arrangements, he understood his thoughts. He considered that he had only just returned to the Imperium of Man and that his legion needed a period of adjustment, so he assigned him to only one stronghold's offensive. But he also considered his honor, so he gave the largest of the remaining fortresses to the Second Legion. Ning Lu and Hannibal chatted for a while longer, both teaching him common knowledge of the Imperium of Man and observing and understanding him. It wasn't until the Second Legion's landing craft completed their deployment that the 2 Gene Seed Primarchs parted ways. Hannibal boarded the Stormbird and flew towards his legion. As the Stormbird slowly descended, the Faceless Ones erupted in deafening cheers. Suarez and Erlang had gathered all the adjutants and captains, and Hannibal walked before them. His eyes swept over everyone, and upon finding that each of his sons carried an iron-forged blade, he said with satisfaction, "You have all equipped yourselves with bear hunting knives as per my request. The primary principle of hunting is timing. For powerful prey, it is not suitable to initiate a hunt when encountered, as the prey's resistance is very strong at that time. We must launch a swift offensive, strike the prey mercilessly, weaken them to a certain extent, and then begin the true hunt." Hannibal looked at Suarez, Erlang, and others, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said with a smile, "Form up and depart. I will personally teach you what true hunting is. Tell every Faceless One that the one who performs best in the hunt will receive a delicious meal personally prepared by my chef." Suarez and Erlang felt their mouths water. Compared to their crude methods, their Gene Father's food was far more delicious. After the Second Legion assembled, Hannibal gave the order, launching an attack on the defensive fortifications on the outskirts of the stronghold. He strode at the forefront of the formation, raised the bolt gun in his hand, and fired bolter rounds at the orcs. The Faceless Ones followed their Gene Father, raising their bolt guns. A barrage of bullets flew towards the charging, roaring orcs, blowing them to pieces. 2 minutes later, Hannibal opened his communicator and spoke on the Second Legion's Vox channel. "Remember, the time to hunt is when half of the prey are dead. This is the conclusion of 1,000 years of experience on Lecter. When half of the prey are dead, the least palatable ones have already been eliminated, leaving only the most delicious. Now, draw your bear hunting knives." After Hannibal finished speaking, he was the first to sling his bolt gun onto his back and draw his bear hunting knife from his waist. Lecter, like the 4th planet, was also a mountainous world, but unlike it, Lecter was covered in forests. Excellent hunters like Hannibal fed on bears in the forest. When hunting, they used bear hunting knives. Bear hunting knives were similar in appearance to the hunting knives of the same name from ancient Terra. Their blades were curved, giving them excellent cutting performance. When a hunter chopped, his hand always remained balanced, not losing his center of gravity and being counterattacked by the prey. Hannibal looked around at his sons, and seeing that they all had their knives drawn, he continued. "The first step of predation is choosing a target. His body proportions are appropriate, his meat should be firm and elastic. Every indicator is not rigid, you must have your own culinary standards." Hannibal listed 68 indicators in a row, explaining them to his sons by combining them with the bodies of the orcs. He spoke rapidly, finishing in just 2 minutes. To select the best prey at the moment of hunting is a huge test. Ensuring that your target does not conflict with the Faceless Ones around you, and acting in concert during the hunt, is an even greater test. But to become an excellent gourmet hunter, this is something that must be overcome. As Hannibal spoke, he had already selected his prey. Hannibal had honed his skills in the forests of Lecter. he only needed an instant to lock onto the target that best met his standards from among thousands of prey. He was not the tallest or strongest one Hannibal saw, but he best fit Hannibal's culinary philosophy. Hannibal spoke to the faceless ones on the communication network. Next comes the crucial step. This is a test of hunting knife skills. We must not damage the essence of the delicacy. We must swiftly end the prey's life. This is the respect we should show to food. He licked his lips. This is also a requirement for deliciousness. Terrified food will secrete lactic acid and other hormones, causing the meat to become sour. While Hannibal emphasized the importance of swiftly ending the delicacy's suffering, he dodged a large club swung by an orc. He swung his bear hunting knife horizontally, and the orc's head flew off. To him, the orc's armpit odor was the most foul and inedible. But he knew from Suarez and Erlang that orcs were tenacious and that only by cutting off their heads could they be killed without damaging other parts. Hannibal's footsteps did not stop. One orc was far from enough to fill his stomach. He had never eaten to his satisfaction, and seeing the orcs before him, his stomach involuntarily rumbled with hunger. He needed more food. Hannibal cut off the heads of 5 orcs in a row before stopping. He looked around and found that officers like Suarez were learning quickly. They had all found their own delicacies, and even with his picky gourmet's eye, those were delicious foods. They completed the hunt with bear hunting knives, without using power swords or chainswords or other weapons that would damage the food's tissue. Their movements were swift, not allowing the food to fall into terror, which was the proper reverence. Hannibal switched communication channels and gave orders to his 20-chef team. Hannibal's chef team numbered 260 people, most of whom were from Lecter, while the others were excellent chefs he had recruited from Terra. They all underwent alternating modification surgeries to ensure that 20 chefs were always available to cook for him. Cook the food. 20 chefs with 1,000 apprentices began cooking, washing, portioning, slicing meat. Everyone had clear divisions of labor. The smell of fungus mixed with fresh meat permeated the camp, and golden steaks shimmered enticingly under the sunlight. Hannibal pointed out the outstanding performers one by one: Suarez, Erlang. He selected over 300 of his sons. You will enjoy the chef's delicacies with me. The others will eat the food prepared by the apprentices. The legion's servants set up folding tables. The tablecloths on the tables were clean and white. After Hannibal washed his hands, he dried them with a white handkerchief. After he sat down, he tied a white napkin around his neck. Hannibal clasped his hands together and said to his sons, "Before savoring the delicacy, we should perform the Holy Communion." He bowed his head slightly, thanked the Emperor for granting me an appetite, and thanked the orcs for becoming my food. The faceless ones followed their Gene Father, performing the Holy Communion. Hannibal smiled and picked up his dining knife. Now, let us begin to savor the delicacy. 26 minutes later, Suarez and Erlang took out white handkerchiefs and wiped their mouths. They wore satisfied smiles, and the two sitting opposite each other exchanged glances, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. Open black lens bracket. We were too crude before, too wasteful of food. We must be as elegant as our Gene Father and become gourmets. Close black lens bracket. Katachchan's Vipers. While the 2nd Legion hunted for delicacies on the 4th planet of the Flame Wheel, the 7th Battle Group of the 11th Legion arrived in the Katachchan system of the Limit Star territory. Sanchez ordered the fleet to conduct a comprehensive auger matrix scan of the main Katachchan planet. The auger matrix class master, holding a data slate, reported to the Reaper Lord. My lord, according to the scan results, 90.47% of the main Katachchan planet's surface is covered by dense trees. It is a jungle world. Sanchez looked at the holographic image. The entire planet resembled a spherical green gemstone. The auger matrix scan results indicate that the most concentrated life signals are in these 7 locations. These areas are plains terrain and should be the local inhabitants, settlements. The auger matrix class master said, highlighting the white spots on the surface of the emerald sphere. Sanchez asked, "What is Katachchan's defensive status?" My lord, Katachchan has no orbital defense facilities, and there are no signals of ground defense facilities either. The Reaper Lord nodded slightly and said to Chief Apothecary Mikel beside him. The data slate, in the information provided by Father, mentions that the Katachchan people can be enlightened. I have decided to lead my personal guard to their settlements to hold talks with their leaders. Mikkel nodded in agreement, feasible. The Reaper Lord then led his personal guard and astropaths, boarding a Stormbird, and flew towards the settlement with the most concentrated life signals. During the flight, Sanchez looked through the observation window at the dense forest rapidly passing below. The forest spread like a massive painting to the horizon, with layers of tree canopies compressed into continuous waves. Mist steamed on the surface of the tree sea, and the canopies of towering ancient trees were as flat as a carpet, with intertwined branches at their tops. Sanchez's eyes were deep. He keenly sensed that the forest below seemed to open its mouth, ready to devour. The Stormbird swiftly swept over the forest sea, reaching near the target. The Reaper Lord surveyed the surroundings, and after confirming no ground defense facilities, he issued an order. Land. Sanchez led his team off the deck and looked around. The think tank behind him, Seer Mesut, activated his Eye of Secrets, surveying the surroundings. This place has been cleared by fire, but vines and lichens are also ubiquitous. Plant toxins will melt mortar, and vines will destroy buildings. Sanchez nodded. The information provided by Father mentioned that the local plants will destroy buildings, and animals will also gather to attack human settlements. Compared to the indigenous people, Katachchan itself will be a greater challenge for us to face. After Sanchez finished speaking, he looked at the indigenous people running from a distance. By unmodified standards, they were all tall, even taller than some of the Fenris people. Their clothing resembled camouflage vests, with bronze skin and bulging, knotted muscles, every tendon taut as a drawn bow. Their faces were painted with natural dyes, and most held primitive weapons like wooden spears, while a few used firearms and other ballistic weapons. Sanchez keenly felt a threat from the Katachchan people. They were dangerous hunters no less skilled than Joran and others. The Reaper Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and he praised. Father was right, they are indeed good prospects for hunters. Astropaths, communicate with them. Yes, my lord, the astropaths said, taking a translator from their waist. The loudspeaker continuously played electronic synthesized voices, and many languages of Terra sounded. Mesut's consciousness spread forward, sensing the minds of the Katachchan people. The Order Shadows inherited the Gene Seed Primarch's perceptive talents, and most think tanks excelled in psychic abilities. They were also the easiest psychics among the think tanks to meet the astropath's battlefield communication requirements. A moment later, Mesut sensed from the minds of the Katachchan people that the 17th language of the translator was similar to the local language. He immediately adjusted the language channel to the 17th language. Fellow Katachchan people, we are not enemies. We come from Terra, the common home of humanity, we are all human. Quote. After repeating the broadcast several times, the Katachchan people understood the general meaning of the announcement. They slowed their pace, gripping their weapons tightly, and approached the black armor warriors. Sanchez, wearing a Russ wolf helmet, stepped forward. Mesut, translate for me. The Reaper Lord walked in front of the Katachchan people and spoke. As the broadcast said, we are fellow humans. Although the Katachchan people did not understand Vostonian, the black-armored giant in front of them filled them with awe. The think tank conveyed the Reaper Lord's words using the translator. The Reaper Lord continued, I am an Order Shadow, and I have come to Katachchan under the command of Gene Seed Primarch Ning Lu to find lost human brethren. Listening to the voice played by the translator, the Katachchan people gradually understood the black armor warriors' purpose. At the forefront of the Katachchan people's group, a strong man covered in tattoos walked a few steps forward, stopping 10 paces from Sanchez. He spoke loudly in his local language, which the translator rendered into Vostonian. Order Shadows, we are all human brethren. Conquering the galaxy, for the Katachchan people, will not bring more suffering than this world has brought us, and we are proud to answer your call. I, Lucas, pledge allegiance to Gene Seed Primarch Ning Lu. Sanchez took off his Russ wolf helmet and hung it at his waist. He walked in front of Lucas, pulled off his gauntlet, and extended his right hand. "Welcome your joining." Lucas did not understand his words but guessed his meaning from his actions. He held his gun with one hand and extended his fist to the black armor warriors. Sanchez understood, clenched his right hand, and bumped fists with Lucas. The Reaper Lord, with his guard, returned to Lucas's tribe. Entering the Katachchan tribe's settlement, Sanchez discovered that the Katachchan people, regardless of gender or age, were all stronger than their peers. Everyone held weapons, even the toddlers held daggers, and some children even had pistols. Sanchez couldn't help but think, open black lens bracket the Katachchan people, as father said, are a nation of soldiers. Even the children are like this, their grip on guns, their posture when wielding daggers, are not standard, but they are deadly. Weapons in their hands are not toys. Close black lens bracket. Lucas shouted to his curious tribesmen, "They are our human brethren, they are order shadows, and I have decided to pledge allegiance to their king. Prepare food to entertain our brethren." After Sanchez heard Mesut's translation, he used his communicator to call Orbit. "Send delicious food and fine wine." 3 hours later, the banquet began, with the Katachchan people serving steamed Katachchan water ducks, cobra soup, huge black-backed viper skewers. The Legion servants presented iron-scale kraken steaks and seafood from the sea cradle. "What is this?" Lucas curiously asked about the food he had never seen before, astonished to hear about a kraken several kilometers long. The Katachchan people opened their mouths wide, swallowing the delicious seafood. The Order shadows did not touch the food made from various poisonous snakes, only eating Katachchan water ducks. At least these strange ducks with sharp teeth looked more normal. After Lucas ate more than a dozen pieces of kraken steak, he noticed that the black armor warriors had not touched the poisonous snakes. He swallowed the food in his mouth and spoke. "Sanchez, Lord, those snakes are truly delicious." The Reaper Lord understood the principle of adapting to local customs, and he spoke. "Eat," he said with a smile, "even if your stomachs and os modula fail, the elixirs given to you by the apothecary can detoxify you." Lucas only nodded in satisfaction when he saw the Order shadows begin to eat the poisonous snakes. After Mesut ate 12 black-backed poisonous snakes, he suddenly felt his body alternate between hot and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Open black lens bracket. Katachchan's poisonous snakes are indeed dangerous, even an Astarte's superhuman body can be poisoned. Close black lens bracket. He slightly turned his body, avoiding the gaze of the Katachchan people, pulled out a green elixir, and injected it into his arm. A moment later, Mesut's body temperature returned to normal. Every Order shadow participating in the banquet had injected at least one elixir before the banquet ended. After the banquet, Lucas led Sanchez to other tribes. With his persuasion, other tribes also pledged allegiance to Ning Lu. After gaining the support of the Katachchan people, Sanchez returned to the Wangquan Shadow and prayed to the Black Emperor. The Order shadows of the 7th Battle Group began to extensively garrison Katachchan, and the chief apothecary led his people into the dangerous forest. Katachchan Brain leaves. Void Hunter, Lord Captain's quarters. Sanchez walked through the office, took off his black armor in the private armory, passed the meditation room, and entered the innermost bathroom opposite the bedroom. He dripped 11 drops of ritual essential oil, which he had requested from Thomas, into the bath, then fully immersed himself in the water. After the wall clock ticked 33 times, he got up, dried himself with a towel, and put on a black robe. Sanchez entered the meditation room and walked to the altar. The altar in the meditation room was 11 meters in diameter and 3.3 meters high, occupying most of the room. Sanchez ascended the altar, lit the candles, and then used a ritual dagger to set up a spiritual wall. Then he knelt on the black onyx cushion and began to chant in Dun language. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. Mysterious Master of the Chaotic Kingdom. King of Light and Shadow who wields rules. I implore your gaze. I implore your listening. I have arrived in the Katachchan system and persuaded the local tribes. They have pledged loyalty to Lord Ning Lu. O scale, balance of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. Comma. The monarch's iron law, foundation of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. As soon as Sanchez finished chanting the incantation, he suddenly felt an invisible force surge within the altar. He lowered his head and continued to chant the incantation. At the same moment, in the flame wheel star system, fourth planet, a faint, almost inaudible sound echoed in Ning Lu's ears. If not for his acute perception, he would have almost overlooked the faint sound amidst the roar of gunshots. The Gene Seed Primarch's bolt gun, mounted on his hand of order, roared, and at the same time he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. It's like a prayer, but much weaker than Arsena Dunn and Thomas's prayers. Is it the effect of distance? Close black lens bracket. 34 minutes later, after the battle against the defensive fortifications ended, Ning Lu avoided the others and came to the shadowy side of the Nation of Disorder. Ning Lu found a red glowing orb on the shadowy side. Ning Lu extended his spirituality and spread it towards the red orb. Upon contact, blurred and distorted images immediately appeared in his mind, and illusory, overlapping voices rang out. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. Chaotic Kingdom. I implore your listening. I have arrived in the Katachchan system. They pledged loyalty. The monarch's iron law, please transmit power to my incantation. Sanchez's voice was intermittent, and the Dun language words were incomplete. His eyes were deep, and his thoughts raced as he pondered the reason. Open black lens bracket. Katachchan and flame wheel are light years apart. Sanchez's prayer consumed a lot during the transmission process. This is somewhat like astropathic communication. The information is incomplete, but the advantage is that it's almost real-time. For a normal prayer, no sacrifice is needed, but if Sanchez hadn't set up the altar and sacrifices, the message probably wouldn't have arrived. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu furrowed his brows, carefully distinguished for a moment, then pondered. Open black lens bracket. Once my authority increases again, I should be able to achieve clear, real-time, interstellar communication. The fastest it could happen is when I digest the bribe potion. At the latest, it should be achievable after I advance to Baron of Corruption. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu was satisfied with the experimental results after realizing this. He whispered, I know, then transmitted it to the red orb through a subtle connection. Katachchan system, Void Hunter. Sanchez continued to chant repeatedly. He had not received a response, but he did not give up and continued to chant diligently. Suddenly, black mist rose in his eyes, and within the mist, a blurred figure stood in the deepest part. I know. While Sanchez was shocked, he also noticed the incompleteness of the statement. Open black lens bracket. Is it because I'm not devout enough that I cannot hear all of the Black Emperor's revelations? Are the Black Emperor and the Gene Father the same great existence? Close black lens bracket. Sanchez's thoughts drifted. After kneeling for a while longer, he got up and headed to the surface. Chief Apothecary Mikkel had already led a beast tamer, 5 apothecaries, and 3 hunters deep into the dense forest. Because the Gene Father's distributed data warned that wearing power armor made it easy to be detected by dangerous flora and fauna, they did not wear black armor. The Order Shadows were all dressed in green shirts and shorts, carrying green backpacks. However, this also reduced their resistance to toxins, requiring an antidote injection after every period of advancement. The Order Shadows formation was not their usual dense formation. They were spaced hundreds of meters apart. This was to avoid gathering together, which would create too much movement and provoke attacks from plants and animals. Even so, sometimes vines, like pythons, would spring towards the Order Shadows. The Order Shadows reacted swiftly, swinging their energized blades to shred the attacking vines. 3 hunters walked on either side and at the rear of the team, with Mikkel at the very front of the formation. The vampire further enhanced the Order Shadow's sense of smell. To him, every creature had a different scent. Even within the same species, including every Order Shadow around him, each possessed unique blood characteristics. The vampire could discern the subtle scent characteristics of every creature he encountered, recording them in his superhuman brain. The vampire moved lightly, traversing through ground cover plants as wide as a person, avoiding the yellowish-green light that diffused through the tree canopy. The vampire's nose twitched slightly, locking onto a creature 6 kilometers away. Its body contained a thick volume of blood. Compared to the surrounding creatures, it was like the difference between a pond and a puddle. The vampire understood that this was also due to its massive size and large blood volume. Mikkel recalled the data distributed by the Gene Father and had already guessed what the creature might be. A Katachchan demon. After the beast tamer confirmed that the creature was a Katachchan demon, he decided to tame it. Even in Katachchan, where dangerous animals were abundant, the Katachchan demon was considered a dangerous creature. Taming it would make subsequent activities in the forest smoother. The vampire used his sense of smell to avoid Katachchan creatures emitting the scent of blood, heading towards his target. Just then, he felt something drifting down from above. Mikkel looked up and saw a bird-like creature drifting towards his head. Its body was composed of tendril-like plants. The vampire sensed that there was not a single drop of blood within its body. It was a plant, not an animal. Mikkel's superhuman brain spun rapidly, correlating it with the brain leaves mentioned in the Gene Father's distributed data. The brain leaves were hidden in the dense jungles of Katachchan, but they could attach tendrils to a person's spine and brain to control their body. Mikkel was not surprised that the brain leaves could move and actively hunt. Every plant in Katachchan was like a living creature. They were all hunters, feeding on living organisms. Vines would attack, and brain leaves would control creatures' movements. Open black lens bracket. The brain leaves were specifically requested by the Gene Father. Close black lens bracket. While Mikkel was thinking, he pulled out a black, arm-length iron rod from the side of his backpack. He raised the iron rod and pressed the circular button on it. A silk net shot into the air, enveloping the brain leaf. The silk net stuck to the brain leaf, and the liquid medicine prepared by the apothecary immediately infiltrated the brain leaf. The brain leaf became completely paralyzed, unable to move. Mikkel caught the brain leaf and hung it on his backpack. Mikkel's backpack had many hooks, which he had specially prepared for his Katachchan trip. Just then, the hunter walking on the far left of the team suddenly rolled backward. In front of him, a huge, tentacle-like tendril sprang from the ground, swiftly coiling around the hunter's arm. The hunter swung his right arm fiercely, and the energized blade severed the reaching tendril. He was about to swing his sword down at the wrinkled maw that had opened in the ground. The hunter suddenly felt dizzy and swayed. He plunged his power sword into the ground to keep from falling. Open black lens bracket. I've been poisoned. Close black lens bracket. After realizing this, the hunter used his right hand to pull off the tendril, then took out an antidote from his jacket pocket and injected it into his left arm. After the hunter's mind cleared, he pulled out his power sword and killed the maw on the ground. He watched in shock as the plant slowly disappeared before him. Open black lens bracket. I am an Order Shadow who inherited the Gene Father's sensory abilities, and I am a hunter. My senses are keen, yet I didn't detect it just now. This is a Murray catcher. Close black lens bracket. The Order Shadow recalled the Murray catcher data distributed by the Gene Father. Open black lens bracket. Murray catchers are plants that cling to the ground. Their roots are very sensitive to ground vibrations, which are caused when creatures wander nearby. They appear harmless when dormant. When they attack, huge tendrils will spring up suddenly and launch a fierce assault. Close black lens bracket. The hunter suddenly realized what both the Gene Father and the Chapter Master had said. Hunters must be familiar with and utilize their environment. Open black lens bracket. Only by familiarizing myself with the Katachchan environment and its creatures can I be a hunter, and not prey for the flora and fauna of this world. Close black lens bracket. As the hunter understood the meaning of this statement, he suddenly felt his spirituality become more vibrant, and his control over the power within him grew stronger. Katachchan demon. Mikkel activated his psychic vision to observe the hunter. After confirming that the toxins in his body had been resolved, he ordered the team to continue forward. The Order Shadows became increasingly cautious. They constantly observed their surroundings, maintained high concentration, and were always ready to respond to sneak attacks. He sensed that the humidity in the air was very high, they were moving as if through thick mud. The ground was soft, and their boots occasionally sank, making walking much more strenuous than usual. The Order shadows moved forward amidst the buzzing of insects, each of their movements slow, each step precisely measured and controlled. They tried their best not to disturb the vegetation to avoid making even the slightest noise. The team advanced in silence, learning the Katachchan way of movement in silence. When the jungle began to thin, Vampire made a downward hand gesture, indicating they needed to slow down even more. Although they were already making almost no sound, they needed to be even more covert. The Order shadows advanced in a crouched posture, seeing massive creatures in front of them, as large as trains, resembling multi-limbed scorpions. The Order shadows correlated the large scorpion-like creatures with the Katachchan demons from the information provided by their Gene Father in their memories. Vampire's senses were even sharper. He smelled 4 other creatures and 37 smaller ones, all with a blood scent as strong as the Katachchan demons before him. He knew that Katachchan demons lived together in nests, consisting of a few large demons and dozens of demon young. Mikkel pulled out his Archeo pistol and pressed a yellow, bullet-shaped vial into the magazine. His Archeo pistol came from Necromunda. This Dark Age of technology artifact could fire all types of bullets. Mikkel raised the Archeo pistol, aiming at the Katachchan demon's head. With a loud bang, the bullet accurately struck the centipede's head. The bullet casing burst, and the yellow liquid rapidly diffused. The Katachchan demon let out an enraged roar, violently shaking its head, severing several towering trees at their trunks. The Order shadows moved their feet, rapidly moving in the Katachchan style. The Katachchan demon was massive and slow-moving, allowing the Order shadows to easily evade its swinging head. They knew they had to avoid the Katachchan's sharp, bladed claws and its scorpion-like venomous tail. Even if they were wearing power armor, they would be torn to shreds, and they currently lacked the protection offered by power armor. The Katachchan demon's massive body rotated, causing towering trees to fall in swaths, with broken trunks and snapped branches flying everywhere. Mikkel shot 2 more vials at its head. The Katachchan demon's movements gradually slowed, it seemed drunk, its body becoming increasingly heavy. The Order shadows saw, heard, and felt the ground rumbling from the left, right, and front, in different directions, as massive creatures moved towards their position. Vampire knew he had to act quickly to tame the Katachchan demon. He immediately spread his dark wings. Behind Vampire, a dense black mist rose, and a pair of ethereal bat wings formed behind him. Vampire's speed surged, he strode forward, temporarily taking flight. Vampire's figure was like lightning, instantly flying to the Katachchan demon's head. From a pouch on the right side of his backpack, he pulled out a bottle of amber liquid and smashed it on the Katachchan demon's head. Mist drifted, enveloping the beast tamer and the Katachchan demon's head. The Katachchan demon let out an enraged roar, its cry much weaker than before, and the beast tamers all heard the weakness and powerlessness in it. The Katachchan demon struggled to lift its head, wildly swinging its bladed claws. Vampire's dark wings flapped, dodging the bladed claws that fortuitously swept towards him. Mikkel's spirituality condensed into a whip, lashing the Katachchan demon's body. The beast tamer dodged the Katachchan demon's attacks while using animal taming to tame the massive creature before him. The amber liquid concocted by the apothecary made his spiritual whip more lively, almost tangible, repeatedly lashing the Katachchan demon's head. The dark wings behind Vampire slowly dissipated, and he landed on the Katachchan demon's head. The Katachchan demon defiantly shook its head, trying to throw Mikkel off. But Vampire's agility far surpassed that of ordinary people. He lightly stepped on the Katachchan demon's head with both feet, never being thrown off. The Katachchan demon's resistance grew weaker and weaker, finally ceasing to struggle as the beast tamer's hand patted its forehead. Mikkel used animal senses, extending his spirituality towards the Katachchan demon. With a thought from Mikkel, the Katachchan demon's body slowly lowered. Mikkel said to the other Order shadows, "Get on." The Order shadows immediately climbed onto the train-length body of the Katachchan demon. The beast tamer felt the Katachchan demon's struggle and immediately increased his spiritual output. The Katachchan demon stopped struggling, allowing the Order shadows to climb onto its massive body. The beast tamer thought again, and the body of the Katachchan demon he had tamed straightened, its arthropod-like legs moving in unison. The beast tamer urged the Katachchan demon to walk out of the forest. Mikkel looked back from the Katachchan demon's head. He saw the large and small Katachchan demons crawling towards them. He pulled out a red vial from his backpack and loaded it into his archeo pistol. A red bullet shot out, hitting a tree 3 kilometers away. Red mist permeated the air. The Katachchan demons smelled the irritating scent and frantically rushed towards the large tree. They attacked each other along the way. A large Katachchan demon swung its bladed claw, striking a small Katachchan demon's body and splitting it in half. A scorpion tail extended along the ground, piercing through the small Katachchan demon's body. After Mikkel lured away the Katachchan demon horde with the vial, he thought again and urged his newly tamed animal to leave. The Katachchan demon knocked down countless trees along the way, and after traveling 3 kilometers, the beast tamer controlled it to stop. Mikkel, standing on the Katachchan demon's head, looked into the distance. About 4 kilometers ahead, dozens of toad-shaped creatures of varying sizes lay sprawled on the ground. Mikkel frowned when he saw them. Open black lens bracket in the information provided by the Gene Father. Large Katachchan toads and small Katachchan toads are considered the most dangerous and second most dangerous creatures on Katachchan, respectively. They are believed to be the most venomous creatures in the galaxy. While they appear docile and harmless, they will explode into a cloud of toxins if startled or threatened. The toxins will kill and liquefy anything within a 1 kilometer radius, including the croaking toad itself. This toxin is so potent that even sealed protective suits like respirators and power armor offer no protection. Close black lens bracket. Mikkel knew that a large group of Katachchan toads self-destructing would turn all Order shadows except himself into a puddle of liquid. The beast tamer raised his hand, signaling the Order shadows not to move. They and the Katachchan demon beneath them were like sculptures. They remained motionless, staring at the Katachchan toad group. The Katachchan toads croaked but did not leave. Mikkel's mind raced, devising a route to bypass them. A moment later, he reluctantly gave up. The detour to avoid the Katachchan toad group was too far. Moreover, the Katachchan demon moved too loudly. If it startled the Katachchan toads, it would be even more dangerous. Mikkel waited for 2 hours until the Katachchan toads finally grew bored, croaked, and hopped away. The beast tamer urged the Katachchan demon out of the forest. The Katachchan natives in the camp were astonished to see the Katachchan demon. They were about to attack when the Order shadows emerged from the side, and one of them spoke in the newly learned, halting Katachchan language. "It is our pet." The Katachchan natives' minds went blank. They had collectively killed Katachchan demons before, but they had never heard of anyone being able to tame such a terrifying creature. Lucas rushed over, weapon in hand. He was also stunned for a moment when he saw Mikkel standing on the Katachchan demon's head. News of the Order shadow taming a Katachchan demon quickly spread among the tribes. The Order shadows felt that the Katachchan natives' gazes towards them had changed. The dangerous and bountiful Katachchan. Chief Apothecary Mikel met with Reaper Lord Sanchez, and after their discussion, they decided to continue exploring the forest, making it a training ground for the Order shadows. After their deliberation, they divided the dense forest into 3 areas and set different team standards for exploration in each area. Within a 50-kilometer radius of the dense forest, closer to the Katachchan tribes, the probability of encountering dangerous creatures like the Katachchan toad was lower. There were 40 exploration teams in the outer region, numbered 23 to 62, with the core main force of each team being hunters. After the 7th Battle Group experienced the Flame Wheel campaign and more than 900 of its members were transferred to the 4th Battle Group, there were still 1,472 members of the Black Duke Court remaining. Despite paying a considerable price in the Flame Wheel, the 7th Battle Group, having long fought under Ning Lu, was still the battle group with the most court members. Each team exploring the outer reaches of the dense forest consisted of 30 hunters, 1 apothecary, 50 Order Shadows, and 20 Katachchan warriors. The Reaper Lord hoped that the Order Shadows and the Katachchan warriors would learn from each other. There were 20 teams in the middle region of the dense forest, numbered 3 to 22. These teams consisted of 10 provokers, 1 beast tamer, 20 Order Shadows, and 10 Katachchan elites. The central region had only 2 teams, led by Mikkel and Sanchez respectively, numbered 1 and 2. At the same time, the Order Shadows were stationed in various tribes. Some were responsible for selecting new recruits for the Legion, gathering children of appropriate age for selection. Others were responsible for selecting soldiers from adults to form the Katachchan Auxiliary Army. After the meeting, Mikkel did not immediately depart. He brought the beast tamers to their new pet, the Katachchan demon. The vampire, dressed in a black hooded robe, wearing a mask, and with a black scarf around his neck, spoke. I will install runic saddles on the backs of the Katachchan demons, and during this process, I will instruct you. In 1 month, I want to see the pets you have tamed. This is my test for you. Before starting the lesson, I want to tell you the importance of choosing a target for taming. First, do not choose the Katachchan toad, although by combining potions to make them groggy, it should be possible to tame them. But they are too unstable and might self-detonate if provoked by your battle brothers or your servants. At the same moment, the hunters set out with their teams. Stepping into the jungle, the apothecaries felt as if they had arrived in a dangerous yet richly treasure-filled paradise. The apothecary of Team 54, his team encountered a group of Murray catchers 4 hours after entering the forest. After dealing with the tentacles that suddenly sprang from the ground and attacked, the apothecary used a detection probe to examine the remaining tentacles. A moment later, the apothecary exclaimed with surprise. The paralyzing toxin contained in the Murray catcher is 13.64 times more potent than the ingredients in the anesthetics currently used by the Legion. Just as the apothecary was excited, 4 leaves suddenly erupted, tightly wrapping around his body. The apothecary's face was covered by jaw-like leaves, his throat was constricted, and his body was entangled by 2 leaves. The Order Shadows, seeing the apothecary's body being dragged, immediately sprang into action. The hunter, closest to the apothecary, strode towards the carnivorous plant, his energized blade flashing as he severed the connection between the leaves and the plant's body. He then struck another blow, killing the predator. Afterward, he approached the apothecary and carefully pulled at the jaw-shaped leaves. The hunter was surprised to find that even after the leaves detached from the main body and most were torn apart by the decomposition field, the remaining small portions still clung tightly to the apothecary's body. The captain of the Katachchan squad in the team came over and spoke in Vostonian. We call this plant a catcher, it moves its leaves. He hadn't yet mastered Vostonian for the rest of his sentence, so he switched to Katachchan and said. Actively seeks prey and uses its jaw-like leaves to clamp down on surrounding victims. He then switched back to Vostonian. You must act immediately, or he will suffocate. The hunter captain also came over, and he barely understood the meaning of what the Katachchan said from his language. He became the captain of this exploration team not only for his command ability but also largely because of his rapid mastery of the Katachchan language. He then recalled the information issued by the Gene Father, cross-referencing it to confirm that this plant was indeed a Katachchan catcher. The captain said to his team members, immediate rescue is necessary. As the commander, he decided to take responsibility himself. He drew his combat dagger from his waist and quickly and carefully cut the leaves. Especially when cutting near the face and neck, he deliberately slowed his movements. 2 minutes later, all the leaves wrapped around the apothecary were cut off. The apothecary's face and neck were covered in blood, and his upper body was a bloody mess, exposing his ribs. The apothecary's Luraman organ was activated by the injury, and the skin substitute tissue generated by Luraman cells quickly formed scars. The Katachchan watched in astonishment as the injured Order Shadow's body rapidly stopped bleeding. The apothecary was disoriented. He struggled to pull out an emergency potion from the side of his backpack with his right arm and injected it below his left shoulder. He said with difficulty, "Take me back, to the medical deck." With each word he uttered, his vocal cords felt as if they were being cut by a knife. "You too, take the apothecary back." With the apothecary injured, the hunter captain was forced to abandon the exploration and ordered a return. The apothecary could initially walk on his own, influenced by the stimulant in the emergency potion. But after walking 3 kilometers, the apothecary still fainted. 2 hunters carried the apothecary back to the Void Hunter and delivered him to the medical deck. After a day of intense emergency treatment, the apothecary woke up, but he was left with permanent scars. His face and neck were covered in dense scars, like the cast iron scales on the body of an ironscale kraken. The captains of the various exploration teams received the exploration brief from Team 54 a day later. They deeply realized that even as Order Shadows with keen sensory abilities, they must always remain vigilant in the forests of Katachchan. The animals and plants of Katachchan would seek every opportunity to prey on humans. On the other hand, the apothecaries also realized that the jungles of Katachchan harbored plants that could be used to make potions. A month later, Mikkel stood in the newly established camp, inspecting the pets brought back by the beast tamers, one by one. He saw the lumbering Momofas, native to volcanic regions, capable of fighting the Katachchan demon to a standstill. He saw the massive, winged dark bats, lurking in the upper canopy of the jungle near the Katachchan equator, devouring their prey. He also saw flying swamp mamba snakes and Katachchan black vipers. After inspecting all the tamed pets, Mikkel said with satisfaction, "Very good, each of you has tamed your own pet, which proves that you have become qualified beast tamers. To become excellent beast tamers, this is not enough. Your next task is to acclimatize the Thunder Wolves to the Katachchan environment. This is a challenge. They have lived for generations in the icy snows of Fenris, and now they must adapt to this hot and humid forest world." No sooner had Mikkel finished giving the task than he saw a group of Order Shadows and Katachchan, weapons in hand, hacking at vines. Open black lens bracket. They are truly inexhaustible. Every night, they appear from who knows where, as if they have consciousness and want to destroy the human camp. Close black lens bracket. The chief apothecary walked towards the conference room, lost in thought. A moment later, the meeting began. First Company Captain Tiber was the first to speak. "My lord, the battle group has suffered 274 casualties within 1 month." His voice held undeniable sadness, but he quickly composed himself. According to statistics, 34 died on the first day, 27 on the second day, and 4 on the last day. Overall, once the Order Shadows of the battle group adapted to the Katachchan environment, the number of deaths sharply declined. Among them, 54 were interred in dreadnoughts, continuing to serve the battle group. The Reaper Lord's eyes were filled with sorrow as he issued an order. Summarize the lessons learned, and every captain must repeatedly emphasize them. The hunter, responsible for forming the auxiliary army, was the second to report to the Reaper Lord. "Katachchan breeds hunters. My lord, Lord Mikkel, Katachchans, both men and women, are excellent soldiers. Their individual combat prowess even matches that of the elite Solar Auxilia. According to my understanding, half of all Katachchans don't survive infancy, and the other half don't live to adulthood. Therefore, every person who reaches adulthood is an excellent warrior," the hunter said with admiration. "But Katachchans still need to undergo training. They must learn Vostonian to communicate with allied forces. They also need to receive training in tactical formations and other aspects, so they can more effectively utilize their combat strength on large-scale battlefields." The Reaper Lord asked, "What do you think are the characteristics of Katachchans?" The hunter pondered for more than 10 seconds before answering. "This death world forges them into complex Katachchans, combining clear recklessness, bravado, constant vigilance, and an almost paranoid caution. They are skilled in rapid movement, close quarters combat, infiltration, and sniping, and they excel at using booby traps and snares. The most outstanding among them possess acute sensory abilities almost on par with the Order Shadows, only slightly weaker in warp perception. They are adept at observation and launching surprise attacks. The Reaper Lord nodded slightly and spoke. This is consistent with my observations. Katachans are very suitable to be hunters. They are good at observing their environment and using traps. As the Gene Father said, Katachchan breeds natural hunters, making it the most suitable recruitment world for the 7th Battle Group. After his exclamation, he asked the hunter, who was in charge of recruitment. How is the recruitment progressing? My lord, there are approximately 150,000 eligible Katachchan boys, and every one of them is a good prospect, meeting the candidate requirements. The chief apothecary saw the Reaper Lord's pleased expression and reminded him. Sanchez, you cannot recruit all of them into the battle group. While this would increase the number of new recruits in the battle group in the short term, it would lead to a shortage of males in the next generation, causing a future population decline. The Reaper Lord understood that the chief apothecary's reminder was correct. I understand. He then turned to the hunter, who was in charge of new recruit enlistment, and said, the selection of new recruits must be the best of the best. Every candidate must be 1 in 100. The Reaper Lord then said to the hunter, who was in charge of recruiting the auxiliary army, every auxiliary army soldier must reproduce offspring before leaving Katachchan for service. Both hunters responded in unison, understood, my lord. The Reaper looked at the chief apothecary and asked. The population of this death world is only about 5 million. As a recruitment world for the battle group, the number is too small. Is there a way to ensure the population of this world continues to grow? The chief apothecary immediately replied. Yes, Father had already instructed that this death world is dangerous, so the resource Katachans lack most is various medicines. I have already provided them with a large quantity of medicines. The apothecaries are also researching local jungle remedies, developing medicines that can effectively neutralize local biological toxins. Finally, the chief apothecary smiled confidently. Sanchez, the population of your battle group's recruitment world will continue to grow. While the 7th Battle Group was establishing itself on Katachchan, the 5 worlds of the Tricon system completed their first round of development. On Tricon 3, Harvest Priest Malina soared through the air in a shuttle, looking down at the surface below. Bright, warm sunlight bathed the ground, and picturesque winding rivers flowed through fertile black alluvial plains. Endless rice fields stretched out, with high-yield rice swaying in the wind. An irrigation system drew water from the Tavere River, and sprinkler facilities filled the air with mist, creating countless rainbows out of thin air. The newly promoted physician, who had just returned from the Flame Wheel Star system, looked down at Farm CS-68. What a bountiful and beautiful world, it's like a painting that can never be destroyed. After extensive promotion of planting and breeding in Carey's hometown, it inevitably paid the price of environmental damage. Sea Cradle, unlike most imperial agricultural worlds built to standard templates, had no fertilizer factories that dyed the air yellow. Nor did extraterrestrial transport ships deliver increasing amounts of nitrates and phosphates there. The planting areas were not filled with thick brown pesticide smoke. Instead, bio-fertilizers extracted from fish heads, fish bones, fish skin, shrimp shells, crab shells, shellfish, and internal organs and minced meat were used to irrigate the fertile farmland. Even so, the farmlands of Sea Cradle still inevitably suffered from soil acidification due to the use of fertilizers and 4 harvests each stellar year. Similarly, aquaculture and fishing also caused some damage to the aquatic ecosystem. But Tricon, while developing rapidly, had not suffered any environmental damage. Malina nodded slightly, her delicate nose inhaling the scent of beets and cabbage wafting from Farm CT-26, entering the shuttle. Her full lips parted slightly as she exclaimed with emotion. Even if the Aeldari are aliens, I have to admit that they indeed have unique insights into world transformation. Malina rubbed the blue data crystal in her right hand. It came from the Vigilance Star system and was the result of the Arbitrator Lord's interrogation of the Avenger Bishop of Bealtan. The Avenger Bishop had some understanding of environmental transformation, and after the Arbitrator Lord interrogated him, he recorded this knowledge into the data crystal. Ning Lu received it and decided to give it to Malina, and Carrie brought it back. Malena's eyes were deep, and the corners of her mouth curved upward. Open black lens bracket using psychic power, transforming the world like the Aeldari, and opening up a farm on Katachchan, where plants have their own will. This is no small challenge, very interesting. Close black lens bracket. On Carrie's tan face, looking down at the fruit trees laden with smooth fruits on farm CG38, she asked worriedly. Madam, do you really want to entrust me with the responsibility of food supply for these 5-star systems and supervising the environmental impact of industrial development? After years of development, the Tricon system had become the Legion's most important supply base. As of now, the 11th Legion had a total of 68 star systems in the Obscurus sector. Most worlds' own food production could not fully meet the food needs of their populations, requiring varying degrees of supplies from outside. Once deprived of Tricon's supplies, many worlds could fall into famine and turmoil. Carrie did not have enough confidence in her ability to bear such a heavy responsibility. Malina looked at Carrie and encouraged her. Carrie, you have been with me for so long, and you have received Lord Ning Lu's bestowal, you are already a true planter. You are my most important protege, capable of bearing this responsibility. I have already laid the foundation in the Tricon system, you just need to follow my ideas for development. Malena's hazel eyes fixed on pasture MY58, where shepherds were herding sheep. Moreover, Lord Ning Lu has given the order for me to go to Katachchan. The harvest priest's hazel pupils were deep, she thought of living vines and man-eating flowers, her heart filled with longing. Open black lens bracket acquiring those mutated plants will greatly enhance my combat power, close black lens bracket. You are someone I trust, Tricon can only be entrusted to you. Malena's trust gave Carrie confidence, and she decided to accept the appointment. Madam, with your trust, I will do my utmost and not disappoint you. Malina nodded slightly and said to Carrie. To become a true physician, you need practice. I have already communicated with the Legion's apothecaries, they welcome you as a doctor to treat candidates who failed their transformations. Although the transformations of Vostonian and Sea Cradle warriors who followed Ning Lu had concluded, the apothecary facilities on Tricon Main Star still existed, serving as the 11th Legion's third-largest transformation base. The top 2 transformation bases were the Gene Seed Primarch's flagship, Wangquan Shadow, and the Void Hunter, where the chief apothecary was located. The Legion Monastery, still under construction, had just put its completed transformation facilities into use, currently only able to provide transformations for Vostonians. It would still take time to surpass the 3 major new recruit transformation bases. As the two spoke, they flew over the YM81 pasture, which stretched for several kilometers, and the rustling corn. Madam, thank you for your help. I will definitely be a good physician and serve the Legion. 3 days later, Malina boarded a void ship and set course for Katachchan. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.